first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Field is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight rook.
I'm going to start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to know.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan-Krzysztof,
former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or VChess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Jan-Krzysztof.
Hi guys, it's Anish Giri here. In this video, we're going to take a look at the game that I played against a Spanish hustler on streets of Barcelona. It's a quick and a very exciting and action-packed game, so do check it out. It features one of my favorite openings, the Knight of Defense. Let's go. Okay, actually he's not really a hustler. Ruben is a very nice guy. Starts with e4, c5, knight f3, d6. What's your rating?
1750.
Opens to c-land. Ruben knows his stuff. Knight f6, knight c3, a6. I asked him what his rating was, just to be sure he doesn't know too much theory. Bishop e2, reasonable line, trying to castle. e5.
Hello everyone. How are you doing? We are so excited to kick off day 2 of a tournament that started with so much action, drama, exciting chess, thrilling fights, lots of turnarounds, and I can't wait to see the repeat of that on day 2. A big welcome to everyone who's joining us on YouTube, on Twitch, on all our platforms. And with that, let's also bring on our chess expert, the legend, Peter Leko. He's with us. Peter, how are you doing today?
Yeah, hello Tanya, hello everyone. Well, just as you, I'm basically speechless from all the action that we have seen so far, and I'm also very excited to take a look again at all this what happened yesterday.
You know, Peter, actually that's the best, because let's start with our results and the standings going into day 2, and we'll take it from there. And these are our matchups, and these are the results from day 1. We saw the Prague Alireza match, and Peter, I was so excited about this one. We've got 17-year-old Prague, who by the way just turned 17th. I think his birthday was just a couple of days ago. Alireza, the youngest 2800 player. You know, for me, these two just feel like it's such a big future of chess. We're going to see them fight such big battles in the future as well.
For sure. I mean, no doubt about this. And it's always psychologically very difficult, I think, for the older player. Yeah, in this case, suddenly we are talking about Alireza Firuza being the older player. He's not used to this. Yeah, not long ago, it was him who was like at the age of 16, 17, crossing 2700 and then rocketing all the way up to 2800. And suddenly he's facing now also much younger opposition. He has to get used to it psychologically. We have seen that the first game he got outplayed by Prague. Then he bounced back, and then it looked like he's in total control. And yeah, that game 3, that was a real tragedy for him, because he should have won that game and then probably wins the match. And Prague managed to turn the tables and finally managed to win the match. A huge win for Prague.
Huge win for Prague. Very interesting point there, Peter, that Alireza is not used to being the older one when he's playing somebody, but that's what he faced yesterday in chat. Chat is saying Alireza will bounce back harder than ever. That's exactly what we want to see. It's still a long tournament to go. And of course, the Levon-Liam matchup. It was such a pleasure to have Levon and Anish in our studio, discuss their games, discuss the moves. I think for Levon as well, the key moment came in game 2, where Liam had this huge advantage and could have bounced straight back into the match with that win. But Liam failing to do that was not able to recover. Anish, Magnus, I think the games in this, especially the first 2 games, were absolutely thrilling fights. Lots of ups and downs. It looks like Anish has the momentum going. But again, you miss your chances with the world champion. When he gets his chance, he doesn't let it go. And that's the narrative that happened in their matchup. But Peter, all the drama was in the Hans Duda board.
Exactly. I mean, I have already watched the video a couple of times because I just couldn't get enough. And by the way, we were really speculating. We didn't know what was the technical glitch. We only understood that something really must have happened there. So let's take a look.
We're going to take a look. And just before that, Win saying, no Peter, no party. We've got Peter on. The party is about to start really soon. And chat, here's a disclosure. Before running this video, I actually asked Peter, I was like, Peter, do we run this? Do we play this interview? And he said, of course we do. So here it is. Take a look at how it was for Hans Niemann after the round.
Well, it's completely fucking ridiculous that the laptop is just running out of power. And because the laptop runs out of power, of course, he has all the time to think in the world to find all the best moves. And he has 20 seconds, and then he sits there for 5 minutes, gets to find all the best moves. So the fact that the laptop runs out of power completely threw me off, and it's just completely ridiculous. It should not be happening. Like, plug the fucking laptop in, and I shouldn't be losing a game because... like he gets 5 extra minutes to think and finds the best moves, and okay, couldn't recover psychologically, but match isn't over. Thank you.
That's it. Yeah, moment of silence, right?
I mean, that's the only reaction that I had when I actually saw this video, but it just truly brings out the raw emotion and anger that the players feel. And one can really feel for Hans because it truly was a turning point in their match.
Yeah, well, it was a very special moment. I mean, also Duda did nothing wrong. Yeah, so basically it's kind of very unfortunate for Duda also that now after winning this match 3-0, he has to probably listen to this kind of discussion. But really, it was the first game of their match, and it was a very critical moment because you remember I was even telling you that maybe we have seen the players after chatting there during the break that maybe they kind of silently agree that they will repeat the moves. But then Duda came up with this devilish little touch with King F8 protecting the rook. And then it turns out that even despite trading the rooks, the beastly pawn is very weak, it's vulnerable. The computer might show that it's 0-0. Yes, maybe it's 0-0, but practically speaking, it's very, very difficult, you know, to readjust yourself to a new situation. I understand Hans perfectly. And I also was reading some comments on YouTube in the forum section like, okay, he lost, it's Hans's fault. No, it's not so easy. It's very difficult to adjust to a situation like this. And he clearly fell victim of this situation.
The only thing I'm taking away from that is, Peter, you mentioning that you went through YouTube forums.
Yes, of course. I mean, it's very, very important. I mean, okay, I want to also get the spirit, how the people are thinking, yeah, and to try to also explain, you know, from a chess player's perspective that why logical explanations sometimes don't exactly put the real feelings, yeah, because as a chess player, you are adjusting to the situation. We are no computers. You also don't know exactly the evolution. And of course, your opponent suddenly calmly understands that he can do it. And by the way, it was bringing back the memories of the candidates tiebreak between Vladimir Kramnik and Teimur Radjabov, where Kramnik had to bounce back in the tiebreak to equalize the match, and the chandelier fell from upstairs, and the game had to be stopped. And at that moment when this game stopped, I was watching it live with all the tension and everything. We simply did not know whom does it favor. Is it Kramnik who is putting now the pressure in a drawish but still playable Rook Bishop versus Rook Bishop opposite colored position? Or is it now easier for Teimur to defend, to understand how to maybe to set up the fortress? I think Kramnik was very angry at that point that the game got stopped, but he went on to win like in 5 or 10 moves this position. And afterwards, Radjabov was the one who was explaining that he was just going crazy during that break. Yeah, so it's always very tricky.
And it's so difficult to understand the kind of psychological changes that happens in a player when such a disturbance happens during the game. It's so unique to the experience of the player themselves. So definitely a difficult situation for Hans yesterday after Duda's laptop just conked it and ran out of battery. Chat is saying, well, Hans was spitting facts. Absolutely, I think it's unfortunate that it happened, and it's very, very disturbing for the player. But that was an extremely angry Hans right there. Peter, now the other player who we had in the studio with us, Anish, I think he was definitely in a way better mood despite having lost the match, and he seems to be in an even better mood going into his match today against Prague, because take a look at this tweet. And there we have it. Anish saying, gonna be babysitting Prague in 3 hours. Come watch. You gotta love Anish's Twitter game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, Anish is just brilliant. I mean, okay, I think 3,500 rating level for sure in the Twitter game. I feel like he's just also too nice as a person. Yeah, we have also seen him yesterday. I mean, after this quite unpleasant loss against Magnus, he had those chances in the first 2 games. And despite this, he was coming, he was explaining, analyzing with us. I mean, he's just incredible nice. I only don't know, maybe, I mean, to make this incredible last final step to become one of the absolute best from one of the best is that you need this incredible will, you know, to fight and win at all costs. This is something I understand because it was definitely missing from me. And I understand that maybe it's also missing a little bit from Anish. If he can be a little bit more brutal, that could even help him become a maybe more successful player, but we love him as he is. He's a wonderful person.
I completely agree with that. And I think we're very excited to see how he recovers from yesterday. Well, he's playing against Magnus. So that one's going to be quite a tough matchup for Hans to recover from. Let's take a look at our pairings. We've got Hans versus Magnus. We saw how mad and angry, but Peter, maybe that's exactly the kind of anger and motivation Hans needs to overcome the world champion. So it might just work in his favor. Let's bring up our matchups one more time on the screen. We've got Alireza facing Liam. Now, both these players had a tough start on day one. I did see Liam at dinner yesterday, and it seemed like he was still fine and still in a good mood. And that's exactly what the players need to keep going, because it's so easy to go on a tilt in this format. We've got the 2 winners facing each other, the 2 winners from day one, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Levon. One hyper aggressive, the other super creative. Peter, I'm really excited about this matchup. And finally, we've got Prague against Anish.
Yeah, all the matchups are very, very interesting. I mean, there was also one thing that I wanted to mention in the forum. Somebody was saying that, yeah, if like Hans becomes so emotional after a loss, this is not a good sign. Well, believe me, it's no matter if you speak your mind out in an interview or not. These emotions are there, yes, so you can keep silent, and then people will tell you that, wow, this is like an iceman, yeah, who is not affected by anything. Deep inside, you know, the vulcan is burning in you. So I think it's kind of understandable to give out all the anger and frustration. So maybe it also helps to calm down. It's always up to the individual.
I completely agree, but I also feel, Peter, that it's the timing. I think in that moment, Hans had just gotten out of the match, and that's when it's really at its peak, this anger. I think you give the chess players, you know, a couple of minutes, a little bit of time to cool down. Even if they're feeling it inside them, they will not be so open to express it. But in that moment, Hans was so caught up with everything that had just happened. So it was very difficult for him to have a filter to how he was expressing what happened.
Yes, that's perfectly true. I mean, we have seen in other sports also. Yeah, the most trickiest interviews are immediately right after the incredible achievements or disappointments. Yeah, then you get these incredible interviews with all the emotions. Of course, it's super entertaining for the audience. Yeah, it's. I think it's also very nice to show this kind of side from chess. Yeah, because people always think that chess is like very calm, you know, and the people are not that involved with all the emotions, because everybody is like quietly sitting there and you have to kind of tolerate every kind of tension, just, you know, being a gentleman. But it's not always possible to be a gentleman. Yeah.
Yes, and I'm also looking at our chat, Peter. It looks as if with all the brutal honesty, Hans has also garnered new fans and new supporters for his match today against Magnus. We see our playing arena there, the chief arbiter Tania getting ready with all the matches and the setups, Duda taking his place. Hopefully, no batteries running out today. And we've already got some of our players who are ready to go.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, for sure, the players are very excited. It's always 1 minute or half a minute, depending on the arbiter also, which clock is he using. There are some arbiters who are always trying to give 1 or 2 extra minutes just to make sure that everybody will come in time. Yeah, there are all kinds of tricks also by the arbiters. The games are about to lift off any second.
And before liftoff, I see Ilan in chat wants the predictions. Peter, what are we feeling about the upcoming action? What are our predictions for the day? Also, let's run some chat polls on this. You know, one that I'm really excited to see is with Anish and Prag. I know both these players have such a strong fan following, and I really want to see who our chat is rooting for on this one. It's going to be a tough match for these players. And once again, a reminder of the format. The players are going to play 4 games against each other, 4 rapid games with 15 minutes and a 10-second increment. If it ends in a tie, then we have 2 blitz games, 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. If that ends in a tie, then we go on to the dreaded but spectator-loving Armageddon. You know what I love about this format, chat and Peter, is that at the end of the day, we always have a winner.
Yeah, that's for sure. And we have some dramas, yeah, all around. By the way, I see that Alireza is the one with Liam who just can't wait. I mean, they want to fight. And you mentioned that both players lost their match yesterday. So very excited and very eager to bounce back. We see a classical Spanish, while some games have not yet even started. Okay, but let's start with the prediction. Prag versus Anish. What is your take?
Prag versus Anish, this is such a tough one because I feel like my mind is in one place, my heart is in another. I think, Peter, this one is going to go into a playoff. I'm expecting a playoff on this one.
But who wins?
Peter, I can't believe you're putting me on a spot.
Yes, I have to use my moment, yeah?
This was your moment before I jumped onto it and asked you. You know what? I'll go with Team Prague.
Yes. Okay. So I go with Team Anish because, okay, he was just so kind with us yesterday. So we have to kind of root for him. Prag has won his match yesterday. So, but I'm also expecting a very tough match, and it's very likely that it will be Armageddon.
I really hope we get to see some amazing tie breaks today, because that's one thing that I missed yesterday. Peter, we've had a traditional Spanish here, a Brer system when the knight goes back. Should we just take it from the top and take our audience through the opening in this match?
Yeah, this is actually, it started as a Zaitsev, yeah, but it's a modern Zaitsev. Yeah, it's also one of the things that I have always played with white. Yeah, knight with bishop f8, a3, and after h6 you switch bishop c2, and now suddenly black also switches to knight b8, and that's how we are getting a Breyer system, but with included h6 a3 moves. It's a small little difference. bc, knight b7, bishop b2, g6, a4. Yeah, white is usually playing this plan with a4, bishop d3, putting pressure on the b5 pawn, bishop g7. I believe both players are quite in familiar territory here. Okay, so prediction here. Alireza versus Liam. What is your take?
That's a fun one, Peter. That's a fun one. I think, you know, because it's I feel this is such a clash of styles. Alireza, we know we can expect aggressive chess from him, fighting chess, while Liam, of course, keeps that strategic, that perfect balance between complications and strategic play. This one's again a very tough pick, but I'll go with experience here with Liam.
Okay, then I will take Alireza. Anyway, I would have taken Alireza, but since you already picked the Liam, you made my choice easier.
What is this, Peter? It's like you just wait for me to say a player and then you're like, I'm going to pick the other one.
No, actually not. I mean, I already was kind of picking because I just feel like Alireza after yesterday, he's going crazy today. I mean, he's just very angry. He feels like yesterday he should have won that third game, and in order to forgive himself, he needs to win today's match. I mean, he has no other choice, but it will also come down. I mean, Liam is incredibly well prepared. Look at this, blitzing out everything. This B takes A4 followed by D5 shows that he came very well prepared.
And before we get into the subtleties of the position, let's also see what the chat says about all the predictions. Anish wins in playoff, maybe. So even the chat is extremely torn between the two. 56% to Prague, 43% to Anish. I've got to root for Prague just because Anish jinxed himself with the tweet. The tweet was definitely a funny one and finally made the best player win. That's what we're hoping for as well. And you know, Peter, for the next prediction, you'll have to be the one who goes first, and I'm not going first this time.
Yeah, so Duda versus Aronyan. Okay, but okay, it's tricky because I already see the position. So
no, I'm sorry, Peter. You have to pick one.
Yes, no, I'm just saying that, you know, I'm biased because I see the bishop on G6. And this case, I'm believing in White's play. On the other hand, I would have taken Levon, but I have to believe, you know, I have to stick to my beliefs, and the bishop on G6 is a bad piece, so I'm going for Team Duda now.
But that's so unfair. You just get to see the position to decide. But all right. So Peter has picked Team Duda simply because we look at the position and Peter does not like that bishop on G6 boxed up. That's a Paquetto bishop. Is that right?
Exactly, it's right. On the other hand, look at Levon is there with 60 minutes, like he just wants to show that I know what I'm doing. But I don't believe, I don't trust Levon now.
All right, well, Peter picking Duda for this one. You know what, Peter? I'm going to continue with your tradition and go for Team Lev.
All right, it's perfectly justified.
I'm going for Team Lev. And with that, let's move on to our last matchup for predictions, and then we'll take it into the openings. And we've got Hans versus Magnus. Now, I mean, you go first.
Okay. Well, first of all, it's a Rostolimo. Hans is playing the Rostolimo against Magnus, against the big expert of this opening himself. It feels like a very dangerous strategy. I'm picking Magnus.
Wow, that's a hot take, Peter.
It's a big surprise, no?
I mean, absolutely shocking stuff going on in this commentary. All right, well, I think it's kind of hard to bet against Magnus. Also with Hans, how it went yesterday, it will be amazing to see him bounce back with a win in this match. But yes, I think I agree. Magnus, a big favorite in this one. Also, the way he played against Anish, just taking the challenge head on with his decisions. Looks like we've got a very in-form Magnus. So yes, Magnus, a big favorite in this one. Peter, let's do an opening tour. Let's start with the game that we have in front of us and take it from the top.
Yeah, I think we agree that we are hoping very much for Hans that he bounces back, but simply our brain basically says that, okay, Magnus, of course, is a favorite. But I mean, Hans is a very emotional player and an incredible fighter. So who knows how he will react to yesterday. So this is a Rostolimo. Yeah, we are seeing Magnus playing something against his own opening. It's always very interesting to see an expert fight against his very own. So Magnus plays the system with rook e1, and after knight f6, he goes e5, knight d5, knight c3, knight c7, takes knight e4. Yeah, this is a very standard way of putting pressure on the c5 pawn. At the same time, also setting knight f6 check. So those who are not familiar with this position, they might be shocked like, wow, what happened here? b6, and we see the move knight f6 check. But this is absolutely standard. It's very natural. Of course, black cannot take e takes f6 because then e takes f6 check, and we lose the key bishop, the dark square bishop on g7. So black simply side steps with king f8. Now white has to retreat the knight back to e4. And yes, white spoiled black's chances of castling, but at the same time, white is losing valuable time, which Hans is immediately using to coordinate his pieces. Bishop g4, d3, knight e6 on the board.
This is definitely a very unique position out of the opening. I mean, even Magnus is taking a bit of a thing. So it makes one feel that it's probably something that he's not super familiar with. You know, Black's king on f8, Peter, the knight on e6. Yes, it does help, but it just feels like the coordination in the pieces simply because of that king on f8 is a little lacking. And I do think that I prefer white here. It's still a big fight. And as we can see, Hans looks like he's super well prepared. He's got more time than what he started with. Magnus going to trade that very strong knight in his opponent's position. Knight g5, immediately trying to get rid of that knight. Makes a lot of sense.
You know, I suddenly remembered the interview Hans was giving and that we just played, and I already feel guilty. I should have named Hans, you know, that I'm a believer, because I'm rooting for him. I really like his honesty, his emotions. I mean, he really tells his mind, and it's just fantastic to see this. But on the other hand, yeah, really, I mean, not to believe in Magnus also feels a bit foolish.
I completely get what you're saying, that after the way Hans handled yesterday's situation, one does feel for him. And also the fact that he's gone into this opening, Peter, it just goes on to show that just how fearless he is. You know, he knows he's playing against the world champion. He's taking it head on, the whole challenge. We look at him on the screen. He looks confident. He looks ready to go. Magnus, on the other hand, looks like he's a little lost somewhere. But the position itself, after knight g5 and this knight getting traded, the first thing that comes to my mind is what happens if actually Black puts that knight on d4 and starts threatening on that pin along the h5 d1 diagonal?
Well, I believe that then we just play h3, yeah, just to clarify the situation. So I guess then you will have to trade on f3, right? Or
yeah, we'd probably have to trade everything on f3.
Yeah, but then I think this is in White's favor, because then, for example, if, okay, you don't need to trade now on f3, but in general, then the bishop on g7 is out of play. I like actually Hans's reaction. Yeah, knight takes g5, bishop takes g5, and queen d5. This is what he played, using the pin and putting some pressure on the e5 pawn, because one should not get White a chance to stabilize the pawn on e5, because if White stabilizes the pawn on e5, it will be a very strong asset. Yep, burying the Black bishop on g7. On the other hand, now Black is starting to take bishop takes f3, destroying White's pawn structure. So the big question is, should White play the move rook e4 here?
I was actually thinking about the exact same idea, and I wanted us to look at this line, especially with rook e4, and what if Black gets greedy with bishop f3? Let's just make that the first line we check. And if you take on e5, and let's get the other rook into the game as well, maybe a move like rook e1, and this looks like it could be dangerous for Black.
Yeah, it looks, but sometimes looks and is it really dangerous are two different things. One question, that if Black plays f6, what happens then?
Well, the first thing after f6 is c4 and then rook e5, no?
Yes, so after c4, I will have to go back to f7 with my queen. And I'm trying to hang on to my pawn. I understand that it's terrible because the king is in big danger, but one needs to, maybe even a sacrifice on e5 is dangerous.
Yeah, like bishop h6 check, force the king to g8, because king e8 runs into rook e5 and then queen c6, and then maybe just take on c6.
Exactly. I mean, with these boxed in pieces, yeah, we might just go h4 and take rook e5, and it will be very dangerous. In any case, taking such a pause on pawn on e5 looks quite dangerous. Yeah, Magnus goes rook e4.
This is blowing up already. This has the potential to be a very exciting middle game, and we see Hans just moving forward in his chair. He knows it's a critical moment out of the opening that will determine who gets the advantage in the middle game and the kind of structures that we'll have. After rook e4, we saw these lines with bishop f3. Peter, it just feels too dangerous to grab that pawn on e5 and give White the momentum to double up on the e5. But if not that, what is the alternative here for Black? Can you go bishop f5 here?
Yeah, that's the big question. If you go bishop f5, then White will probably retreat the rook to e3. And already we see some big achievement, yeah, because rook on e3 kind of guards the knight on f3. So if Black, for example, follows up with bishop g4, then we clearly improved our situation with the rook on e3 protecting the knight. I don't know exactly how we gonna really benefit from the situation. It might still not be so easy, but it feels like, okay, let's first make the move. Let's the opponent decide, because actually Black has now a very tough decision to decide, do I take and try to grab the pawn and then hold on to it somehow, or even there is another argument. Yeah, for example, after takes, bishop takes d5, rook e1. What happens if black, for example, just falls back with the bishop to d6? Kind of, wow. Okay, let's show. You want to run this test with the chat? White has some very nasty ideas here.
You know what, Peter? Even I'm trying to figure out what your nasty ideas are, but let's ask chat.
Chat knows.
Chat knows already.
I guess, yeah. I mean, okay, chat is always super sharp.
Peter,
yeah.
I think I know what you want. This is a stunning question. Chat, white to play here. What if this comes on the board? By the way, black Hans has gone for the move bishop f5, but let's say this position, get your thinking caps on, white to move. Let me pull up chat and see who gets this right. This is a tough one. And
yeah, but a beautiful one, yeah?
Stunning, absolutely
yes.
Stunning. But does it work, Peter? Yeah, it does work.
It should work. I mean, it should, yeah.
Ooh, Tad is saying they're more than ready. Well, Tad has got his eyes as well on our Chess 24 chat, so let us know who answers. Wow, there are a few people who got the first move right, I see, but the follow-up is... The first person to get it right on my chart is Noah. Well, the move order might not be... Actually, Noah's got an interesting move order as well. So, Peter, Noah says Queen F6.
Yeah, that's, you know, I was also debating. It looks like both moves are good. Yeah, it's the key idea. Yeah, Queen F6 perfectly spotted because...
Super.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we are threatening bishop h6 check. So king g8, queen g7 checkmate. It's clear that black has to take the queen and then we go bishop h6 check. So it's also possible for bishop h6 check move or the king g8, rook e8 check. And the trick is that, yeah, black actually has the move bishop f8, but it does not change anything. We simply take on a8 and next move is rook takes f8 checkmate or rook e8. And then, for example, if black protects with queen d6 and look at those pieces. That's what we were talking about. This box king and rook can end up in such a checkmate.
That is indeed super pretty. Well done, chat. The idea of bishop h6, queen f6. I have to admit that I actually thought bishop h6 was the way it came to my mind. But then in chat, when I saw queen f6, even that makes perfect sense to start with the move queen f6. Very nicely spotted idea, chat. Super stuff. Peter, this would have been quite the puzzle. But instead, we've got bishop f5, Hans deciding. Of course, he sees everything. And he decides to put pressure on the white rook. Now, instead of falling back, Magnus counterattacks the queen first with the move c4.
Yeah, it's now a very strategic battle. I think we will come back because I'm getting the message that Levon is apparently doing very well. I mean, look at this. The buried bishop from g6 got into e4, and now it's white's king who is feeling much more insecure. I mean, what a turn of events. I want to see what happened here. Okay, first of all, how did this bishop get to g6? That's the first question. Yeah, it's a slow Italian. Okay. And yeah, Levon actually likes to provoke. Yeah, it's online chess. I mean, let's have some fun. So he doesn't, I don't think that in a classical game he would ever let this happen, but here he feels like, okay, I'm gonna have my knight d8 kind of counterplay, so I don't mind this. And he just outplays Duda. Duda went for some aggressive f4. I'm not sure that the position demanded this action. And Levon strikes in the center with c6, d5, very nicely timed counterattack. And all of a sudden, wow, if you ask me who wins this match at this moment, I would have picked Levon, that's for sure. But yeah, let's see. It's still all to play for. Knight e6, knight h4, bishop e4. And Tadeusz was, I think, mentioning that according to computer, bishop b8 would have been almost winning for black. Levon played the move bishop c7, but apparently bishop b8 followed by queen c7, threatening some checkmating ideas would have been almost deadly.
But that looks super strong, no? You just put up the battery on the b8, h2 diagonal. But perhaps, and kind of hard to imagine what it was about this that Lev didn't like. Instead, he went for the option with bishop c7. So it'll still take some time to set up that battery, and c4, striking immediately in the center to destabilize that bishop on e4. And after the trades, he jumps in with bishop h2, a discovered check, and trading this bishop for the light squared bishop. And after all these trades, Peter, it looks as if white still has a weak king. This isolated queen's pawn on d4, which can come under fire. I have to say, yes, bishop b8, queen c7 looked really strong, but I'm still loving Lev's position.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage. And take a look. I mean, Levon is up on the clock. He has more time on the clock now than he started the game. I mean, how is he do all this? On the other hand, I mentioned, you remember I told yesterday that since Levon came to us and he was in such a good mood. I mean, if he keeps on coming and he keeps on, you know, having this mood, then I don't see who will stop him. Yeah, I mean, he just fooled me with his bishop on g6. I shouldn't have looked at his position. I should have just believed it's Levon, so he knows what he's doing. And Duda is in trouble already.
Duda in big trouble, and very soon, and that too with the white pieces. We don't see that happen too often. Let's take a little bit more of a closer look onto this position, because it feels as if Black's attack could be quite deadly soon. Knight g3, really trying to get rid of that bishop on e4. How does Black react? Does Black be okay? Is Black going to be okay with the exchange? He says, no way, I'm not going to get rid of that very, very strong and very powerful light squared bishop.
Yeah, actually, the trick is that if, for example, in general, I think Black would not mind trading the bishop for the knight if he would be sure that this knight from e6 would jump to d5 and blocks this pawn. Yeah, and then we can claim that a good knight versus bad bishop and open king and all the weaknesses should be very nice. But I believe the reason why Levon moved the bishop away, that he wants to keep the control of the d5 square, and there was a danger that white takes on e4, and after queen e4, white will be able to use the momentum for some d4 d5 with counterplay. So for this reason, I'm loving Levon's reaction. Just move the bishop back. It also protects, by the way, the weakness on f7, which was hanging in some lines if white was able to trade on c8 eventually. So it all makes sense. He's just better. Also, you have the time advantage. Keep as much tension in the position as possible. I think this is very, very instructive.
Very instructive. And also, I was wondering about bishop g6, moves like knight f5, but always white has to watch out for rook takes c1, queen takes c1, and the a5 pawn is hanging. So the rook on f1 could not have continued defending that piece on f5. Maybe if we just back up a move instead of h4, knight f5 looked quite tempting to block that bishop. But amongst other things, Black can always consider grabbing that rook on c1. Now you can't take it with the rook because the f5 knight hangs. And then suddenly a5 pawn is a weakness. So it looks like white has not only overstretched on the king side, but also on the queen side.
Yeah, exactly. There are weaknesses all around the place, and Black has a very solid position. So I actually kind of agree with what Duda is doing, that h4, h5, at least you can claim that you kick the bishop away from the ideal square on g6, yeah? At the same time, it weakens the g5 square forever, and maybe some timely f5 break. I mean, some timely f5 break can actually lead to some very big weakness also on h5. So already white has a terrible weakness on a5, and the h5 pawn also can be isolated.
Wow, and I'm looking at our chat and they're drawing my attention to Levon's clock, Peter. He has lots of time. Duda already in time trouble. Levon's got extra time. Duda, do you want some time? Levon playing like a blitz game. He's got 15.5 minutes on the clock and this position.
Yeah, I mean, he's just enjoying himself. I mean,
he just plays instantly. Absolutely. All right, let's look at the other game that we haven't had a check on yet. Pragnananda up against Anish. This is their first round. Prag playing with the white pieces. Now, Peter, traditional wisdom goes that if two knights are fighting for the same square, then that's not that great. But in this case, I'm kind of loving Black's hold on f4.
Yes, me too. And the point is not even only that the two knights, but it's much more again about this buried bishop. I mean, I'm very skeptical. I think whoever watches our broadcast knows that whenever I see that there is a bishop on h4 and then potentially will be locked out on g3, I'm always very skeptical. But here as well, I feel like, okay, it's a dream scenario for Black. I mean, Black is clearly better. The only question, Anish has a big choice. Yeah, that do you play systematically and you just play f6? Eventually, you might even play the move g5 and then force the bishop to g6. It's also very attractive. But there is also some reasoning behind that. Okay, what about just maybe going queen e6 and then queen g6, putting the pressure on g2 pawn like this? I mean, Black is spoiled with a lot of choices here. That's the only problem.
All right, so early days in this game, but it does appear as if Anish should be happy with the opening outcome with some pleasant choices for Black. Yes, Prag does have a little advantage on the clock, but Anish also with 5.5 minutes. I think there is a lot of pressure on, there's probably more pressure on Anish in this match than there is on Prag to sort of prove something in the upcoming games, and he feels like he's got the advantage with black. We'll see what happens. Peter, let's go to the most exciting board, which honestly is the Lev Duda game right now.
Yeah, because actually Duda probably knowing that he is strategically clearly worse, and he is also having a very bad clock situation. He goes for some direct attack. He wants to create some counterplay, very understandably. So after h5, bishop e4, he simply went for bishop takes h6. He just wants to get closer to black's king. But does this really work?
I mean, it's hard to imagine. Let's just take a look at what happens if black actually accepts this sacrifice. So let's say g takes h6. That's the first thing that we need to
that's
look
the
at.
first thing, and we will start with it. I just want to highlight that even a move like knight takes d4, threatening knight f3 check, is something that's really also a headache. But first, let's take a look what white wants after gh6. So queen takes h6 check will be played, and we can play bishop back to h7. We can play king g8. King g8, then knight f5 maybe.
Knight f. Let's see that line, Peter. It's a very interesting way how black and white can build an initiative. Knight f5 threatening knight e7. And the problem is if you grab on f5, the g file opens up, and then suddenly bishop f5, gf5, queen f5. There are all these. This is a nightmare for black, so he definitely should not go into this direction.
Yes, so instead of king g8, for example, a move like bishop h7 is quite tempting, because okay, the knight and the bishop beautifully protects. The knight protects the rook on f8. Where is the danger? And let's not forget, white's king is also very vulnerable. So maybe white
knight
just
f5, maybe
knight f5. Yeah, white follows it up with knight f5 and then threatens queen f6, knight h6, checkmate.
And this, and queen f6, knight e7 as well. I think, Peter, this could get a bit tricky. So bishop h6 is definitely not without venom. And I'm just wondering if knight d4, the initial move that you pointed out, suddenly looks way stronger.
Yes, because suddenly we create real threats against white's king. Okay, one can argue that king on h3 will be quite safe. Yeah, actually, thanks to this knight on g3, it's a place to hide. But I mean,
take on h6. I mean, let's say you go king h3. After g takes h6, queen takes h6. Suddenly, knight f5 will not be that big a threat because f5 will go with a check.
Yes, that's true. And do I have some rook c5? No, then bishop g2 check. Very important. Bishop g2 check you have.
Actually, bishop g2 check is quite a big threat. So rook c5, the point was that after queen c5, you wanted to take on e4 and make it a bit uncomfortable with a big threat. And no checks for black either in this position. Yes. So instead of that, after rook c5, bishop g2 is quite a key move.
Yeah, and wins the game. Yeah, the intermediate check, and then you take, and the knight can't join the party. So that's it. I mean, I'm really struggling to understand and also to believe that how Duda wants to get away after knight takes d4. But Levon goes actually just takes, king g8. He says like, you know what? I had 15 minutes on my clock. I had the time to calculate. Yeah, we see this line with knight f5. You just don't have to take.
So he goes rook e8, because rook e8, there's also rook c8 ideas. Like, let's just point out rook e8, knight. Yeah, you start with rook c8 probably, yeah?
Yeah, rook e8, rook c8. Threatening knight e7. So yes, you can still play maybe the move queen d7, but this is very artificial for black. I don't think that this is what Levon intends. So after knight f5, something like queen d8. Queen d8 was the original move, but then rook c8 comes.
But then queen h4 check.
Oh, no, knight protects. Sorry, the knight protects.
Yeah, rook c8 anyway. He goes rook e8, by the way. So he's played the move, defending on e7. And let's just take a look at that position with rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8 is going to be played, and okay, he's expecting to protect with queen d7.
Or queen b5 might be another way, because you threaten queen e2 as well.
Queen b5, yeah, queen b5. No, queen b5, knight e7 mate.
Oh,
it's mate. It's not check.
God.
It's a nice little check, sir. Yeah, please make a move. Yeah.
That is no little check, Peter. Okay, so queen d7 is pretty much forced.
Yeah, queen d7 pretty much forced. Yeah.
But maybe it's forced and good enough.
Yeah, because okay, we are covering the e7 square. It should be enough. I mean,
what about queen? Is queen f6? You can just go bishop f5.
Yes, I mean, we always have now bishop takes f5 idea. Okay, it's I mean, seeing that Levon has kind of played it so quickly, it shows that he had calculated everything, yeah, because now he's also threatening bishop takes f5, and then later after the knight moves, already rook e2 check is a big threat, checkmating white's king. Well spotted, well calculated.
And just look at our screen, Peter. Lev looks so relaxed and composed. Duda in big trouble here. And just the way it was handled, I mean, Lev was just blitzing out move after move. And then in that one critical moment when Duda went bishop h6, Lev slows down, calculates it till the end. And here we have this position, and it just feels like it was the flow, like everything clicked for Lev.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you have a great strategical position, then the tactics also should work in your favor. Yeah, that's kind of the gold rule. Yeah, it's like the golden rule from classics. Yeah, that put your pieces on the best squares and the tactics will come to you. Yeah, it's not like you shouldn't be running after tactics. The tactics should run to you. And I feel like this game also demonstrates that. Yeah, that strategically Black was doing better and White was doing the sacrifice out of desperation, not because he was so happy.
No, absolutely. It was definitely out of desperation and not a winning attempt. Duda shaking his head there. Queen d8. I thought queen b5 was also an interesting option, an idea we discussed earlier. Getting that queen onto e2. From queen d8, one thing is clear. Now queen h4 is something White has to watch out for. So the knight on f5 cannot move. Also, the queen might enter into the attack with queen to b8. And big update. There has been a turnaround in the Magnus game. Peter, Hans has worked his magic.
Well, I mean, I would not even call a turnaround. It was just like Hans outplayed Magnus. I mean, one really has to tell the truth, because I mean, simply Magnus was enjoying his possession. Yeah, he opted for this c4. We have seen that Computer was actually skeptical about this move c4. And it's one thing that Computer is skeptical, but you are playing against the world champion Magnus Carlsen, and Hans just systematically, very nicely grabbed the initiative, and apparently he's doing very well at the moment. I mean, about winning, I'm not sure. It just looks like it's wonderful possession, but it's still all to play for. But Black is in total control.
So no material advantage, but just complete domination on the board, as we can just move on and see the live position. Black has advanced that pawn to h4. Really a cramped position for White. Peter, you say it so calmly that Hans has outplayed Magnus, but that is no easy feat, especially with the black pieces. This is some amazing stuff.
Exactly. And yeah, Hans is going systematic. With bishop f8, he wants to get the bishop to e7. It will support the break with g5, g4, because the bishop needs to protect the pawn on h4. And after, for example, a 4 sequence of h take g4, queen take g4, then Black would be able to switch to a very dangerous attack. And Magnus immediately steps back with the knight to e1. He might be even going for a terrible looking f3 move and then try to hope that he will be able to get king h1, bishop g1 in. But if we are talking about such moves, such defensive moves, it already shows that, yeah, Magnus is trying to dig himself in. And Hans says he doesn't want to give any of it. He breaks with g4. Takes. And now the question, do you take with the queen or with the bishop? I mean, I'm assuming that taking with the queen is a little bit more natural, but I mean,
more tempting. No, you hit the rook on d1. He decides to go with the bishop.
Yeah, I mean, it's really up to the player. I mean, both look really tempting. One thing is important, not to spend too much time. Yeah, because the game is still just beginning. I mean, we know Magnus will put up incredible resistance. Yeah, so it would be too foolish to spend here too much time deciding between queen g4 and bishop g4.
Also, bishop h6 is always in the air, right? You can hit that rook on e3, and d3 is weak. So the bishop from f8, once it does get to h6, will become quite a powerhouse. And where do you move your rook? Because you can't go rook d2, rook c1 because of these threats.
Yeah, I mean, for example, something like rook d2 and then bishop h6, f4 would be a terrible weakening. Yeah.
Very weakening. So he decides to not move the rook, plays the move f3, but this also weakens the position quite a bit, and Black can still play bishop h6.
Yeah, he's trying to stabilize the light squares.
After bishop h6, you might have rook e4, although I don't know how you evaluate rook e4, queen e4.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, rook e4, queen e4, fe4 takes on d1. I mean, also
like Black.
Also looks very strong for Black, yeah, because Actually, the knight has no moves. Yeah, it's tied to the d3 pawn. Maybe I even have to play king f2 to stop bishop e2, because otherwise bishop e2 wins the game.
Exactly, and the bishop on h2 is also quite a dead piece for the time being.
Yeah, no, I mean, Magnus in a lot of trouble, but yeah, Hans just goes back bishop f5. No reason to calculate anything with 4 minutes on the clock. Yeah, Magnus goes f4.
Magnus going deeper and deeper into the chair and into the sorrows of his position with that move f4, weakening it more. But what else could he do? Because bishop h6 was such a big threat. And now black can also just post his rook on d4, because the knight from e1 can't really jump to f3.
Yeah, bishop h6. Yeah, putting,
I like this move.
Yeah, putting the pressure, and look at the way how Magnus is sitting at the board. I mean, at his screen. I mean, it just shows that he's disgusted with his position. I mean, this is a catastrophic position. He knows it. Yeah, the king is vulnerable. The bishop is terrible. The structure is very bad. I mean, weakness on d3. He's tied with his rook to defense. It's always a problem that you have a weakness, a pawn weakness, which you can't protect with the pawn. Yeah, then your pieces are forever tied to that defense. The rook on e3 is also kind of hanging on in there to defend the d3 pawn, the knight on e1, queen. I mean, all of white's pieces are tied to one defense of this is stupid weakness on d3, and black has all the time in the world and also the space advantage to regroup and eventually start a big attack on the king side.
It just looks like everything is playing in Hans's favor right now. But again, he needs to watch out that clock, because he has to find that moment to really break through in the position. And Peter, we know that Magnus, regardless of how he looks on the camera, he's not going to make it easy. You have to win with him, against him on every move. You give him one chance to get out and he'll take it. And look at that, good or bad, he's trying to complicate things. He tries to bring the queen onto the attack with queen a5, hitting on that c5 pawn. And with that, big questions to Hans. Does he capture on d3, or does he simply fall back with the bishop? And
yeah, well, all counterattacks with queen g4, yeah?
Queen g4, and the point is that after knight f3, there's always h3, which is really annoying.
Yeah, and queen g4 on the board. Yeah, also the pawn on f4 is loose. Yeah, so Magnus had to play rook f3, and look at this, the computer.
Bishop e4? What about
bishop e4? That's it.
Bishop e4 would be just, you lose material here, because let's just have that move on the board. You can't take on e4. The rook on d1 is pinned. You can't move that f3 rook. The d1 rook is hanging. Chat, will Hans play bishop e4?
On the board.
On the board. Well done, Hans.
Wow, I think Hans will be super pleased with this. I mean, after all what happened yesterday and losing the match 3-0, and probably many people, you know, he was also reading the commentary that, okay, they were like, after losing, you are complaining. I mean, there you have it. I mean, Hans is an incredible fighter. Barnes is back against the champion.
This is amazing. Just as I was saying that it's not easy to beat Magnus, he goes queen a5 and Hans immediately goes queen g4. And look at Magnus. He is, like you mentioned, quite disgusted with the way this game has gone. That too with the white pieces. Defeating Magnus Carlsen like this is no joke. And this is just an amazing game from the beginning by Hans Niemann.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, it's... I'm really happy for him. I mean, I know what he has been through yesterday, and okay, this is wonderful, and it will also give us the chance to see how Magnus will try to bounce back after the heavy loss. Yeah, because yesterday's match actually was too smooth after what we have seen in the first two games. Yeah, so it's a big test for Magnus as well.
Also, just a big update, Peter. The Alireza Leko Liam game has ended in a draw. There wasn't much of action that happened there, as we predicted that Liam seemed very comfortable out of the opening, traded the right pieces, the pawn structure, and that one has ended in a draw. Meanwhile, the Prague Anish game is still on. Should we get a quick update on that?
Yeah, let's have an update. Of course, it's also very difficult to move away from Hans beating Magnus, because, okay, this is incredible news for American chess. I mean, the US chess. I mean,
sure.
The youngster, the young prodigy. I mean, if you look at Hans, you don't feel like how young he is. Yeah, but he's incredibly young.
We can quickly jump back to it. Just what is the evaluation here and who is better on the Prague board? All right, let's stay with this one.
Yeah, let's stay. We also got the news that Levon actually confidently converted that piece of possession. So he wins, and all eyes on Hans. Yeah, and also, yeah, he goes for straightforward play. he's about to force Magnus to resign. I mean, rook d1.
Let's have the players on our screen as well. Hans and Magnus. This is quite a big moment, as you pointed out. Hans Niemann, whose rating has been skyrocketing over the last year, has been playing some phenomenal chess, and this, as you mentioned, would be a big win for the American junior.
Yeah, very important win. And the problem for Magnus is that, I mean, okay, all his pieces are terrible. Usually you can be exchange down, but you have some compensation, you have some play. I mean, here you don't have anything. You just try to, rook e3.
And if you support it, this is amazing. You go queen d2, you go rook e1, queen e1, queen g2 mate.
Of course, yeah. You're gonna do it, and I wonder how Magnus is trying to keep the game going at all.
I don't think you can. He goes king f2, and even you can just go bishop f4 here.
It feels like you can do whatever you want. I mean, it's just
maybe
incredible.
Just h takes g. There are so many options. There's h takes g2. There's bishop f4. Hans just needs to stay calm, and he goes for I think bishop f4 was just so direct, and that is Magnus Carlsen resigns.
Wow, incredible power performance by Hans. Well done.
This was such a power-packed game, and there we have Magnus heading back. As we mentioned, Peter, yesterday as well, there is a resting area for players between the games. It's on the same floor as the arena, and we see the players rushing there only a couple of minutes, 10 minutes before the start of the next game. So very little time to actually recover. But what a start for Hans Niemann.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And it will be also very difficult for Magnus to readjust his strategy, because now he will try to create risk with the black pieces. It's going to be very tough. I mean, whenever you lose first game, and especially with the white pieces, it just kills your whole match strategy, because it wasn't part of the plan for sure.
Not at all. And a lot of appreciation coming in for Hans in our chat as well. Keep that going, chat, because Hans deserves every bit of it. It's not just the result, but simply how dominating he was from start to finish in that game. We've got this game still on. Anish proclaiming that he will be babysitting Prague. As far as I can see right now, Peter, black seems to be doing fine. I do not like white's pawn structure at all with these two double pawns, but then white will win that extra a6 pawn. But I don't think it's going to be able to come to anything simply because of the ridiculous pawn structure that white has.
Yeah, I mean, of course, white will be simply happy to survive this game. And it feels like he should be able. I mean, it's ugly pawns, but extra. I mean, one of them is an extra pawn. Yeah, so there is also an argument that do you try to play bishop d5, but then eventually maybe black will be able to get something, some counterplay on the second rank. So yeah, Prague just grabs on a6, and I believe he will set up some fortress. For example, if we just start to chase this rook, because if we trade one pair of rooks, then the game is automatically over. So for example, after rook ac1, you kind of have to play rook cb3, but then bishop c8 will be already probably also strong. Rook c1 on the board.
It's the kind of position where white has the extra pawn, but is very happy to simplify and bail out.
Of course, yeah. I mean, if you have extra pawn like this, you are enjoying the extra pawn because it will give you some safety, and then Anish takes on c1. I'm not really expecting, I mean, white will put king on f2, bishop somehow will get back to f3. Anish will play, of course Anish will play. There is just no reason why you shouldn't be playing this for black a little bit. But of course, the outcome is quite obvious that it's going to be a draw.
And I think it makes all the difference that all the pawns are on one wing. Let's say that there were an additional pawn on the queen side as well, then suddenly black could definitely try for more because of white's pawn structure.
Exactly. I mean, the bishop on e6 is such a wonderful piece, because it's very nicely protected by the pawn on f7, and it eyes also the queen side. The only problem is that there is nothing on the queen side anymore. So white will just be able, goes for bishop c8, disbalancing this bishop. Okay, if Anish trades the bishop, that's basically agreeing to a draw. The big question is, can he hide this bishop at all somewhere?
It looks tough because after bishop d5, there's always this rook c5 stuff, which is annoying.
Exactly, yeah. So Anish goes g6. So now we're going to see bishop e6, rook e6, and then king f2. Okay, I think that Anish, because he plays against a very young Prague, he might try a couple of moves, but
it doesn't feel like a real try, this position.
No, not at all, yeah.
It really
it's
does.
going to be repetition.
Yeah, I think it's just about finding that way to repeat, and there we have it. And this one ends in a draw. Both players can be happy with the start. It was a well-fought game. Anish with the black pieces definitely had no problem throughout. But Peter, the standout performance for today's round one has to be Hans's game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's also very instructive, because we talked about this position. It looked like, okay, white is the one who could eventually claim some advantage, and after bishop f5 the pawn move, and everybody always tells that be careful with pawn moves because you can't move the pawn back, and from a stable structure with the pawn on c2 protecting the d3 pawn, suddenly after c4 white had an eternal weakness on d3. The reason why Magnus took this into account because he felt like his other piece activity will compensate for it, and that was the reason why we were kind of in shock when in like 5-6 moves later, we have seen that his pieces, I mean, this was very crucial that black was able to grab this tempo with h6, bishop f4, g5, forcing white to lose the grip of the position. The bishop on g6 is already a headache. Then rook d8, h3, king g8, followed by this queen g6 maneuver was also very instructive because here, when we saw queen g6, eyeing the d3 pawn plus opening up the way for this h5, h4, plus e6 cementing the structure, and then black is coming from bishop f8, bishop e7, g4, or if he gets the chance to push g4 immediately as in the game, then he does it. The bishop then retreats to h6, and white is in a very ugly spot. Incredibly well played by Hans.
Super game. And I thought even the way Lev won his first game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, both these wins were just all about asserting dominance from start to finish. Whether it was the opening phase, the middle game, just very impressive stuff. And let's quickly bring on our update of the scores. We've had 2 draws and 2 decisive games. 3 games still remain in each of the matches. Alireza Liam was a very peaceful, I think the only peaceful game of the day. We didn't have much of a chance to look at it because really nothing super exciting happened in that one. Liam had it under control from the very beginning with the black pieces. Anish Prag as well, a bit of a fight there. It looked like Anish got a good position out of the opening. There was knight on f4 forming a bind on the king side as well as Prag's bishop, but then Prag was resourceful and managed to draw the first game. The 2 big games, Magnus and Jan-Krzysztof Duda on the receiving end of this one, with Hans and Levon taking the lead in their match.
Yeah, wow. I mean, actually, if we have a little time, we can come back to this Alireza versus Liam game just for a second, because I think that maybe the move that Liam has played is some kind of a big novelty. I mean, after bishop d3, white is putting the pressure on b5. Yeah, this is the big thematic theme of this variation. And then Liam answered it by ignoring this, giving up the structure. Normally, this is a catastrophical decision, to give up the center like this. I mean, give up the queen side like this, and you will have a vulnerable pawn on a6, but it's justified by this timely break with d6, d5. And after that, we have seen some forced tradings in the center, d takes e5, knight e4, everything gets traded off, and it's kind of force. Look, a4 takes e4 and knight takes d5. This is the key motive that suddenly the tactics work in black's favor, because if you take queen takes d8, then black has the intermediate knight takes f3, g takes f3, and then rook e takes d8, and the position is fine. Or if you play like happened in the game after knight e5, you take first on e5, then Liam is able to take on d1 and take with the rook on e5, eliminating all the problems. Yes, there is a structure deficit, but black has a terrible, I mean, white has a terrible bishop against a very good bishop, so it more than compensates. And it was clear that the results will actually end up in a draw here. So great preparation by Liam.
Very nicely handled. Chad is asking about the mark on Prag's forehead, and it's quite common in India. It's sort of like a holy mark of blessing. And I think before the game, it's Prag's coach Ramesh who's here, and they put it on the forehead as a prayer, as a blessing, and just to bring good luck to the player. Seems to be working.
Yes, seems to be working. I mean, extremely well. Yeah. I mean, okay, I have to say that, Anish was super impressive in the opening as usual. Yeah, I mean, he got the upper hand with the black pieces. I mean, he very easily equalized and was maybe the one who was putting pressure. It's also like very funny that this is a position which is a typical anti-Berlin with the white bishop on b5 and the pawn on a7. But here the pawn moves a6 and this bishop retreat, bishop a4 probably works more in black's favor. And we have seen that very quickly. Anish actually just got a very nice position. Bishop g5, knight d8, also very thematic. Knight d8, knight e6. And that's how the knight very quickly reached f4. Super play by Anish. I'm just feeling like, you know, whatever I see in the openings from Anish, I'm such a big fan, but finally the final outcome of the game is not exactly what that he deserves with all his great play. I mean, he gets the initiative with black. I mean, yeah, white is already, you see the last three moves had been bishop g5, bishop h4, bishop g3, while black was actually making so much more progress with this knight regrouping. Bishop d6 protecting the pawn indirectly because the pawn on e5 cannot be taken. For example, okay, bishop e5 takes, black can probably decide between knight c5 or knight f4 to win a piece. So this pawn is taboo. White played knight
b2.
e5,
then there's knight c5 in this
yes,
position.
exactly. If white takes the pawn on with the knight, then knight c5, attacking the bishop, and the bishop attacks the knight. So Prague had to kind of play the move knight bd2 and then suddenly knight h5 and this position looked quite unpleasant. But then for some reason Anish decided to retreat with the knight to f6. Maybe it's still kind of correct. I just felt like it's not that ambitious. Yeah, it was a little bit losing the momentum. Knight g6, bishop g3, c5. Okay, anyway, nice. I mean, clear advantage. So I understand why he was kind of very happy with this c5 break. But somehow Prague, yeah, these young guys, yeah, they are always finding some counterplay. They are calculating. They are not getting, you know, this feeling that, oh my God, I got outplayed. And I think this is a clear thing from the older generation, yeah, that we hate to be outplayed because we feel like then we lost the battle or something. I don't think that the young generation really cares because they know that, okay, I got outplayed the opening, no big problem. I will be very focused. I will make up to it in the middle game. And Prague went on to defend this position.
But I just feel that this whole narrative is quite common with Anish, no? Where he plays this amazing game from the start. He often gets these great positions, and it just feels like this is such high quality chess. But that moment of breaking through or of actually being able to convert that, very often it kind of gets lost somewhere.
Yes, I think that he also, the problem is that he puts an incredible high standard in his games in the first part, yeah, that he plays like unbelievable level, yeah, like 3000 level, and it's very difficult to maintain that, yeah. And then he tries to control everything. He tries to play a perfect game, but it's very difficult to play a perfect game, yeah. So those players who take it maybe a little bit more light, yeah, they don't put these incredible standards, but they are more in like, okay, let's just play somehow. Maybe for them it's easier, you know, to get that final punch in than someone like Anish who tries to really play a fantastic game. I mean, like you can't fault a single move, but you can't control everything in 15 minutes.
Yes, indeed. I think especially in this time format, that's incredibly tough. We're going to take a quick break before round 2, but let me just quickly see what's going on in chat as well. Peter, again, a lot of appreciation for Hans coming in. And while we're on a break, I think let's run a poll, because many would have probably picked Magnus as a favorite, but I want to see now, what do you guys think? Do you think Magnus can actually make a comeback in this match? We're finding a very angry, a very motivated Hans today on the board, a dominating performance with the black pieces in round 1. So let's run that poll going. And meanwhile, we're going to go on a short break and be right back.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to know.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Welcome back, everyone. What a round one we've had. Magnus Carlsen lost his game against Hans Niemann, and in what style Hans Niemann played, super impressive. The same goes for Levon. Just amazing chess from start to finish by both these players. The other two games ended in a draw. Peter, I'm going to check what are our poll results, what chat feels about Magnus making a comeback. What do you think the world champ needs to do to make that happen?
Well, I mean, somehow to forget about this incredible disaster that struck him in the first game. It won't be easy. I mean, losing with the white pieces and giving the momentum to his opponent. Hans, we know that he's very emotional. If he gets the control, if he gets confident, then he is capable of playing brilliant chess. And this is what I'm expecting now. So it will be very, very tough for Magnus to bounce back. Of course, he's the champion. We know that he has been in situation like this, but it's going to be super tough to come back.
Ritvik saying he's a comeback king, but Hans is more motivated than ever after yesterday's game. Totally agree with that. Also, Peter, do you think it's a possibility that after everything that happened yesterday, seeing this interview, Magnus might have taken Hans a little lightly in today's first game?
It could be. I mean, maybe not even the interview, but the combination of the interview plus the 3-0 score in Duda's favor against Hans, it might have indicated, and we have seen it with Hans before, that sometimes after losing a couple of games and being too emotional, he continued on tilt, yeah? And this is what I feel like it's very impressive, that Hans said, no, it's maybe very nice that I have the chance to play against the world champion Magnus Carlsen, because this is my moment. Yeah, I can make some sensation if I pull myself together and surprise Magnus. And that's what he has done in the first game. I mean, now the match is completely open. I mean, at least Hans has 50% chance, but let's take a look at the poll.
The poll says they believe in their world champion, Peter. 77% to Magnus making a comeback. I think we've seen that happen so many times. And it was definitely a cold shower for Magnus this game one. He needs to get his act together, be completely focused, because he knows that Hans is indeed super motivated. This is how round one went. Alireza and Liam ended in a draw, as did Prag and Anish. A big game coming up in this match, because Anish now starts with the white pieces.
Yeah, Anish starts with the white pieces. Okay, he's usually always no, I thought that Anish has played. No, it's Liam. Again, Liam against Alireza is the first game to start, and they will be blitzing out their moves while the others are catching up. But wow, no, we have to jump right in there to Hans Niemann against Magnus Carlsen. Hans actually went for e4, and Magnus sticks to the French after yesterday beating Anish in a very important game with it.
And that was quite a shocker from Magnus, that he chose the French. We don't see him often. I mean, Magnus, we've seen him play everything under the sun, but French is an opening that we haven't seen that much by him. He's played it on day one against Anish and repeats it.
But come on, Hans, go knight c3. I want to see Magnus's preparation. I want to see what Magnus had in store for us after knight c3. Come on, no, knight d2. Of course, it's a very reasonable move. I perfectly understand. I just wanted to get this, you know. My professional interest was that, okay, where is Magnus going? Is it bishop b4? Is it knight f6? We're not going to find out today.
Well, we might not find out today, but we might find out on another day, because it seems like French is something that Magnus has up his sleeve for this tournament. And also Hans has to be prepared for this. He's definitely seen the game against Anish, so he knows he has a direction that he wants to take this onto. No knight c3 in this one, knight d2, takes on d4. Peter, take us through this opening.
Yeah, well, basically, I think also the explanation for knight d2 is quite simple, that Hans is relatively new to e4. I mean, he was a strictly d4 knight f3 player, I think, and only recently, like in the last half a year, I believe he was starting to experiment with e4. And after e6, d4, d5, in order to be able to play third move knight c3, you have to know so much. Yeah, it took me years and years to really feel comfortable. After all those incredible amount of works, I actually feel myself super confident there. But I mean, you really need time. And if you don't have that time, then of course knight d2 gives you much more stability. You have to know much less theory, and suits his tournament situation, I mean match situation also perfectly, that maybe he gets some tiny little pressure and then tries to do something with a little pressure instead of going for some very, very long, complicated forced lines where you have to know everything move per move.
Speaking of forced lines and move per move, interesting opening in the Alireza Liam game as well. At Tarash, they started as. Peter, do you want to take a quick look at that one?
Yeah, well, just because here we are getting this structure, and you ask actually me to explain a little bit what's going on, and I somehow anticipated that we're gonna see this position. And now that we got this position, now let me tell you a couple of things. So here it might look a bit strange that what is this, that after knight c6, white plays the move bishop b5. And after bishop d7, he trades on c6. And after b takes c6, he comes back with the bishop to d3. But the idea is to claim that the bishop on d7 is actually inferior to being on c8. Because if it's on c8, then maybe some a5, bishop a6 ideas, trading the bad bishop would be much more easy, or even maybe queen b6 and bishop a6, yeah? And white lures that bishop to d7. He wants to rely on this structure. We're going to play short castle, queen e2, and eventually maybe c4, break the structure. This is a position that actually we have been discussing with Peter Svidler during our Olympiad broadcast, because there were a couple of games for this position. And also Anish has done a chessable course on this position. So it was very interesting to combine and compare what the players were doing and what Anish was giving the course. And Magnus goes bishop d6, queen e2. Yeah, so it's a big theoretical debate.
All right, a big theoretical debate, and we can see a different kind of a Magnus on screen here. He definitely looks like he knows it's going to be a tough match ahead of him, and he can't just take this as lightly as perhaps he did game one. Peter, let's move on and take a look at some of the other boards. Action is on throughout, and I want to jump to the Prague Anish board if quickly we could take a look at that, because it feels like a reverse Benoni.
Exactly. This is always so tricky and so complicated to evaluate that whom does it favor. Yeah, first of all, it clearly favors the player who has more experience with the structure. Yeah, for example, now I believe one of the things that white is also trying to get that to jump with the knight to e5. But look at this, Prague is blitzing out a move like bishop e7 to c5. I mean, if this is not a preparation, you need at least 2 hours to think about it, or maybe 2 weeks. So it's really signals to me that Prague very much knows what he's doing here.
And Anish looks like he doesn't have a clue about this move, because he's really gone into a bit of a think tank. Prague has got about 16.5 minutes on the clock. And Peter, you're surprised about bishop c5. And the reason for that is often because when white does manage to get a3, b4, it does hit the bishop on c5. What is it that black wants by posting it to this vulnerable spot?
Yeah, well, definitely wants to make sure that this whole knight c2 and eventual a3, b4 moves will never come. Yeah, because if it comes, then it will be terrible news for black. So I'm expecting that he wants to, yeah, if the knight moves back to c2, follow it up with a5. He might also want to make sure that his d4 pawn is kind of protected, and he's anticipating the move knight e5, because this knight e5 will be probably the key move in this position. And for example, just, yeah, knight e5 on the board. And we might be seeing some trade on e5 and then knight d7 tempo, protecting the bishop, and then black will try to go e65 maybe. Very interesting. I mean, it's a new development. I mean, this is modern chess. It's some new age. And look at still blitzing. Can you believe this?
Still blitzing, I can believe it. Prague's got some crazy prep, and I think he's in that zone and momentum of having that kind of prep from the Olympiad as well. Bishop d2, so white really wants to get b4, and that's a committal decision. He takes the knight on a3.
Yeah, takes. Usually this is a very risky approach, but if he gets b6, bishop b7 in, then he will be slightly better. I mean, if someone, then only black can be better. And now we also see the point behind rook e8, that a move like bishop f4 can now be answered by e65, thanks to the knight and the rook protecting the e5 square. So very it's some super smart play by Prague.
That's actually a really nice subtlety. Before grabbing on a3, you make sure that you're ready with e5 to defend that rook on b8. So rook e8, a tough move to understand, but now it all makes sense. And after rook b8, Anish still going into a thing, because if black manages to trade off the light squared bishop, then black's doing really well. White has to find a way of fighting that. Does he start with a4, a5 already? Let's say if you go a4, b6 and go a5?
Well, I think that I simply don't care. I mean, I just ignore. I followed my plan. I'm gonna play bishop b7. I mean, if I get rid of these bishops, I mean, then white's king side will be vulnerable. The king on g1 with the pawn on g3. The pawn on d3 will be also vulnerable. I mean, yeah, Anish has to go into a deep think here to really understand the finesses of this position. I don't think that you can really decide by just playing some hand move here.
And look at the clock, Anish down to 11 minutes while Prague is on 17 minutes. Peter, we'll come back and see how Anish fights this clear and direct paths that Prague has with b6, bishop b7. Let's continue on our opening tour. And I see that Alireza has gone for Wesley So's favorite opening.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen yesterday Alireza playing the Berlin defense, which turned out to be a rook e1 Berlin, and now today he also plays this very solid new Tarash. I mean, this neutral c-takes d5, c-takes d4 exploded in popularity in last year in 2021. I mean, and also already such players like dynamic players like Jan Nepomniachtchi, Mamed Yarov, I mean, Alireza, I mean, they have also picked it up. Yeah, it was really Wesley So who started out, but now the people really got attracted to it because Black is holding his ground and it's quite simple play. Yeah, so it's also something that in modern chess might be very sympathetic, that, you know, that it limits White's options. Yeah, it really limits White's options. So I see the reason why people got really attracted to it.
Also, Peter, I don't think we had the chance and the opportunity to mention this on the stream, but from chat and myself, congratulations on Jan's brilliant performance as the candidate. We know you were part of his team. It was a brilliant show by Jan. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, of course, super happy for Jan. And this is also kind of the idea and I'm enjoying that he's becoming more universal. Yeah, everybody knows that he's super good in dynamic play and in sharp, chaotic positions and so on, but he's also willing to take on some boring positions. Yeah, it's I'm liking this because I think in order to become absolutely the best, then you have to be universal. Yeah, you have to adjust to your opponents also. And it's kind of nice. For example, how many games did Jan win with the Petrov? Yeah, with the Russian defense. It's just incredible. People would be thinking that how come Jan plays the Petrov, but look at his results. Yeah, I mean, he wins so many games. Yeah. And I think it's so important to be this well-rounded universal player to actually go on to become the world champion at some point, because you can't just play one type of chess. And this is also what we've seen from Magnus. I think he's one of the biggest example of being a universal player. Yes, absolutely. I mean, okay, because it gives you also the chance to adjust to your opponent. Yeah, and you always have to see and sense the moment that in this concrete situation against a certain opponent, how you should be approaching the game, and in order to do that, you have to be familiar with this kind of situation. It's and also interesting that Alireza, we have seen him super aggressive at the candidates. Yeah, and now suddenly in this tournament, he's trying to kind of experiment with some completely different openings. Yeah, I think it's kind of a conscious decision for him to try to get more practice in some dried position, which is not yet his cup of tea. Makes a lot of sense. Peter, I want to ask you one thing that I remember watching Jan's interview after Magnus announced that he will not be playing the World Championship. And Jan was quite disappointed because he was really looking forward to that second chance, to that chance to fight again for the World Championship title against Magnus. As a team, how did you receive that news and what was the feeling like? Yeah, well, it was definitely a very special moment and a very sad moment, because it really was like, you know, driving force fighting for the candidates, and okay, that, yeah, give us this second match, you know, I mean, okay, somehow we also felt like the match was so unlucky. I mean, the final score didn't do any justice that what happened in the first part of the match, yeah, which was very, very even. Jan had his chances. Then this incredible dramatic 6 game, which basically, in my opinion, decided the match. Yeah, it was the longest game in history, and so it was very emotional, and it turned out to be crucial. And I don't count any other games after that. For me, the match finished basically at the moment when Magnus was leading 3.5, 2.5. And I felt like, okay, now we get a second chance to, you know, to bounce back and to challenge Magnus. I felt kind of some emptiness. Yeah, I felt like, you know, okay, yeah, this cannot be true. But that's the new situation. We also have to adjust to it and, okay, take it step by step. As a player and as a fan of the game, I completely relate to what you're saying. And it's always so inspiring to see that the best players in the world want to fight for the top title against the best player of the world. So it was definitely disappointing. Also, I think not many of us actually expected Magnus to go through with that decision, even though he spoke about it very honestly for months preceding it. But at some point, the hope was that he would change his mind and it would be a different decision, or there would be more negotiations. But it wasn't to be. And of course, that would have been a rematch that we all would have been very excited about. But the world champion knows what he's doing, and we'll see what happens. But a big congratulations to you, Peter. It was amazing to see Jan's performance there. Yeah, thanks a lot once again. And here we see Magnus. Yeah, I mean, look at this. The computer already believes in his position.
I mean, apparently some bishop h2 check, but I'm believing that Hans is anticipating bishop h2 check. So after bishop h2, of course, he won't take because recapturing the bishop would run into queen c7 check, losing the very important bishop on c5. So something like king h1, and then hoping to activate the rooks, because after all, these bishops are very strong.
You can't even go bishop d6 because of the pin along the d5.
Exactly. Yeah, you can't really return because of rook d1. And I'm kind of curious that then how should black really use the momentum, because it does feel like Hans was just not very well prepared. I mean, for this kind of stuff, it's a very fashionable line. What happened here? Queen e2, knight e7, e5, bishop c7. Yeah, it gives all this kind of dynamics to Magnus. You shouldn't be giving this because he's just so good when he gets a chance to do something. Knight f3, d takes c4, bishop c4, castles. Yeah, he gets the d5 square. I mean, it's like a lovely Caro-Kann. I mean, that's what I somehow first relate to in this position. And yeah, Hans goes for bishop e3, very concrete action. The only weak spot is the pawn on c5, so he tries to put it under pressure, but Magnus goes for this very direct takes on e5, and it all comes down now to some tactical battle after bishop takes e5, that how black can try to seize the initiative, or will he be able to seize the initiative?
Peter, this line that you mentioned with bishop h2, king h1 definitely looks like something that white wants here. What happens if black starts with queen c7, hitting that bishop and threatening on h2? Do you have to take on e7?
Wow. I mean, okay, because I was assuming that this case probably I can just simplify with bishop e7, but
then I take on h2 first.
Yeah, but then I will play g3 anyway.
Yeah, queen e7, g3. So I have to take I have to take the bishop on e7.
Yes, and because of course, yeah, this was the trick also, that why I was speechless for a second. Yeah, that this is nice tactics, but luckily I have g3.
G3 saves the day. So what about bishop e7, queen e7? And does this, it's opposite colored bishop. Is this anything for black, considering b2 is weak and queen c7? Now bishop h2 is a real threat. It might not be so comfortable to defend both the pawns, actually. Queen
exactly,
h4
yeah. And queen h4 is also kind of a double attack on the bishop and on checkmate.
That's huge.
Yeah, it's...
And maybe this isn't very comfortable for white, despite being an opposite color bishop position. White, in all probability, will have to fight a pawn down position.
Yeah, and fighting a pawn down when you have this incredible useful pawn on e6. Yeah, this gives all the stability. Yeah, because white's bishop is actually biting on a granite. Yeah, this construction pawn f7 e6 is so effective, and against this light squared bishop, and black's bishop and Magnus goes queen c7.
On the board, Peter, on the board, queen c7 played, and bishop e7 immediately. There was just no other move because of the double attack against the bishop and the pawn on h2. And Magnus doesn't even blink, simply recaptures on e7. And once, well, the first time today at least, it looks like Hans is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he goes queen e2, so he's trying to protect the bishop. I mean, yeah, protect the bishop and protect the pawn. And yeah, it was kind of a nice little retreat. Magnus goes queen c7 and g3, bishop takes b2. Wow, so this queen c7, queen takes e7, queen c7 back dance was spectacular, and Magnus found it.
That's actually a really nice maneuver. Peter, can we just show that one more time?
It's so incredibly instructive. I mean, this is what the eagle eye of computer had spotted probably immediately, but Magnus spending some time and spotting this incredible finesse. Yeah, queen c7, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn on h2. So white is forced to take on e7. And one could argue that, yeah, if we don't use the momentum with bishop h2, we will miss out on something, but it does not work. So we have to take back on e7. And probably Hans had foreseen this, that, wow, queen e2 actually stops everything. Somehow I'm protecting everything back. And Magnus sees deeper. Yeah, queen c7, threatening bishop takes h2 check, so there is no other move than g3. In this case, now black can take on b2 because the bishop on c4 is hanging. Wow, very nice play by the champion.
Super stuff. I mean, queen c7 you can still understand because it hits the two pieces at the same time, but this Remaneuvering of the queen to the same square and calculating this entire sequence of moves and realizing that you're ending up with an extra pawn is impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and we see that the computer was a little bit confused. The computer maybe wanted to take on b2. It's a very sad move, but basically saying that, you know what, yes, we are pawn down, but here maybe we have better drawing chances because we tried to get active with looks. Of course, it's a very bad position. It's pawn down, but computer believe that it's a bigger chance than the opposite colored position, because seemingly opposite colored position is always, the humans tend to think that this is very drawish or it gives drawish chances, but it also gives big advantage to the one who is having the chance to attack. And now with the pawn bishop on d4 and this pawn on e6, so it's clear that white's bishop is basically useless, while black's bishop on d4 will forever be putting a pressure on the f2 pawn.
Wow, amazing stuff. But this one's going to be a long grind, and to defend this one, Hans is going to have to show some super technique and might need a bit of luck. Peter, I've got my eye out on the Alireza board. It started with that new Tarrasch line that you mentioned that often is used for attacking aggressive players to try and become more universal. But I see the position that Alireza has managed to get, and it looks like the initiative is on black's side here.
Exactly. I mean, this kind of new Tarrasch should not be underestimated. I very much remember, you know, that Wesley joined us, I think, during the Skilling Open in the first event when he played it. And he was so polite and he was showing so much. He was asking me that, probably Peter knows a lot about this, and he was asking my opinion. But in fact, I believe that Wesley was inventing this system on that moment. Yeah, before I really haven't seen it. And ever since, I'm keeping an eye on it, and I'm impressed how well black is doing. I mean, seemingly some bad structure and everything, but a lot of dynamics. And look at this, Alireza has all the chances to get the lead, maybe, yeah, with all his active pieces.
He's down a pawn, but it really doesn't seem to matter at all, because look at that rook on c2 on the 7th rank. The knight on d2 is pinned. It's just all about black's knight, or as Levon calls them, the horses, to come into power. But Peter, what's the route for that? How do you improve the position of the knights?
Yeah, well, I mean, there are so many tempting options. I mean, first of all, I would like to combine something, I don't know, knight e5 or knight b6 with rook d7, yeah, to put some more pressure on this knight on d2, making sure that white will be forced to play rook hd1, for example. And then we'll never have the chance to play rook ac1 because of tactics. Rook d7 takes d2, and then the rook on c1 will be hanging. So this is Peter, also some kind of a temptation.
That's a really cute tactic, potential tactic in the position. Let's just illustrate that with some moves. Knight e5, let's say you go rook d1 here, trying to control the d2 square, and after rook d7, rook c1. Whenever white tries to trade off a pair of rooks to reduce the pressure, there's this beautiful little tactic with rook d2, and then you pick up the rook on c1. So white doesn't even have this option.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a very nasty kind of dynamic in the position, yeah, because one could argue that black is not threatening anything. Yes, it's true, but what kind of move you can make from the white side? Yeah, the king can never really move to e1 because then knight d3 check is coming. Yeah, you don't want to let that happen. Then maybe knight b2 wins material on the spot. I mean, there are all kinds of problems. So I'm not sure exactly where to jump with the knight, but somehow this knight e5 potentially also having this knight d3 and rook d7 is somehow very charming.
All right, so it looks like Liam could be in some trouble in this game. Alireza having a think. He does look quite relaxed on the camera. A knight e5, a move that looks very strong, Peter. And I think that's definitely the kind of move that Alireza wants to make in this situation. We'll come back and take a look at this. Let's go over to the Levon Duda board. I have it in front of me. And of course, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is trailing Lev after that disastrous loss in round 1. But I feel like it's sort of a dream position that black has gotten in this. Look at that knight on f5. The queen and the rook lined up in the center, and the pawn structure. White's bishop on f2 forever just destined to defend that pawn on d4. It feels like all the dynamics are in black's favor. At some point, he can try and break in the center or on the king side with h4. I don't know where exactly he can break from. Maybe the queen can come to a3, but it looks like white is going to be on the defense throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we would have Levon in our studio and we would show him this position, he would say, yeah, white has a terrible position. I mean, okay, this is really strategically very bad. On the other hand, still, Yes, black has everything. Black is super happy. Black is clearly better. But how really do we break through? I believe that in such positions, often you have to be super patient. Yeah, I mean, just pretending in doing something, making your opponent nervous. Yeah, and maybe you are just making some small little moves, you know, that improve your position, and then you drive your opponent crazy. And then your opponent gives you the chance and then you strike. Yeah, so you don't have to even think about how do I win. Just ask the question, how do we improve the position?
Also, just a quick update. We won't go back to it, but Alireza has played your move knight e5. So Liam definitely needs to think what he needs to do there. Peter, let's get an update on the Prague Anish board as well. And oh, wow, that's an interesting position.
Yeah, I think like Anish has at least, I'm very happy that he got a direction. Yeah, that he managed to somehow get a position where everything makes sense for white side as well. Yeah, because we see that black managed to trade the light square bishops, and then one has the feeling that white is risking. I don't feel that now with the bishop on d6 and with the rook on b5, white is risking anything. The move rook d8 might actually run into some c5. I don't know. I'm very tempted to play the move c5 here.
Black's dream is try to get that knight from c6 to e5, but it's never going to happen.
Exactly. It's not going to happen. And I'm really curious that how Prague wants to react to c5. B takes c5, queen c5, knight a7. Is
Maybe
that
you can start with knight a7 and just knight a7.
No, but then we take on b6.
No, but d6 is yeah, you can let's just show that line, Peter. Knight a7, rook b6, rook into b6, cb6, takes on d6, and there's a back rank issue there.
There is some back rank issue. Okay, maybe black is in time, but it's very risky, yeah, very dangerous. However, Anish came back with the bishop to b4. I feel like after this it should be more or less balanced after bishop b4. I mean, black will be always able to eliminate this bishop with knight takes b4, and then we will capture probably with the a pawn, and then black will get counterplay with rook a2. Yes, we'll have a lovely rook on b5 putting pressure on the b6 weakness, but it should only be enough to compensate for black's activity. I think that black is perfectly fine. How did we get here? So Anish actually played the move queen a4. It was kind of smart because he targets the pawn immediately. Black played b6, very nice pawn sacrifice there by Prague. Queen a7 followed by bishop b7. That's the key. You want to trade the bishops, and after bishop takes b7, queen c7 would be the point. Thanks to the pin, we are getting the bishop back. So Anish just retreated immediately. So the bishops are traded, and that's how we got here. Yeah, okay. It's kind of fairly logical. This is all what happened. Rook b5, rook d8, bishop b4, h6, queen e2.
All right, queen e2 is kind of nice because after knight b4, you make sure that black's queen doesn't jump onto f3. But Peter, it's reminding me of our pre-game prediction that this match might very likely be headed towards a playoff. And the way the two have been playing, just attacking, counter-attacking, perfect defense, even position, we might be on point with that prediction. Still a long way to go. Let's head back to the Hans Magnus board. Magnus is also quite strong in these opposite color bishop positions. And I see it, it feels like he's made a lot of progress.
Yeah, what we have been talking about, yeah, that this f2 pawn is very vulnerable. Black has a lovely bishop on b6, targeting the pawn, and white's bishop is doing nothing, yeah, because it's basically just blocked by the wonderful structure. Magnus also very instructively managed to get g5, g4 in, yeah, fixing the structure, making sure that he will get an outpost for his rook on f3. He's now having all the time in the world to simply activate his king. Yeah, that's going to be the next kind of step to activate. And white is also running out of moves. It's so difficult to decide. I don't know. Maybe when Magnus will march toward the queen side. Come on. Yeah, maybe he can just march towards the queen side because the rook is tied to the f2 pawn. And imagine black's king gets to a3 and then we get a5, a4 in. How is this bishop going to take care of the other weakness on a2? Yeah, and Hans is trying king e1,
he wants
bishop
to go
d1.
bishop
Yeah.
d1. He wants to get his bishop back to d1, and f5 was not possible because the e6 pawn is hanging. And Magnus doesn't even wins. He just goes a5 immediately. So after bishop d1, what does he want? Does he want to go rook a3?
Yeah, he wants rook a3, and then his a pawn will be very strong. So basically, white has no time to taking on g4. Then rook takes a2, a4, bishop d4, and we are still completely pegged. I mean, and the pawn is coming. It's unstoppable. Basically, it almost feels like it's game over. So white has to kind of stick to waiting strategy with king e2, king e1, and then the king march comes to play. We might be seeing this king march all the way to a3.
This is quite nice. Peter, do you think we can just see how Magnus made it so easy with this opposite color bishop? If we just back up to that point, yeah, and just let's quickly do a play-by-play.
Yeah, using his activity. And the point is that Hans also doesn't know which trade would benefit him because, okay, he wants to trade pieces, but black is having such a long-term pressure everywhere. Yeah, so one rooks were traded, black activates the other rook. So it looks like white is making progress with queen f3, but Magnus had foreseen that takes, looks c3 check, king e2, g5, a very timely move. He gets his pawn to g4, fixes this pawn. This is the key, and now we are seeing everything exactly as we discussed. Yeah, that we are seeing all this. A5 had been played, king e2, no king e2 happened, and then the black king is just coming. Yeah, king e2, king f6, and black is now also pushing f5. White is hang on, but Magnus played f5, so he did not continue king d4, king c3, which I expected. Probably he did not want to let white play rook d1, rook d2 or something.
But you lose the f2 pawn then.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it felt to me like if white can't do anything, then okay, white just not to walk all the way to b2 and a3. However, maybe Magnus had spotted already some clear idea.
Also, he can go king f6, go e5, go e4, and then continue with that march.
Yeah, maybe that's his idea. In any case, I don't see any surviving chances for Hans here, and Magnus might just bounce back immediately.
Yeah, that is indeed a very impressive technique there. I think Magnus has time and time again shown, one, that he has this incredible ability of bouncing straight back after a loss. He doesn't need that time to stop the bleeding. He often, something lights up in him, and we often see this very different Magnus from the previous game. We've seen that happen throughout the tour. And also some great technique here. Opposite color bishops and queen endings, I think, are two very instructive plays that we can learn a lot from by Magnus.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know that I have been already sometimes critical about Magnus's situation, that, oh my God, how he will react to this and that. And he always proved me wrong, like, okay, Peter, why are you worrying for me? Stop worrying about me, worry for yourself. I mean, really, Magnus, I mean, bouncing back with black in this way after just losing that horrible game from the white side. And what you said, that he doesn't need to stop the bleeding, and this is very, very important. I mean, this is a special skill, because it's, I mean, what is the usual kind of technique? Yeah, you lose a painful game, okay, then take it slow, try to recover, and then slowly when you get back your composure, then you will try something. But it seems like he's able to adjust to the situation very quickly, which is a clear character trait of real big champions.
Yeah, and he's done it with the black pieces. A little bit more technique to show in this one, Peter. Let's go back to the Alireza board. The knights have landed themselves onto d3 and g4, and that's far into the enemy camp. Bishop e4 played, pinning that knight on d3, but it does give up this f2 pawn.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, basically that's everything that we spoke about happened. Yeah, that suddenly white is completely pegged, nothing moves. White does not have the freeing move rook ac1 because of rook dd2, as we mentioned, and black is threatening to jump in with the knight to d3. We are in a terrible kind of pin. Knight b2 is a big threat, winning material maybe. So no, knight b2, there is rook a2. Yeah, now that the pawn moved to a4, we should show this, that after knight b2 there is the nice defense, rook a2 suddenly counter pinning black's rook on c2. Of course, Alireza is not falling for it. He's bringing new forces into the attack. Knight g4, bishop e4, knight g takes f2, and I feel like white is in a lot of trouble.
Big trouble for white, and it looks like we'll find out how this goes. Peter, let's quickly go on to the Jan-Krzysztof Duda Levon board as well. I'm looking at it very, very strategic and an interesting play here by Black, by Duda. He's offering a queen trade. And my first feeling is that if White accepts it, it should be a lost endgame. That pawn on b4, it really cramps up White's position with that a2, b3 pawn. And Black has this free hand in the center. Essentially, White will be playing a pawn down.
Exactly. I mean, okay, this is incredibly beautiful for Black. I mean, the knight on e6 is very nicely placed, yeah, targeting the d4 pawn, targeting the other pawn weakness on f4. The pawn structure makes sure that White has no counterplay, and Black will come with b6, c5.
Yeah. One line I want to point out, queen takes b4, a takes b4, bishop d2, trying to trade it doesn't work because after knight d4, bishop b4, knight e2 check really shows the problem with White's pawn structure. And now you win the f4 pawn.
Yeah, it actually feels like it's a tactical win. I mean, yes, it's Levon playing from the white side. He's very tricky. He's putting definitely some very tricky counterplay. I mean, he will put defense and maybe he will try some queen e, but queen e2, knight takes d4. Yeah, he goes queen d3. Okay, keeps an eye on the d pawn.
Do you not care about queen e1? I would care about queen e1.
Well, that's why queen d3 did not come so naturally to me, but as well.
With queen e1, you have to go what, bishop f2?
Bishop f2, then there is also a move like knight takes f4. Yeah, it's wonderful, but do we need, because there is queen takes f5 check. Okay, let's just show this. Yeah,
and you might have this, like, let's just show this line. And now knight f4, queen f5, g f5, bishop e1. There is knight e2, knight d4, but White gets this g5 passer and some play. a5 is hanging as well.
Yes, yes. I mean, from Black side, we just feel like we don't need all these adventures. Yeah, I mean, it's
definitely.
Yes, so much safer to just control everything. On the other hand, the reason why I'm loving the move queen d3 as well, that whenever Black plays b6, then White will have queen a6 counter attack. Yeah, so Levon is just as always. Yeah, and Duda is provoked for queen e1.
He goes queen e1. I mean, you won't play b6. You won't allow queen a6. Maybe you'll go b5 at some point, but definitely not allow that play with queen a6. Bishop f2, Peter, this line with knight f4, I don't think it works. And I'm just wondering, how can Black continue building the pressure? Queen c1, there's still bishop e3.
Hang on, there is also a move like queen h1 with the idea of queen h3 check.
Oof.
You know, because it would be a fork with knight takes f4. I don't know. Okay, White would move the queen, of course, but then we would get some light squares. I mean, just to show how tricky, how dangerous this position is.
Absolutely. Well, he's gone queen c1 and bishop e3, so still not totally stable with that queen. Maybe just queen b2 and hitting that pawn on a2.
Exactly. Queen b2 on the board. I mean,
if you go a4, that's additional weakness.
Exactly. Then we will have this b3 weakness, but White has to play a4.
Again, all queen trades and an endgame of a pure bishop versus knight, the knight will just dominate. And an update from Tad, Peter, that we do have a result. Magnus has made his comeback. He has leveled the score with a win, and we've got Hans with us. Let's hear it from him.
Masterpiece the other way around this time.
No, I think it was a very, very bad game on my part. Just blundered and then should have been a bit more careful.
Good luck in the remaining match.
Always very short in his answers, Hans Niemann. Obviously disappointed. He got a great start to the day.
Peter, that's quite incredible of Hans to even give an interview at this moment, I have to say.
Yes, and it's perfectly understandable that he tried to make it as short as possible, yeah, because he needs to focus on the next game. He needs to forget about it. I think he was also kind of in the tricky spot that he didn't know how to approach the situation, yeah, that should he play quietly, and it's not his style. I mean, he should have been more Hans, yeah, to be more aggressive or something, because it was just so uncharacteristic for him to give the initiative for Magnus.
Yeah. Now, also, I think it's just a very, these moments are so strange and vulnerable also for Hans to be talking about the game right now. So I'm still sort of taking that in, that little interview that we have. The players still have 2 more big games coming up. And big fights there. Meanwhile, Peter, Levon Duda has just played a quiet move, king c7. It looks like this game is going to go on for a while. Levon definitely on the defense here. Where should we jump to?
Well, actually, everything has finished. Alireza has won the game because there was just no way for Liam to avoid lose of material. I mean, it's incredible construction that, you know, this was the situation like 3-4 moves already, and nothing changed. And the knight b2 move eventually came. Rook a4, knight b2, rook a2, e5. And now
very important, Peter, we should point out that after knight d1, rook c2, black's knight would have been trapped on d1. So you can't do that trade.
Yes, no, but that's the point. Yeah, he doesn't want to get pinned, but he has foreseen that actually e4, e3 is coming and white is pegged. And whenever the king moves, then the knight will jump with a check and it will be decisive. So that's how after king f3, rook d2, it was game over. So incredible win by Alireza, and I think he will be very pleased that the new strategy, of trying some so-called seemingly boring positions has also a lot of dynamics, because he's playing against super players who want to play for a win, and they will be looking for chances, and then just playing something, you know, solid can also give you good chances to win. And the other game, Anish Giri against Prague, ended in a repetition of moves, because simply both players understood that their opponent got the maximum setup. And we see here that Prague started chasing the rook from b5, knight a7, rook e5, knight c6 back. The rook went back to b5, knight a7, so very logical draw. And we are getting closer and closer to what you kind of predicted right from the start, that maybe we're going to see an Armageddon between these guys.
I won't be surprised. I don't know about the Armageddon, but I think a Blitz game we can definitely expect. Let's stick to the Levon board. And I'm also seeing our chat, Peter, many people pointing out that that was perhaps a little, that Hans did not say bye, or it was a slightly rude interview. And I have to disagree with chat there. I think already the fact that Hans came up for this interview and agreed to do it at this moment after beating the world champion, but then losing to him, having 2 games to go, very few people would actually do that. It's the most that we can expect from a player.
Yeah, absolutely. I also feel like, you know, the cameraman understood that it's a good idea to ask Hans for an interview, because we are getting some emotions, and I'm loving it. I think it's always very nice, and that he kept it short was perfectly understandable. Now he has to get to his resting room as quickly as possible. He has to do preparation. He has to rest, clear his mind again. You know, he has to readjust to the new situation, because before the match he definitely was expecting some very tough match against Magnus. Then it all changed by winning that first game. Then all the new emotions and everything, probably he didn't know exactly how to deal with them. Now he lost that game, and now he has to again regroup.
Two very, very big games coming up for Hans. 100% he needs to find these couple of minutes to just get his thoughts back together. Meanwhile, Peter, Levon has managed to sneakily get his queen on the other side of the board, and now there are some real counter threats on black, and it just looks like Lev might survive this now.
Exactly. I mean, I told you that Levon is some kind of a very tricky master of creating counterplay from nowhere. I mean, he knows his position is awful, but he will put maximum resistance, and being able to activate the queen via e2, e5, and then queen b8, and then queen g8 shows very nice defense. And also Duda is down to 1 minute 20 seconds. I mean, not easy. On the other hand, with knight f8, Duda insists that no, okay, you kind of got a good defense, but I still believe that I can torture you. So probably Duda is planning to retreat with his queen and somehow try to trade the queens. But Levon will probably hide even in the corner on h8, but he will not trade, that's for sure.
He's never going to trade queens in this position. And definitely this has been the best position that Levon has had in this entire game. Just the fact that black's knight also has to retreat to f8, taking away the pressure from d4 and from f4, speaks volumes about how Levon has managed to create his own chances. Queen b4 does put pressure on the b3 pawn, but white will always have these checks to counter that. He starts with queen g7, and after queen e7, I still don't think he wants to play queen e5.
No, not at all. I think he will hide on h8. I mean, he needs to hide on h8, because actually the queen on h8 is very irritating. That, queen e7 on the board. I'm expecting queen h8.
But after queen h8, Peter, can black try to go queen d6 and knight e6 somewhere? So let's say queen h8.
Yeah, but then I will always protect with bishop e3. So whenever...
You always have bishop e3.
Yes, whenever you attack this pawn, I will just protect, and insist that I have this active queen, which will always disturb you.
So black might actually have to go king e8, queen h7, but you'll still never trade. You'll either go
Yeah,
queen
then
f6
I will jump back.
e5.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why this queen on h8 was really irritating me from the start.
It's a very nice square. Very unconventional, unique, that the queen is super good on h8.
Yeah, exactly, because we have access to the e5 square. Oops. We are having access to the e5 square and eventually also to b8 or a8, depending on the situation. Can you imagine a queen a8 double attack on the pawn on b7, pawn on a5? That would be also hilarious. Levon taking his time. Okay, it's interesting. It's not so easy psychologically to put the queen, and it's on the board, queen h8.
I mean, if any player in the world would make a move like queen h8, it's got to be Lev, right? He's so creative and he knows that these ideas come to him naturally. And Peter, yesterday, as Lev said, you and him have the exact same style. You could predict it. He's played it.
Yes, of course. I mean, okay, we were both coached by Arshak Petrosyan, of course, yeah, and all this Armenian spirit and everything. My favorite player was also Tigran Petrosyan from my childhood. So I was breathing all this Armenian knowledge into myself right from I was 10 years old.
So queen h8 is the school of Ashak.
Yeah, well, I mean, yesterday's king d8 also, it was Tigran Petrosyan's school, this king d8. That's why I had to mention poor Anish. I mean, probably thinks like I lost this match. Why did I deserve it that Peter and Levon are even laughing about king d8, king c8? It's not their game, so it's funny. But yeah, it just, we had to show it because it was lovely.
You know,
no offense to Anish.
Of course, Peter. And you know, this position, king f7, if white doesn't want to...
Oh my God, but queen e5, this does not fit with the Armenian school. Then takes on e5, knight e6, king walks to c7, b6, c5. Long terms, we are lost. This is just
a
lost.
Very surprising decision, because the queen on h8 was just beautiful. There was nothing that black could do as long as the queen stayed on h8.
Exactly, yeah. There was no way of tapping it. Yeah, so why did Levon... Yeah, now Duda is done to 30 seconds, but it does not matter because you put knight on e6 and then
you go b6, you go c5.
Exactly, then you get king to c6 and slowly you advance. Nothing moves for white. Wow, I mean, Levon believes that he can set up a fortress here. No, I mean, if he would be black, he would just be thinking that he's winning.
But also, Peter, let's just have on our analysis both that moment when he played queen e5 with the queen on h8. You can make this move at any time, even when there's pressure on f4. Why go for it immediately? I'm just trying, is there something that he was afraid of? It's so hard to understand this move by Lev.
Yeah, very strange. Yeah, I just did not see any real threats that black could get. But okay, now we have the current position, and apparently he believes. But I mean, how do you believe that b6 and then followed by c5, king c6 won't win the game? It's just so shocking. This knight on e6 is a monster.
It's just very difficult to understand this. Can white try and maybe white wants to aim with bishop e1, and once he takes on c5, let's just play a few moves, Peter. We've got the live board with us. b6. Let's wait with white. Let's go bishop g3. And you place a king c7.
Yes, I put king c7.
Let's wait with the bishop somewhere. Bishop f2.
Yeah,
or
and
maybe
okay,
bishop
then
e1.
we push.
Maybe bishop e1, and you know he's gone
But
for another
wow,
plan.
what?
b5.
b5? Why on earth? Oh,
Why? And
no.
now bishop e1. Don't you just go bishop e1 now?
No, I mean, okay, he will still have this c5 break, but I mean, it's just so
But
strange.
how, Peter? After bishop e1, what break do you have?
No, I mean, but this is very strange. Maybe b4. Maybe b4 is possible. Who knows?
For
I
white?
mean, giving some counterplay. Maybe b4 is possible.
And Tad indeed is informing us that b4 is very strong here, Peter. Well spotted on that. But even if white just plays something simple and, well, more human, according to me, just bishop e1 and putting pressure on a5, you force b4 and then you put the bishop back on f2.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm a little bit shocked also that I see Duda's clock, yeah, with 12 seconds. Why on earth on 12 seconds do you make such a committal move? You can just gain some time by playing king c7, king b7, king c7, king b7, and then decide afterwards how you play with 40, 50 seconds on the clock. And Levon just waits. Okay, he waits with bishop e3, but and now, okay, now Duda just wants to look everything done and then believes that c5 break will be enough.
He
okay,
wants to
very
put the knight on
instructive
f5
also.
as well. Go knight g7, knight f5, and then the bishop on f2 might not have too many moves left.
I mean, very interesting. I mean, now the question that how do you play? Do you play b4? Do you take on a4 and try to insist that a4 is a weak? I don't know exactly what. Okay, he goes king c7. He wants to get king to b6.
It's all such committal moves, bishop e1, and this should have been played earlier to force the move b4. And now black can go king b6, and this was the point, Peter. Why not go bishop e1 when the king was on d7?
I guess he was worried of some knight f4 check, but I'm not sure if knight f4 check was of any importance. Yeah, king a6. Okay, but even here, what does black really want? He wants to put white into a Zugzwang, or?
He wants to go with the knight to f5, but with the king on a6, watch out for that e pawn as well.
Yeah, and then also the pawn on f4 will be vulnerable. I don't really believe that he will want to move his knight. No, he's just fooling around. I mean, I'm not liking this. You should have been fooling around with the king before making the committal move b5.
Or just don't fool around at all.
But hang on, I mean, he will have some, I mean, because my idea was to play b6, and then king c7, c5, then king c6, and eventually b5 later, yeah? Depending on the situation. But he's just moving around with his king.
I have a feeling that at some point he's going to try to get the knight to f5, the king to e6, because if he's able to win the h4 pawn for the f4 pawn, it might give black chances.
No, definitely that would be a wonderful news for black, but I will always insist with bishop e1, bishop f2. I mean, just I will pass against knight f5. I won't be provoked to try to grab the pawn on f4. Besides, I mean, with bishop e1, you always have to watch out for a5 pawn, yeah? It means that you will have to play b5, b4, closing the queen side, which I'm not sure he wants to do so quickly.
Once black commits to b4 and really closes the queen side, I think it's much easier for white to defend the position. He's gone for it immediately, because always he had to watch out for this idea of white going b4 and creating a passer.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, yeah, he does this knight g7, but I just don't see the harm. I mean, okay, I just play bishop e1 and I just gonna go bishop f2, bishop e1. I mean, what's the problem?
What about this plan? I'll put my knight on f5. I'll get my king on e6 and go c5.
So this is the idea. And then after bishop e1, c5. Yeah, something like this will have to be tried.
If he wants to try, it feels like it could be a plan, Peter, because I don't see any other break in the position.
Yeah, it's the only plan, yeah. Yeah, will be interesting. Yeah, now also Levon's clock is ticking down. I'm just a little bit surprised that why not the systematic b65. But maybe Duda knows what he's doing. I mean, he has a clear vision. Yeah, he's playing the game. He might have foreseen his break that he's intending to achieve.
I don't know. For me, the most surprising moment was Levon deciding to go queen e5.
Yeah, that was shocking. I mean, if you would have asked me that what are the chances Levon going queen e5, then I would have tell you 0%. I mean, absolutely. I mean, just 0% Lev will play queen e5, and there you have it.
All right, and now Lev is thinking he's going down on the clock, down to the second speeder. We've got the live board. Let's just quickly show this plan that we're talking about, because white really has not much to do. We're going to see it on the board soon, I feel. King comes to e6, knight comes to f5, and then there will be a c5 break. And it's happening as we speak. It's what we're
expecting. And Levon goes for bishop d2. We talked about this, that this trade will be... Yeah, but it's probably a panicking reaction. He has probably foreseen that if he just sits tight, then there is some way through. And Tadias was mentioning that actually the main plan was black getting the king to e6. If white just waits, yes, sits, and then black goes knight e7 and then goes for c5 and eventually knight c6. Okay, so we are getting the same position now. Black will even play king e6 and then take on h4.
Let's also quickly point out, Peter, that knight h4, knight f3 was too dangerous because it would have trapped the knight on f3.
But hang on, he's allowing this. He's allowing this, actually.
Knight f3 now.
So he's absolutely fearless. Yeah, Duda is just completely fearless.
Ignacy pointing out that I'm losing my mind over this game. I absolutely am. Just everything from queen e5 and then giving up this h4 pawn. I am in shock.
Yes. I mean, I know that you always like to take control and everything, and White was giving up the control. Yeah, that's the trick. Yeah, and there was this, yeah, because Tadeusz is mentioning the point that I was actually also trying to highlight before, that with king e6 and knight on f5, maybe there is this bishop takes b4 idea, but I just couldn't make it work. But apparently in that exact position, it would have worked. So Duda is correct with knight takes h4.
And f3 is hanging now. So how is this line that you were mentioning? e6 is an idea that Lev is definitely looking at now.
Yeah, but he didn't go for it. Yeah, he played king e2, and okay, now it should just be lost.
Yeah, because this h4 h pawn is a real passer, while White's f pawn is meaningless.
Yeah, no. I mean, the h pawn, and then eventually some break might happen, might even not be necessary.
Peter, I'm just wondering, if Black didn't have this h pawn, it's probably still a draw, and White had this extra f pawn.
Yeah, now he will regroup. Yeah, knight g7, king f5, knight e6, and then followed by c5, d4. And I mean, this pawn and the new passer will decide the game.
And Lev shaking his head there. I mean, he just had everything under control in that moment. Queen h8, just brilliant play of getting that queen into the game. But now things have gone horribly wrong for Black. For White, you just don't give this h passer.
And what an incredible bounce back. Yeah, Magnus bounced back with Black after losing the first game, and then Duda is about to bounce back as well against Levon.
It's an absolute domination on the light squares, with the knight coming on to e6 and the c5 break. And now you're always tied down to defending this h pawn. This is a nightmare ending to hold.
Yeah, basically, I think c5 just wins on the spot. Yeah, c5,
c5
d4.
d takes c5, d4.
Yeah. And we create another passer. Yeah.
And you have no time to go c6 because c7 is defended. And if you move the bishop, you go bishop f2, you take knight c5, you take knight b3. Levon Aronian there, very disappointed. And he knows that it's all gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Wow, and Duda, okay, this is also correct. I mean, he has 15 seconds on the clock. He just wants to gain some time before deciding on the final break.
But it's his moment. He knows that he needs to do this. And he's gone for it, Peter, c5 on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, dc, d4. And I mean, actually, Duda has managed to get everything that he was dreaming of. Yeah, so that was the reason behind this b5 idea. He had kind of foreseen all this. But yeah, there could have been this very dangerous moment that if Levon goes bc, b4 there, at that moment with little time on the clock, I don't know how Duda would have reacted to it. It could have been very tricky.
But b4 is a very difficult move to make with just seconds on the clock.
No, but Levon had a lot of time at that moment. Yeah, it was exactly that Duda had very little time. So I felt like it's very tempting for Levon to try to create some mess, yeah, on the board. Actually, really strange.
Perhaps just trading this queen on e5 just goes on to show that for Lev, he just believed that he can hold this endgame without doing much. So the option of trying to create this mess with b4 was never on his radar.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I'm a little bit speechless. I can't really explain what went through in Levon's head. Yeah, now after knight c6, he can just resign, or knight c5, he can resign. I mean, basically, okay, and any move is just finished.
Pick up the a pawn, march down with the b pawn. What an incredible comeback by Duda, though. I mean, losing that first game. And actually, Peter, both Magnus and Jan-Krzysztof lost the first game in a bit of a crushing style. And then to bounce straight back in game two, kudos to both the players.
Yeah, absolutely kudos. But also, I feel like they are both white players. I mean, both Levon and Hans should be very angry at themselves, because you shouldn't be giving such positions to your opponent. Yeah, it went out of control quite quickly. Also, Magnus takes the initiative with Black. Also here, Duda got a dream position when we joined in the battle on move 20 already. It was clear that Black is in total control. So something really backfired there.
And it's so interesting to see the arena right now because we see Hans sitting behind Duda, looking at Duda's computer screen. Often in tournaments, we see players walking around, checking out the other boards, what's going on. But here we see Hans on his own chair with the screen on and looking at Jan-Krzysztof's screen and trying to evaluate what's going on.
Yeah, because actually the games are about to start, and yeah, now Levon will resign because he will also lose the bishop. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, king c2 runs into knight c3 trick. Yeah, settling queen, and king takes b2, knight d1 check, takes the bishop on f2. So yeah, it's very tricky. I mean, no, not tricky at all. It's finished. But I mean, this kind of defense. I mean, ever since this queen e5 appeared, yeah, we felt like it should be lost.
But that said, once the whole game was a lot of pressure. Let's hear it from Lev, what he has to say about this one.
Aronian, it was a long battle here now, but eventually it seems to be the black play going on in your match.
Oh yeah, I think I made some inaccuracies in the middle game, and then it was a difficult position to defend. Yeah, he played very well.
And was that the main reason for your loss now? Was it a good opposition play, pretty much?
Yeah, I think a bit of a sloppy play in the middle game, and then yeah, I think he played very well, so it's fine.
Thank you, Levon. Jan-Krzysztof, you're getting praise from your opponent here, saying he thinks you played a very good game. Do you agree with him?
Yeah, at times I played reasonably well, but at times also I was blundering, like a lot of stuff. For example, I just forgot about this queen e3, queen e5 idea, which was kind of very upsetting because I mean Levon basically was trying to, I mean was playing for a fortress, which could work, but he was very passive, and I mean I should have done. I mean I could have played in a way, you know, not to allow him to get any activity, and I appeared to do so. Also, I'm not sure about this. I mean, it was very. It wasn't easy actually to judge, you know, which position is winning, which is not, and I'm also not pleased with the b5 move. I mean, maybe it was okay, but maybe it was winning. But why to do it like straight away? I could have, you know, like. I mean, I had so many moves, you know, could have played like, I don't know, 20 moves and only then played b5. And actually, I'm not sure if I was winning if he just stayed, I mean, didn't sacrifice his pawn on h4.
But the result was winning, so you struck back. It's 1-1. Congratulations, Jan-Krzysztof.
Thank you.
Oh, there's some great insights there. And I think that just goes on to show what really happened there. Yes, Levon managed to create his chances with queen e5, but throughout the game, he was under a lot of pressure. He was on the defense throughout with this pawn structure we saw. And very often it's move by move, slowly the player can crumble. And I feel that throughout the game, when you're on the defense, to suddenly switch to finding a move like b4, creating a mess can often be a challenge.
Wow, sorry, Tania, to interrupt, but look at this. Magnus played a3 move. I mean, okay.
This is not a mouse slip, Peter.
This is not a mouse slip. It's intentional, you know, like I bounce back, it's 1-1, and now I'm gonna play a3 and we take it from there. I mean, okay. I really did not want to, but I felt like after a3, we have to talk about this.
But you know, we've seen Magnus do this throughout the tour, no? Especially in these online events. We've seen him play f3, we've seen him play, well, now a3, we've seen him play all these new openings that he's coming up with. And very often it puts the pressure on the opponent that you need to show me something, because otherwise it's a bit uncomfortable to face this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And you remember there was a question after Jan won the candidates, and it was not yet clear what will be Magnus's choice. That what is your kind of advice, or what do you say to Magnus? And then I believe Jan was saying, yeah, just stop playing this a4 nonsense in the first moves. And Magnus, you know, played a3, which is a very fundamental move, because I mean, it's basically like playing from the black side d4, d5, and you have this extra move. So black is not able to play the move c5, because then white will take dc5 and is ready to protect the pawn. Yeah, so it's a very tricky move that people might underestimate, that, yeah, what is this a3? How can you play like this? But actually, he's tempi up compared to any kind of d4, d5 positions.
And after making a move like a3, then you make all these normal moves. And so I think the position is absolutely fine because a3 at some point will be useful in the middle game anyway. And it also puts this psychological edge over the opponent. Although I look at Hans, and Hans doesn't seem like he's stressed about this at all. Knight f3 played, Hans taking his time to think about what structure he wants to take against this trolling that Magnus has just done with 1a3.
I remember that when Magnus was trolling Ivanchuk, he picked the wrong one, yeah, because Ivanchuk went on to punish him in Monaco 2009, I believe, or 2011, when it was. Magnus played a3 and got punished by Chucky. Now the big question is, will he be punished by Hans as well? Or Magnus simply got more experience? Yeah, look at this. Yeah, he plays c4, he kind of loot the bishop to f5. Magnus has a plan. Magnus knows what he's doing.
So even though he plays moves like 1f3, 1a3, he still has an idea and a plan. And I'm just wondering if this is something that he decides the day before, or those 10 minutes that he gets in his room between the games where he says, okay, you know what, let's have some fun, let's go a3.
No, I think this he probably already has a little bit from maybe before the tournament. He thinks in certain situations, maybe he would like to play something. It also explains that his first game went like a total disaster from the white side. And maybe he just felt like, you know what, I don't want to get into any theoretical discussion. Hans is very well prepared. Let's just play chess. And I'm also shocking my opponent with a move like a3. And it seems like we are getting some kind of a Slav. Yeah, usually white's pawn is on e3 instead of the pawn on a3. But okay, it's a close position. It does not really matter so much.
The shock value has definitely worked, but I like that Hans hasn't wasted too much time. We'll come back to this and see what happens. Peter, let's go on to some of the other boards. Let's do a quick opening tour, and I want to jump to the Pragnananda Anish game. A lot of moves have been played, and we had a Roy Lopez.
Yeah, well, it's very tricky, yeah, because whenever I look at the position, I feel like they are playing anti-Berlin, but the moves a6, bishop a4 were included. A part of that, it's everything anti-Berlin. Yeah, d3, bishop c5, c3 castles, bishop takes c6 takes, knight takes e5. Yeah, so we basically have the position with the pawn on a7. Now we have with the pawn on a6. And yes, I know exactly the variation where it's supposed to be that pawn on a7 is even better than on a6, but it does not really change the evaluation if you know what you are doing. And I believe that Anish knows. Yeah, d4, bishop b6, castles, d takes e4, bishop g5, h6, bishop takes f6, queen f6, knight d2. One would argue that it's more or less a fresh position, but looking at the clock situation, Anish is very familiar with this position. c5 takes, queen e6, some slightly mysterious queen moves, but you have to know what you are doing. I mean, it's some preparation. Rook e1 takes, rook d8, knight f3 back, and the mysterious final touch, queen f5, which is definitely a move that Anish has in his file. Maybe the pawn on a7, maybe the pawn on a6, and he knows that computer thinks it's perfectly fine. So maybe he just wants to develop now the bishop.
Developed a bishop, but I would put it to b7. He's gone for bishop b7. Feels like a nice diagonal you wanted to. So you're down a pawn, but you've got these two very strong bishops. The d4 pawn is a weakness, and definitely looks like more than enough compensation. But Prag also looks like he's absolutely prepared to face this position. Plays the move queen c2, defends that e4 knight, and you can't really go for bishop takes d4. Can he go for bishop takes d4 actually? Bishop d4, maybe it's possible.
Well, maybe it's possible. Of course, if your opponent blitzes things out like queen c2 so quickly, you might feel like bishop d4 is the move your opponent is expecting and is happy with. Yeah, it's kind of the logical kind of psychology, the human psychology. And the big question is also, does white have a next move? Yeah, so it's also kind of tempting that, hang on, what happens if I, for example, just make a move like rook a8, protecting the pawn, just in case, and then I'm gonna hit on d4. It's not clear if white can really do so much.
I'm not actually seeing a tactical refutation to immediately taking on d4, because the queen on c2 is also tied down to the defense of the e4 knight. And I'm just wondering if it's something more strategic, like just picking up the bishop and putting the knight
c5. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe there is no tactical refutation.
Yeah, and okay, I mean, after all, we have vulnerable structure. Yeah, that's what I would be a little bit worried. I mean, maybe we don't need to go for it so quickly.
it's amazing. Once again, it feels like Anish is the one who's thinking. So Prague just showing some crazy preparation, Peter. It looks like he's again out-prepared, Anish.
Well, I mean, it's I don't think out-prepared, but he knows what he's doing. First of all, if with white you go for this bishop takes c6 line, yeah, if you are not fully armed, then why do you go for it? Yeah, you only go for it if you know that actually you have some ideas. Yeah, you definitely have analyzed the position very deeply, and it was quite impressive from Anish's side that he was so confidently quickly reacting to it. And it's the first moment when he's taking his time, when he probably knows that the position is fine. So let's find that last final touch that is required to make everything absolutely fine.
And that, I mean, rook c8 is what you're mentioning could be the move here that black could be considering, because bishop d4, knight d4, rook d4, knight c5, I really like that endgame for white.
Yeah, I mean, if we think about that, maybe there are no threats in the position, maybe even something like a5, a4 are moves, yeah, just to push this pawn, because black is relying on the two bishops. In any case, will be very interesting to see how Anish deals with the position, but I believe that we have some incredible action in the Alireza Liam game. And by the way, a lot at stake. If Alireza with the white pieces manages to win this game, then he wins the match on the spot.
It's true. He's got a 1-point lead. If he wins with the white pieces, it's match over. So at least Liam needs to keep things under control for a fourth game. And G5 has been committed. So there is no, well, safe play, so to say. But that's always hard to do against a player like Alireza. Peter, do you want to take it from the top? Because there's a lot going on here. Exactly, yeah. And we will also be rushing to the current position because all kinds of sacrifices are possible. So yes, this is the Yurta system, yeah, with the bishop on c5, d4, bishop b6, rook e1, castles, bishop g5. So Alireza goes for a slightly offbeat line, but it always exists. I feel like Liam got careless. I mean, against this bishop g5, bishop h4 with all this pin going on, I don't think that you are supposed to take ed4. It's like asking for trouble. Bishop d5, the pin, there we see the pin is an issue. You can't take the bishop because of bishop takes d8. I mean, bishop d7, c takes d4, and after g5, bishop takes c6, yeah, making sure that black won't be able to take knight takes d5, yeah, because then he would be very happy. So bishop c6, bishop takes c6, and all eyes on Alireza. Will he take knight takes g5? Will he try to include somewhere some moves like queen c1 and queen c1 on the board? Yeah, queen c1, I think it's kind of a thematic move in this position. Hitting the bishop, also eyeing the g5 pawn. So the big question is, how do we follow up bishop takes c4? I think the answer is quite clear that knight takes g5, I believe. Should be the move, yeah, knight takes g5. But where does this lead? Doesn't look so clear. I mean, knight g5, for example, we take h5, how do we lose? Just queen g5 check.
Yeah, queen g5, king h7. And rook takes e4. Okay, thank you very much.
And then queen h5 is game over. So you might have to go bishop g6 then.
Yeah, you have to go bishop g6. Yeah, that was the line that I was actually having in mind. And after queen f6, however, white just wins the pawn, and black, I mean, white protects back the d4 pawn, yeah?
And Peter, rook e3, rook h3, rook h8 is something to watch out for the entire game after the queen trade.
Yeah, and also if you play something like rook e8 or you trade first on f6, okay, I don't know which one, then white can also simply just develop the knight. Threatens also knight d5.
This looks very bad for black. Now, after queen c1, I think bishop e4 is just too dangerous. So what happens? But if black falls back with the bishop, knight g5 is still in the air, no?
Yeah, exactly. I think that knight g5 is coming regardless. And then the big question is, I mean, okay, here, this is very uncharacteristic for Liam. Normally, he knows very well what he's doing, but getting caught in the opening like this, in such a decisive game, this will make him very angry. I mean, I think that Liam's standards are so high, yeah, that he just hates to be surprised in the opening. He's very strong in the openings, and this will be a big shock for him.
And as you mentioned, if Alireza wins this game, it's actually match over, and queen c1 has a very big threat of hitting the bishop and threatening knight g5. Looks like trouble for Liam. Peter, what is the... Oh my God, Magnus has made a lot of pawn moves to the third rank. This is kind of a really strange position. Peter, you can't be a fan of the way white is playing here.
You mean in the Magnus game?
Yes.
Well, I mean, okay, he's kind of provoking this bishop on h5. Yeah, he's trying to target that bishop with knight f4. I mean, I feel like it makes a lot of sense, but of course it will depend if the strategy works or not. Yeah, if the strategy works, we probably will be, you know, praising Magnus that wow, I mean, it was sensational, whatever. But if Hans managed to punish him again for some slightly offbeat kind of way of play, then we can't be praising Magnus.
Our chat is discussing all kinds of first moves after this 1-8-3 that we saw from Magnus. Peter, what do you think? Which are the first, what would be the top 3 moves with white that you'll never play on move 1?
Well, okay, I guess f3, it's one of those moves that is just, I mean, no, f3 never. And then, okay, a4, h3, h4, I mean, those are the moves that also don't come natural to me.
F3, A4, and H4. Well, F4 is quite normal. I think that's also that's the bird's opening, no? They call it.
Yeah. I mean, F4 I used to play as a kid. I have to say that also 1-A3 I was playing quite a lot in Blitz. I mean, just trolling, because A3 is not a bad move at all. It just gives black the move, and then you will be like, I'm black with an extra tempo. So it has a quite and you know, there was also the shock that after A3, at some point, my opponent played the move E5, and I blitzed out C4, you know, and then if you play C4, E5, A3, it's just nothing. Yeah, it's like, okay, what is it? But the psychological effect that you play A3 and after E5, you play C4, you already feel like, yes, I got a Sicilian with an A3 tempo. What do you want from me? I'm just going to crush you. So there are all kinds of mind games like this.
Actually, black plays a6 in so many moments, so you're absolutely right and on point with that. We've seen that in Queen's Gambit decline so many times, and Magnus plays it himself with black just playing a6 and on move 3 or 4, and at some point it comes to use. So a3 is not useless. I kind of think chat is discussing a lot about 1g4. That's one move that I would not probably make.
Well, but it's also this children stuff. Yeah, that after g4, d5, bishop g2, bishop takes g4, c4 is already almost winning for white. Yeah, so we were also in the childhood, you know, we're bullshitting like this. Yeah, that we can play g4. It's a winning move. Yeah, and it was kind of, you know, it was. I remember I was like 8 years old, and back then we were heavily discussing this g4 and how to react to it.
That's actually a very cool trap, Peter. Can you just show it really quickly? Because I see a lot of chat is fan of 1g4.
Yes, of course. I mean, g4, and it's a winning move because the opponent wants to punish it with d5, bishop g2, take the pawn, like, okay, what has my opponent done? And then you go c4 and you almost win the game, because thanks to the pin, you will win the d5 pawn. And queen b3 is coming as well.
Also somewhere queen a4 checks and b7.
Yeah, I mean, c6, I think it was going queen b3 on the spot, or first cd5, and already we see double attack on b7 and on d5, and white is clearly better. So all kinds of things like this. If you are a child, yeah, or if you are someone new to the game, you are so excited, yeah, because you don't see this often, that such dynamics are possible.
Very fun. And I agree with James that knight h3 on move 1, I think that is just too much. I would not be able to play knight h3.
No, but it's my favorite. Knight h3 is my favorite. Yes, of course. I was trolling on the internet, you know, in like 2006, I was playing like 50 games with knight h3, and I was winning almost all of them, because people are underestimating knight h3 with the idea d5. Again, you think like you win, but then I have g3 protecting the knight. Psychological effect, you know, bishop g2, f3, knight f2, and later you're gonna go e4 and you checkmate the opponent like a king's Indian. Yeah. All this, you know, I already now can't really imagine myself playing like this when I was young. Of course, I mean, okay, all kinds of this trolling is fun, a lot of fun.
I think especially in online chess, these kind of plans, you know, first 5 moves, what to make, and suddenly you're up on the clock and your opponent has no idea. This could yield a lot of results in your favor.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But okay, we have so much to discuss, so we don't have time for this. I mean, look at this. Anish actually played the move a5. What I mentioned, that okay, if white does not have a threat, then why not just to play a5? White plays h3. Black finally goes rook e8, and this is how we got this Rook endgame. Everything traded. Takes rook e1 check. King g2, rook d1. I mean, white is a pawn up, but it's very drawish.
This is a playoff match. And it almost, one gets the feeling that both players are happy to take it to playoff.
Well, I also feel like both players have somehow too much respect for each other. Yeah, it's like Pragg knows that Anish is incredibly strong, and Anish knows that Pragg is very dangerous and already a very big force to reckon with. Yeah, so it's kind of, but on the other hand, Anish will have the white pieces if this game ends. So I would not rule out yet that actually Anish is waiting for that chance with the white pieces to get something.
True, but in the last round, it's always tricky because if with the white pieces, you try to over push, there's no coming back as well. There are no second chances. So we've seen it very often that the last final round of the match is sometimes played a little more safer because you know that you won't have, there's very little buffer to mess up things.
Yeah, but this is actually exactly what Anish was talking about yesterday in the studio. I asked him that how he's explaining this, that we are seeing so little playoffs, yeah, because it would be so logical. And he was saying, yeah, that somehow we have the guys in the tournament who are very ambitious and they don't really care about safety. Yeah, and this also kind of explains that why we have so many decisive results and we are not getting so easily to this seemingly natural course of events when the match is tied with 2-2. All right, let's take a look what Alireza is doing. Actually, we are seeing exactly what we have been talking about. Bishop takes e4, knight g5, it all happened. Black sacrifices the pawn, but make sure that he won't be checkmated, the king is safe. And now the big question is, can he find enough counterplay? Rook e8, knight c3 played. And after the move c6, to be honest, the move d5 kind of shocks me. Did Alireza really play d5? Yes, he did. And now black plays c5. Isn't this counterplay? But knight e2, okay, maybe Alireza has calculated everything. He's trying to bring his knight.
But rook e4, I love that move to stop knight f4, also threatening to double up. So you have to play a move like knight g3, but then the knight is kind of really badly placed on g3 with the bishop on g6 controlling squares.
But on the other hand, if you're going to go h4, h5, it might serve a good purpose. Who knows?
True. So after knight g3, black looks like you have to trade because you can't really allow a doubling up on the file. Peter, we'll come back to this, but we're getting some updates that Magnus is in trouble for the second time. I mean, what is this opening he's played? I get it, a3, not so bad, but all that g3, f3, e3, it's playing in the spirit of Bong Cloud with that king f2, king g2. This cannot be good for white. I know it's the era of modern chess, and I know I'm on a rant here, but things have gone wrong for white.
Well, I think that if you ask Magnus, he will say that, no, I'm perfectly happy. I mean, what's the problem? I mean, I'm making progress, yeah, that I eliminated the light square bishop. Yeah, he managed to trade, but the question will be, what happens if black breaks in the center with e5 exactly, and Hans goes for it?
He's done it. And of course you break in the center with e5 when white has barely developed. You're playing as white. You haven't made a single developing move. You've advanced your pawns. You've over pushed. Yeah, the only person, if somebody can get away with stuff like this, it's only him. Somehow Magnus is just hard to beat him, but I just feel even for him, this is an over push. And Hans should be very pleased with the position. Just look at it, Peter. All pieces out, control over the center. G5 hits the knight.
Yeah, and now he will take ED4. That's probably his idea. But white has knight A4. Hang on. ED4 is met by knight A4. Can you really take ED4? If not, then what? This is a key moment. This is a key moment because if you have to play knight H5, for example, and then I get the chance of taking on D5 and eventually play E4 against ED4, then it's a very interesting structure.
But
maybe long term you will. Sorry?
Let's say you start with knight H5, Peter, for example here.
Yeah. Yeah, probably you have to. Yeah.
And knight takes D5. And I hit your knight with queen A5.
Queen A5 or queen D8. You can choose.
Queen D8 is also very tempting. I agree. But okay, let's say queen A5. Queen D8 I really like, actually.
Yeah.
And even if you take on E5, it just looks like so much compensation.
But I mean, okay, I will I will not take. I wanted to get this. Yeah, bishop C4. No, actually, Hans goes ED4. He calculates. Yeah, the feeling was that ED4 should be the right move. And What does it mean? That he sacrifices the piece, knight a4, the queen has to move back, and then after gf, just b5, simply like this, tap the knight. Wow. Okay. This is great news, because we destroy white's construction. That's why this e4 is so tempting. We have to destroy white's construction, and Magnus will be very angry because he loves good structures.
Okay, this is a really nice idea of actually trapping the knight on a4. So Peter, let's just slow this down a bit. So e takes d4. You have to move the knight, because if you take on d4, black simply goes knight h5, hits that f4 square. d4 is a weakness. Knight into d5 now runs into queen a5, where g5 will be weak as well, or queen d8. This looks like too much for white.
Exactly. The whole point of white was that after e4, he wanted to play e4, protecting the knight and getting this dynamic structure. So this is a cold shower for Magnus, and I think it's the first moment of the game when he's really angry. I mean, before I felt like he was following a plan. He was kind of provocative, but he was following a plan and playing also against Hans's clock. Hans, by the way, has only 3 minutes left. But if things work out and knight becomes very direct, then actually Hans, with his confidence and without, I mean, not being a hesitant player at all, if he gets his chance, he can just crush anyone.
There is 3 minutes on the clock, and that's not much time. Hans, I think, feels the power of the position. Let's run a poll on our chat as well. Guys, do you think Hans can pull this off? Big moment once again with the black pieces. He has a dominating position, but still needs to play precise. And look at that clock situation. So the pressure is on Hans. Can Hans do this? Yes or no, chat? Tell us. E takes d4. The main line is what happens after knight a4, Peter. Let's have that on the board one more time. You simply fall back with the queen, either to c7 or to d8. And then after you take on f6, you want to go b5. He's gone for e takes d4 though.
Yeah, he went. I mean, it's a move that he's very, very disliking. I mean, Magnus is super angry, I believe, but oh no, queen takes d4 at least. I mean, I felt like we even don't want to take it because we already want something more, but probably because of the time situation, Hans wants to keep things simple. I was expecting queen d8, to be honest. Queen d8 was the most logical to me. But okay, he takes the pawn, he grabs the pawn back, and he wants to very quickly to bring one of his looks, I don't know, look a8 or look fd8, targeting the knight, and he enjoys a nice advantage.
No, it still looks like a very pleasant endgame, but definitely the middle game, keeping the queens on the board, would have been a lot more dangerous for Magnus. Peter, we've got just maybe a few more minutes that we can look at other games before jumping to this one. So let's do a quick roundup of what is happening. The Anish Prague board, I think we can say this will end in a draw.
Yeah, it's very, very drawish. I mean, okay, here this pawn doesn't really make any difference. White's pawn structure is damaged. That's the problem. So white is not able to get the usual maneuver of bringing his king towards the queen side. So it should be a draw. Alireza against Liam. It's kind of a very double-edged but very concrete position. I see that the evaluation bar gives white a clear advantage. White is a pawn up. Black has some dangerous counterplay, but if computer says that white is clearly better, it means that the dynamics don't work out move per move for black. And
I mean, it's just that bishop on f6 just feels like such a monster in this position, and it's going to be tough to fight against that.
Yeah, and also the knight on f4 very nicely covers the d3 square. Otherwise, actually, bishop d3 would almost be checkmate. So it's very nice for white that this knight on f4 and the bishop on f6 kind of dominate white's position. But still, the position looks for a human eye as very complicated and messy. And what about Levon?
All three results are possible in this one.
Yeah, and also here it's very tricky because black has already played the move a5. So a5, c5 pawn structure, there's a hole on b5, there's a hole on d5. And if there would be queens on the board, then maybe one could argue that black has good counter chances against white's king. But it's an endgame. And maybe slowly... yeah, Levon is also preparing king g5, eventually bishop takes d5, and then king f4, king g3 counterplay.
Wow. Peter, you call this an endgame? To me, it just looks like a complicated, well, semi-middle game position, because no pawns have been traded. Just two, the minor pieces are still on the board. It looks like a close position, and once again, everything to play for here as well.
Yeah. I mean, the move king h6, look at this. Levon again with 30 minutes on the clock, just chills. Like, this is all kind of, you know what, it's a strategical battle. Yeah, white is planning to play b4. Levon immediately opted for rook a8, making sure that he eyes the a4 pawn, so it won't be so easy for white to push b4. Duda comes back with the knight to e3. He might want to shuffle bishop d5 and eventually knight c4. He wants to regroup and somehow get this good knight versus the bad bishop, but Levon immediately goes bishop g5. Will we see a repetition? Bishop d8 blitzed out.
Well, at this very moment, you mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, knight e3, bishop g5 played. Levon shows that actually I have nothing against a draw. And maybe...
He's repeating it. He's gone for it again. And that's it. Well, that's actually good news for Lev playing with the black pieces. He goes into the final round with the white pieces. And but I think in this position, having the two bishops, probably Jan-Krzysztof, Duda just felt there's not much to play for. Peter, let's jump back to the Magnus game and take it from where we left. Hans is down to 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like he lost the momentum by going queen takes d4. It was a very understandable practical decision, yeah, that you don't want to calculate, but maybe he could have asked for more by keeping the queens. And now let's take a look. How did Magnus somehow get away? Yeah, rook b1, rook d8, bishop d3. And we see that actually this knight on h5 is a very double-edged piece, because if the knight on d5 dominates the knight and black knight won't be able to jump to the critical f4 square, then actually long terms, white even might get the upper hand. Yeah, so that's why Hans is going knight e6 to try to fight for this f4 square. Bishop e4 played, king f8 sidesteps something, but hang on, I mean, white is slowly stabilizing.
One gets the feeling, no, that white is actually coordinating his pieces very well suddenly, and the worst is really behind. And it all comes down to that moment of queen trade. Queen takes d4 when the queen could have just moved away. You sacrifice a pawn, but look at that king position. It would have kept the initiative going. And Hans is a player of initiative. So a slightly strange decision there. After king f8, you still have this bishop on c1. Do you just go bishop e3 here? Or what is it that you play to continue your development?
Yeah, bishop e3 would be very natural. On the other hand, for some reason, Magnus feels the need to take some time. He was blitzing out his moves. He might feel like now he's perfectly safe. Opponent has only 1.5 minutes on the clock. So yeah, he might be tempted to try to fight for something.
So he's put the bishop on d2. That's actually a really nice square because it threatens bishop a5, really destabilizing that rook on d8. Rook d7 would run into knight b6. And if you have to lose control of over the d file, that could actually be trouble for black.
Well, I think the question really comes down to the fact that probably black should jump onto f4 and sacrifice the pawn if he can. And this case, opposite colored bishop position, for example, after knight hf4.
You have to probably take on f4, yeah?
Yeah, and after knight f4, okay, for example, I just want to highlight, yeah, knight takes f4. Maybe you don't take though. Maybe you just move the king to f1. And rely on this very powerful bishop on e4. Yeah, knight f4 check had been played. Knight takes f4, knight takes f4, and now king f1. I'm worried now.
King f1, you're still hitting on b7, and
that's it.
Bishop a5 is a big threat as well.
Wow, I mean, no, this is, yeah, if actually Hans wanted to go knight f4, he should have done with bishop on c1 and king on g8. It would have worked for him much better, because then white was still undeveloped. But now with bishop a5 coming and bishop takes b7, and you are down to 30 seconds. Oh my God, actually Hans gonna lose this game.
This is such a big shift in momentum. b6 played, defending that pawn, also guarding against the a5 threat. If you go bishop b7, it probably gives white... Bishop b7 is possible because rook c2, bishop f4 hangs.
Yeah, and Magnus just collects the pawn, meaning that actually after b5 he has bishop takes b5, yeah, and after rook b5 bishop f4.
Always bishop f4. This is unreal, Peter. Magnus plays this 1a3, makes all these moves, f3 e3 g3 king g2, and then somehow survives.
Yeah, well, he should have been punished. Yeah, it was very close. Just somehow if Hans would have managed to take a deep breath and say, like, no matter I have only 2.5 minutes, but I will punish Magnus, let me keep the queens and I don't care that I'm pawn done. It would have worked. Because we have seen that Hans, when he gets the initiative, is so incredibly strong and very quick. There was just no reason to get into some technical position against Magnus.
Absolutely. That queen d4 just feels like the turning point in this game. And now it looks like it's all Magnus's game. Having the double bishop advantage, having that extra pawn, black's rook on b8, not ideally placed. This looks like it's going to be about a bit of technique, and not just that. Hans is down to 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's
and meanwhile, Peter, let's quickly go over to the Alireza Liam board, which is such an important game. We could stay on to this one, but I think this is where the action really matters, because if Alireza wins this, then the match is over. But now I'm looking at the position and I'm just wondering if black is fine.
Yeah, black is creating calm. For example, there is a move bishop d7. I mean, look at this. If the bishop gets to that diagonal and rook takes c4 runs into bishop b5 pin, I mean, then suddenly white's king on f1 will get into a lot of trouble.
I love bishop d7, this rerouting of the bishop to this b5 diagonal. You can't come to d3 because of the knight on f4. You shift it to b5. And actually, how is white fighting this bishop d7, bishop b5 idea?
Exactly. I mean, white will suddenly have to switch also to defense. Yeah, I really feel like, and everything that happened here in the last couple of moves indicate
maybe
like...
Peter, sorry, maybe in that position, you can go knight e2, bishop d4.
Wow, but oh no, I mean, the move bishop d6, again, some panicky move with little time on the clock. Bishop d6 doesn't work. I mean, takes, this will end badly.
And bishop d3, wow, and I see a rival bar. It seems to say that bishop d3 is an awful move.
Yeah, well, I mean, it feels awful. I mean, but clearly Liam is thinking about counterplay with rook e2. But hang on, can we play like a computer? We go rook e1 and after d2 we play rook d1. Wow, I mean, this looks very strong because I stop any kind of rook e2, yeah, and you don't have any dynamic, and the pawn on d2 will be vulnerable. Yeah, rook e1 on the board, yeah.
On the board. So you just pick up the d2 pawn, actually.
Yeah, you just win the game, actually. I mean,
wow. You know, also Peter, really quickly, I'm just wondering that idea of bishop d7, if white had the counter to go knight e2 bd4, because otherwise it just looked like it would be lost for white, that position. If we
yeah, but also knight e2 bishop d4, I will hit you with rook takes e2 and I might be winning.
Ah, yes. So bishop d4, you've got rook e2.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if my bishop reaches, I promise that it will end badly, yeah, so I will just hit something.
And then after bishop b2, you just win. Bishop b6, you win the house. And after king e2, what do you do? Bishop
then I take on d4.
Yeah. So maybe, maybe you
have to go I mean, okay, it's very uncharacteristic for Liam because he usually spots all these kind of picks. He's so super confident. I feel like he's not yet settled into the tournament. I mean, he did not play the Olympiad. Yeah, he's maybe a bit rusty. I really feel that he's a little bit rusty because an informed Liam would just spot all these things very quickly.
Very strange, yeah. And the thing is that it just walks into a line where white is now the one who's pushing for the win. And once again, Alireza wraps up the match if he wins this.
Yeah, and now he's gonna win. I mean, I just don't see. I mean, maybe you should not push d2, and the reason why Liam is thinking that maybe rook takes e3, bishop e3, despite it should be lost, maybe it gives more practical chances because really after d2, rook d1. I mean, black will have to, d2 on the board. Black will have to play rook d3, but I mean, okay, bishop g5 or king e2 and then take on d2. I just don't, okay, he goes b3, but it does nothing. I mean, b3 does nothing. White can even play a3. But then bishop a5, okay. Good spot there by Liam. He's fighting. At least he's fighting.
So after a takes b3, you just go bishop a5.
Yeah, in any case, he actually wants to get bishop a5 and then suddenly he threatens to win the game with rook e1 check.
So you'll have to go bishop c3 and then that should be holdable for sure.
That might be holdable. I mean, I don't know because let's not forget we have 3 versus 1 on the king side.
Yeah.
It's something we are not used to, that usually it's liquidation, but actually white has all these extras. So just maybe a takes b3, bishop a5, bishop c3. I mean, black has some chances to survive, but it looks bad. Takes rook d2, rook b3, and rook a2. It should be technical win.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a tough task for Liam to survive this. And do we have an update on the Magnus board?
Well, they are now a little bit stagnating. So what happened here? Yeah, Magnus played bishop c4, knight d4, king g2, yeah, protecting, bishop a6 back, rook c7, bishop c3, knight e6 back. Hans is down to 25 seconds. Very tough.
But now that the rook from b8 has actually come over to the c file on the open file, it still feels like Hans has made some progress in the position.
Yeah, he did make. The big question is it enough to create real counterplay? Because he's down to 25 seconds. So only if he really gets some counterplay, he has chances to survive. I mean, at least the knight is eyeing the weak spot on f4, yeah, and also the weakness on g5. So we see some hope at least for Hans, but I mean, usually Magnus is merciless.
It's still a pawn down with double bishop. Well, knight f4 does seem like a nice juicy square for the knight.
Wow, and Magnus says, you know, I'm not impressed. I just play for wow. What's this move? King e7. Now Hans wants rook h8, counterplay against the h2 pawn. Nice spot. Nice spot. King e7, protecting the bishop, freeing the rook. We might get a game. We might still get a game, but maybe it's not enough. I mean, just h4 and rook h8, rook h1 calms things down. Yeah. Yeah, so rook h8 maybe even can be simply answered by rook h1.
Wow.
I mean, and then opening up the way for the other rook. Yeah, Hans goes knight f4 check. I don't believe in this because knight g7 pawn is also hanging.
And you just sidestep. But where do you move with your king? Do you go to f2?
I mean, I can go to f1, maybe f2, and then if you do give me some check, then I go to f1.
Or king f1 to start with. But you could also start with king f1.
But king f1, then I have to calculate rook h8 and bishop g7, rook takes h4. But maybe you are in some mating net also with your king.
He starts with king f2. So after bishop c5, he wants to go king f1.
Well, or then even king g3.
King g3, then you can not come back bishop d6 because, yeah, knight e6, he falls back.
Yeah, this has gone horribly wrong because giving up a tempo was definitely not part of the plan. Yeah, Magnus goes bishop b5, eyeing that this king is in some kind of a mating net. Yeah, now rook h8 is just too late. I mean, it had to be tried one move earlier. I mean, two moves earlier instead of knight f4 check.
And rook d6 is still not working. Yeah, rook d6, you've got king d6 and the king is fine. So he makes a simple move, rook h1. And after this check, he's going to go to... It's kind of hard to come up with a square. Does he go king g2 now?
He can go king g2 or king g3 first. And then, I mean, he can do the triangle.
Or is he going to put his king to g4?
Well, that's a tricky spot because then black gets these f5 checks.
Yeah, one check and it would be mate. Maybe you'll go rook c8, rook c4.
Yeah, and okay, king g2, yeah, keeping things under control. All Magnus needs is one move, rook b1 to e1, pinning the knight and creating the terrible set of bishop take g7. Yeah, so it's and the Hans down to 15 seconds basically.
12 seconds for Hans. There's just no time at all.
Yeah, I can't see him surviving this. Yeah, knight f4 check.
There's a check, and now you go back king f2. There's a little bit of a king dance here that Magnus is doing.
Yeah, Magnus is enjoying himself that he always, now he's going to go king g3, wins another tempo. I mean, it's very frustrating.
Bishop d6, what is he? Then he gives a check on e1, yeah?
Yeah, it's just very frustrating. Anyway. I mean, that, yeah, you see, Magnus has done all the extra moves while black was just going back and forth, going back and forth.
Oh my God, Peter, big update that Prague is winning against Anish. Is that for real?
Well, it could be because actually Prague was making very nice progress with this f4 pawn sacrifice, but I feel like Magnus is about to win this game, so maybe let's just stick to it. In any case, there is still a lot to play in the Prague Anish game. It's just the beginning, and who knows if Prague will also find all those computer moves.
All right, we're going to stick to this one. I'll keep an eye out on this. When something big happens, we'll switch to this.
Yeah, also rook e4, yeah, provoking f5, so White's bishop is again alive. I mean, this is... And now the knight on e6 is vulnerable as well. Yeah, the pawn was lured to f5.
And also, Peter, I have to inform you that it looks like Alireza will be wrapping up his match, by the way. So maybe we should just go to that. We know that Magnus is winning here. And I want to draw your attention to Alireza's match because that's a really big moment there.
Yeah, this is a big moment. I mean, exactly everything happened as we discussed. White has 3 pawns on the king side. They just keep on rolling. And the D pawn, somehow it should be already on D3 to really hope for counterplay. Yeah, the pawn is still way too far away from action.
Oh, this has been a very tough start for Liam, no? From day one against Lev, and now this one against Alireza, and it looks like it might be just match over with this game. I don't see Liam being able to hold this position.
Yes, and the point is that, I mean, what really impressed me with Liam throughout the tour, he had incredible results, that he was so, so precise. I mean, he was never really making a mistake. Yeah, he never made an unforced error. Yeah, he just always played very quickly. And so far, that's why I was mentioning that I feel like he's a little bit rusty yet, because he wasn't exactly true himself. He was making mistakes. He was allowing her opponent to use his mistake, and this is absolutely not characteristic for him.
Peter, what's the technique here? What's the plan for White? You've pushed your pawns to these squares, and with Rook H1, Liam makes sure that it's not easy. But he goes King G2, so you can't really maintain your Rook. Wow, Rook H4.
Yeah, it's desperation. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, there is also the problem. White can give a Rook F5 check, and then where do you go? If you go King G7, are you going to win with Rook D5? If you go King E6, then why did you start running towards F6? Yeah, there are all kinds of things. Of course, finally, also it can come down that eventually, if White calculates very precise, okay, so he wants systematic approach. He wants Rook H2, Rook behind the pawn, and then push, which will force Black to play King G7 now.
And then you have your move Rook D2.
Yeah, then he wants, but then maybe F5 comes. Yeah, that would be maybe some kind of a resource. For example, just to highlight this, that it seems like we are losing a second pawn, but with F5, we might escape.
That's actually a really nice trick.
Yeah, that's what Liam is trying to set up. And no, but with D5, he opens up everything now. After D5, now just check, and then the Rook goes to D6. And if you play Rook D1, then King H4, King G5. So King G7, Rook D6, F5 will be played anyway. But this one looks just lost.
Down to a minute and a half and a minute for Alireza, but should be enough to show the technique. So King E7, the problem is now the H pawn advances.
Well, I mean, somehow that now the 6th rank was opened. I mean, it really feels like it heavily benefits White. Of course, it's still.
Do you go H6 here?
Not sure, because H6, D4, one thing I feel like I don't want to do with White, calculating some forced move pair move variations if I could control, but F5 is a threat.
F5 is a threat, and I'm just wondering, after H6, D4, for example, there might be these ideas of just trying to get the king closer to the D pawn.
Yeah, there are all kinds of, besides even F5, G5, and then Rook H5, Rook F6 might still be lost. So yeah, White goes H6. Pushes the pawn, so yeah, Black goes D4. Of course, yeah, Black is relying on the counterplay with the D4 pawn.
Just get your king, no? King F3.
Just like this, yeah. I mean, the good news for White after H6, he does not need to care about F5 because now he can just push G5, yeah, King F3, and how to react. Rook E1 has to be played, yeah. Basically, Rook E1 has to be played. You can't allow the king to get to E4. But I mean, okay, then already the pawns are moving forward.
All
no,
right,
it's hopeless.
This one is hopeless and looks completely busted for Black. I'm going to leave it for you to decide. Do you want to go over to the Magnus game because it's still on? It looks like a complete nightmare for Hans. Yeah,
I mean, the situation did not improve for Hans. I mean, one could argue that he's still in the game. That's already an improvement because it looked like it's going to be finished. So he's fighting, he's putting incredible resistance, but how do you stop this A pawn with this combined with this bishop? Yeah, Rook B8, trying to give a check. White can always just play Rook D2 if he's worried of anything. But Magnus is not worried. Yeah,
just go A6, because after Rook B2, you can probably just get your king to G3.
I mean, no, you can also go king e3 and after rook b3 check, you go rook b3. Yeah.
Very nice, very clean.
Yeah, yeah. So Magnus is not the type of player who sees any ghost. Yeah, just goes for it, and basically, I think it's now over.
And also with this threat of bishop g2, check, a7 will be just game over. So he's gone king c5 to sidestep that check and to get out of that pin. Rook c1 played.
Yeah, very unpleasant. Yeah, rook c1 just seals the victory, because if you go king b6, then okay, rook b1 check is coming.
He just goes for the end game, and trades off the rooks and gets
yeah,
the king.
and then also the g6 pawn can't be protected actually.
Bishop c4, bishop f7.
Yeah. Later on, this idea also comes. Yeah, so Hans goes back king d6, but this case he never threatens rook b2 check because of king e3.
So he could he just start with bishop g2? Bishop g2 might run into rook b2.
Yeah, king e3.
Starts with king e3. Very
yeah,
nice.
First,
just hits the knight first.
First hit the knight, exactly. And we are also seeing that Alireza is about to win his game, I believe. So then he would just wrap up the match. Anish, by the way, holds the game.
Wow, so much.
Wow, but hang on. There is the breaking development that maybe Liam has a chance to make a draw. Because rook h2 he protects, and after king e3, black goes king f5. And after rook takes d2, he gives rook h3 check, and then black starts collecting the pawn. So, wow, what an incredible tenacious defense by Liam.
But can't you just start with f5 and push? Where do you go after f5? I mean, if
yeah, well, I have to go to e7, I guess. Yeah, king e7. No, king e7 loses. Wow.
And how does this lose? 1 second. So f5, king e7. Do you just go king e3 now?
Well, now the king is pushed back, yeah? It's
and you
apparently...
just go and pick up the d2 pawn. Just king e3 looks completely winning, no?
Well, okay, black will play rook g2.
But rook g2, there might be
Then
what?
Okay, h7 and g, yeah, okay, f6, g6 is already a panicky move. f6, g6 and... Yeah, rook takes h6, rook d2. I mean, it's not 2 versus 1. Yeah, usually 2 versus 1 is a draw, but here with the very bad pawn on f6, yeah, it will be an eternal target. He won't be able to hold it. Wow, I mean, yeah, Tadeusz was mentioning that just one move earlier, if Liam plays finds rook h2, then it's a draw. Like this, it was backfiring after all. Yeah,
and
rook
this
h5.
one, now you just get your rook to a2 and then to a7.
Yeah, I mean, okay, finally, when you activate the rook, any check, and then rook to f7, it should win.
Wait, what? Something? Okay, king f3 still.
No, it's this is just a computer mistake. Yeah, that he needs some time to understand that every move is winning.
All right, and Magnus still on the path to conversion, but it looks like he's doing fine. Rook e3, a trade has been offered.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Magnus has collected the second pawn, and his h pawn is going to queen.
This is unstoppable.
That's it.
Wow, that was quite a rough game. I mean, Magnus starting with this 1f3, going into this crazy opening, and then Hans had the initiative, did everything right to punish Magnus for the kind of opening play that he showed. And then suddenly, one mistake, momentum changes, and Magnus slowly just took over. And that's it.
And won the game, and takes the lead in the match. And now suddenly Hans needs to bounce back in the last game with the white pieces to equal the scores. So all eyes on Alireza, because he can actually seal his match right here, right now.
And it looks like he's on his way, because I don't see how you're going to defend this f6 pawn. So let's say you go king g4.
Yeah, you just can't defend. Yeah, king f4, rook f1, just get out of these checks. Yeah, so probably king e4 and then you just hide. Yeah, you go with the king to d7, and against rook d1 check, you will have rook d6. I think that it's a very simple... Yeah, for example, okay, just to highlight, check, check. We simply move all the way to d7, and then after check, we will have rook d6 with the king on d7. Yeah, that's it. We're gonna see this.
That's what he's going for.
Yeah, and the pawn on f6 can never be protected, because king g7 runs into rook e7 check, and then rook f7. Or if king h6, then rook h7, and then g7 queens the pawn.
King c6, getting king all the way in, and now you just give a check with the rook on e7, and trouble wherever
and
the
one
king
can
goes.
really feel like if after the game Liam spots that instead of bishop d3 check, bishop d7 would have even given him maybe winning chances. I mean, he will be heavily regretting, because in general terms, Firuza was the one who was calling the action, yeah, in this game. He out-prepared Liam, but there was a chance, there was a moment where Liam could have fought back, and anything could have been possible.
Rook f7, just winning this pawn now. Don't take it at this very moment because of rook a6.
Yes, that's the trick. But okay, we just moved the king.
Then he wants to go
Doesn't
rook
matter. I
a6.
mean, I believe king d7 is just, I mean, going from there.
And going king e7 next,
Yeah, and then king e7. But hang on, no, king d7, rook a7 check, king e8, rook a8, king e7 check, and we can never take with the king because no, it's still winning. Yeah, of course.
You're still winning it.
Yeah. Okay. So then everything just wins completely for white.
And just an update that Prague Anish is ending in a draw any moment. Has it
Yeah,
ended already?
they already ended. Yeah. So actually, Anish defended that game. Yeah, king d7 on the board.
So you're just simply moving, walking step by step towards the f6 pawn and picking it up, and now you go king e8.
Yeah, now the only mistake is king e6 would have been a draw. Yeah, that was the
let's
trick.
show that, Peter. King e6, you take on f7 and king f8.
Yes, that's what I panicked first, but then I realized that of course I can, yeah, and it's stalemate. But of course, white plays king e8 and wins the tempo, because now after rook a8 check, king e7, rook a7 check, you take king takes f6, and after rook f7 check, gf, it's your move, yeah, and then you just sidestep with king g6 and resigns. So
wow.
I'm expecting Liam to design here.
This is quite a dominating match performance by Ali Reza today.
Yeah, but Liam will be very upset with himself. I mean, whenever the opponent so-called shows dominance, it also shows that the other player will be very angry because he feels that he made it somehow too easy for his opponent. It shouldn't have happened like this. Yeah, for example, I mean, Ali Reza played this semi-tarash, yeah, which is a very, very solid, you know, system to make a draw, to kill the game. And then Liam losing that game from the white side, I believe, gave him a lot of frustration. Yeah, rook a5, he will play, but after rook f6, I mean, there is no doubt about the final outcome. Slowly white will move the king back, yeah, all the way back, and black is just stuck. Yeah, rook f7 check. You come back with the king, and then you win. It's quite trivial. Yeah, king d6. If rook a5, king e6, yeah, you are trying to get the king behind the pawns and then move the rook away. King e5, of course.
Peter, I just had a look at our chat, and Grandmaster Benjamin Feingold mentions, a big shout out to him, that king e6 in that position was also winning. And I think his point is that if black trades on f7, you go into a king pawn ending. You
Yes, yeah, with king d6, king d7 opposition, yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
And you just show
But I mean,
king.
white to calculate something like this, yeah, you might you might provide a heart attack for all your family members, right? I mean, this is the way how you want to, and now move the rook away, and your opponent has to design. I mean, there is just nothing to play for.
And
Next
king
move is king h6, by the way, yeah, just king
yes,
h6.
King h6 looks very strong. Just threatening a mate. It's played. Rook b8 is a threat. If you go rook f5, rook b8, you trade, and you go king h7, and you win the endgame. And Peter, we're going to see that. Just don't go g7 check, because that would be a draw. But of course, he does it. Let's just show that in this position, we do have Liam. This match is over, and now this would have been the winning sequence of moves. But Liam resigns, and with that, Ali Reza wraps up his match in just 3 games. What a bounce back from day one.
Yeah, he will be very happy about it, definitely. I mean, after a loss, to bounce back like this, it's a wonderful feeling. Yeah, then you feel like, yes, now I'm coming. I mean, everything is right, and you already forgot what happened the first day.
Peter, we've got Ali Reza, we've got Liam and Ali Reza with us. Let's hear it from them.
Summarize it. Yeah, I played well in the first game, and then the second game I played terrible. Third game was very interesting. I think at some point it was the right equal, even though I was down a pawn. I had some compensation with the bishop pair, but I missed this idea with rook c1 and then rook e1 back. And basically after that, I think it's very difficult in game to hold.
Are you impressed with Ali Reza's play today?
Yeah, I think today he played quite well. He didn't make any big mistakes, so this is we should expect this from him.
And how do you reset before tomorrow? What is your way of actually getting back into a winning mode here?
I'll just try to forget about the last 2 matches and try to do better tomorrow.
We look forward to seeing you, Liam. Good luck.
Thank you.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Yeah, welcome back. Wow, I mean, Alireza has sealed the match. It was very interesting to hear Liam giving his thoughts on the match, and he was very critical. He said he played a terrible second game. Yeah, I mean, losing a game like this with the white pieces sets you off. And then in the third game, it was very interesting, but somehow that he already lost the balance. He did not manage to spot this bishop d7. He mentioned that he missed this rook c1 and then rook e1 back idea. And when he will now see that actually with bishop d7, he could have countered it. I believe he could have countered it nicely. Then it will be all the more painful. But as a professional, he said the most important thing, that he needs to forget about what happened in the first 2 rounds, because he can also feel like it wasn't like his opponents outplayed him or something. It was more like it was his fault that he made those unforced errors, which is so uncharacteristic for him. And I believe if he gets his flow, gets his confidence, then we will see him bouncing back. Nothing is lost there for Liam. I mean, I'm a big believer. I know that he's an incredible fighter and he's so precise. And that's why those kind of misses, I think, frustrate him. But if he's able to put that behind him, then it should be all fine. On the other hand, we already talked about this with Tania, that for Alireza, bouncing back after this loss against Prague in the very first round, I think will be very important. I mean, he will feel like, yes, I'm back in business. I'm ready to take on anyone. And those kind of psychological things, yeah, it might look like it's just a chess game, it's one game, it's a design, but the feeling matters a lot, yeah, that suddenly you feel that you are invincible or you are vulnerable, yeah, those 2 things make a wow. And okay, there you go. I mean, I wanted to continue, but when I see a move like c2, c3 is played instead of c3, c4, I mean c2, c4, then I'm suddenly speechless, because I don't know exactly is it a mouse slip or not. Definitely it's not a mouse slip. I mean, Levon likes to do things like this, yeah, he likes to play some structure, and he's somehow also playing on Duda's nerves, that he just wants to play some structure, some slow chess with bishop f4, and then basically playing a Slav defense from the reverse colors. It's not exactly a London system, because the London system is first, of course, bishop f4, and then usually white plays e3 first, and waits for black to react. It's interesting. Indefinitely, it's in, and we see that Duda is taking his time. I mean, he's a little bit shocked. I mean, shocked by the fact that it can be a pleasant shock as well. Like, okay, what is it? C3. It's the 4th game of the match. the score is tight. There is just no reason to feel any pressure, and Levon is taking it slow. But on the other hand, it's not so comfortable that you might be not exactly sure what your opponent wants. And finally, he plays the move e6. He closes his bishop on c8. Levon jumps bishop f4 and c5. Yeah. So we might be getting this typical London system. E3. Now the big question: bishop d6. I think bishop d6 probably will be the move that. If no, he goes queen b6. Okay. Very interesting, targeting the b2 pawn. But hang on, the b2 pawn, now that we already played the move c3, we might be able to play queen b3. I mean, usually with the pawn on e7, it's typical that again, yeah, queen b3 on the board, because c4, queen c2 often is met by, for example, if knight would be on c6 instead of e6, bishop f5 would be the typical trick, yeah, that you kick the queen, and if queen takes f5, then queen takes b2 is possible. So now that the pawn is already on e6, it feels like Levon managed to trick Jan-Krzysztof. He managed to trick him. I mean, it's an innocent looking position. It doesn't look like this is something, but believe me, Levon is now very happy, and probably Duda is kicking himself that he shouldn't have given this chance for Lev. That's the feeling I'm getting. But okay, maybe I'm also wrong, but I do feel, and also the evaluation bar indicates that White got this something which actually means a lot. In the London system, getting something is very important. And wow, I mean, Magnus only needs a draw, and after e4 he goes g6. All right, we got to respect this attitude. I mean, he just kind of signals to Hans that, you know what, I give you a chance. Show me your skills. If you're gonna punch me, if you're gonna beat me, well done. He's provoking a big fight. Wow. I mean, after turning the tables, very interesting choice. I mean, if you would have asked me already there, we talked about this. Levon played the move queen e5 against Duda. I would have said no chance. And if you ask me, will Magnus repeat e4 g6 against Hans? I would have no way, never in this situation on move on game 4 when he's leading the match. So very interesting. And Hans is taking his time, like he's completely shocked. Really, Magnus is giving me this chance? Okay, I want to make the most out of it. And okay, finally on the third game, because I mean, we only have 3 matches left, we see a classical opening. I mean, this is a classical Nimzo. It can happen from many different move orders, a lot of fine maneuvering play. I believe that, and okay, black goes for the CD, bishop a6. I believe it was something that Anish played with the black piece against Wesley. So I really believe, and there Wesley played a very nice game. So Anish has all these memories that what happened to him against Wesley, he might be able to use it to his advantage. Of course, the position is very solid for black. It's nothing, but it's a position where the experience and knowing the position, knowing the plans is kind of much more important. And we are talking about a rapid game. Yeah. So going with the flow, playing quickly, confidently and good. Yeah. Because playing quickly and dubious, it's not something that offsets these super players. If you are managing to play really quickly plus strongly, then that's how you actually cause a lot of trouble to your opponent. So I believe it's everything to play for, but Anish is slight favorite because I believe he has a little bit more experience in this position with that game against Wesley. What's happening here? So Levon, we see that the position is kind of slow. I like the way how Duda reacted. He spent some time. He did not panic. He said like, okay, maybe Levon tricked me, but I just gonna play chess. The game is still just starting. Bishop e7, knight b2 castles, bishop e2, bishop d7. I think this is very nice because bishop develops, black gets rook to c8 and make sure that after, for example, some traits like knight c6, yeah, just to show that if black would play knight c6 immediately, then there is always this problem of takes and eventually bishop c7. It's a typical Slav motif, and suddenly you have a lot of problem on the b6 pawn. But by simply playing bishop d7 and then slowly first going rook c8, making sure that the c7 square is covered, he gets a solid position. There is nothing to worry, and Tania is back. Tanya, what is your take? Did you see Magnus going for e4 g6 in a game where he only needs a draw?
No, Peter, I'm just catching up on all the action, but I did hear you. I had to run out for a moment, and I did hear you with complete shock that Magnus has decided to go g6, but that just means we get a game on our hands. I mean, he needs to draw this to win the match, but he goes for this structure. We actually saw him play something similar with Anish as well yesterday in game 1.
Yes, but this is exactly why I was so shocked. So basically, if Hans was playing e4 in the first game, yeah, and he started e4 in both of his whites game, then he kind of expected probably the peers, yeah, because Magnus was playing the peers. And that's why it felt like, and I have the feeling like Hans probably had decided himself that he will just play very classical. He doesn't want to get provoked into some kind of big mess. And that's why he spent some time. And look at this, Magnus is going for the hippopotamus with the knight on f6.
And the hippopotamus is basically getting the bishop on b7 and g7 and having this pawn structure on the third rank. Peter, why is this called the hippopotamus?
Well, I think that there is also some chessable course with a very nice picture of a hippo, you know, that the hippopotamus coming out from the water, yeah, that. But it's still in. I mean, it's there. You know, you shouldn't underestimate. Yeah, it's ready to strike at any moment. I mean, just lovely. I mean, I'm loving all kind of things like this.
It's a new course by Grandmaster Simon Williams. It is out on Chessable, and you're absolutely right, Peter, that it's that image of. I mean, I can just visualize it. The hippopotamus just stepping out of the water, so you can kind of see him, and you feel like it's not a dangerous setup. In chess terms, but it has got so much poison and he's just sort of taking it easy, coming out, and that's what this opening with black is all about. And there
exactly.
We have it.
I mean, Lord have mercy if the hippopotamus comes out, yeah, with full strength. And I feel like this is something similar, yeah, that, okay, now Magnus will go with the knight from f6 to d7 probably, but then hang on. I mean, the pawn on the c7 will be a vulnerable pawn. I'm not sure what Magnus is doing. I mean, he will have some trouble and that's why he's posing that if he goes knight f7, which is the most tempting natural move, maybe white just goes bishop f4, then he goes some knight b5, knight fd4, bishop f3, you know, all kinds of dangers might happen there against black's construction.
Well, he's gone for it. He's gone for knight d7.
I mean, it's really very dangerous.
Tough to come for tough to find an alternative except knight d7, because knight h5 there was g4 just trapping the knight. You never want to go knight e8, rook d8. Sacrificing a pawn might not be the way he wanted to play, but I have a feeling that Magnus might be regretting.
But hang on, he fell into the trap. He went knight b5 and now bishop a6. Is this the devilish hippopotamus jumping out of the water? I mean, bishop a6 threatening c6.
Are you saying the hippo strikes?
Hippo strikes. It might be. I mean, this is, and look at the evaluation bar also. But another move is a6 and knight c7, rook a7, another kind of hippo stuff that, I mean, where is this knight running? I mean, you really want to come into the water, into my territory.
The hippo will get the knight.
Oh my God. I mean, okay, Magnus is always so tricky. Seemingly he's doing something foolish. Yeah, and then when you want to punish him for his foolish play, then he counters it. Wow.
And this is unbelievable, right? It happened in the last game as well with this 1a3. It just looked like everything went wrong for Magnus, but then just he turns it around, and right now, well, he's having a think. So both a6, bishop a6, but I have to say
no,
a6
actually a6, yeah, once I spot it, and believe me, if a6 happens, Hans will fall from his chair. I mean, please get ready with the camera, because after a6, he will just be in a total shock.
Peter, our cameras are totally ready. Do not worry about that. But I have a feeling after a6, maybe Hans has already seen it. It's not very difficult to spot that knight c7, the rook on a7 traps the knight, but it just means that you have to fall back. And if you fall back, bishop b7, everything develops and you've got harmony.
Well, I mean, E5 but you also lose the e5 pawn. You actually lose the pawn and you lose the match, and it's finished. Yeah? And imagine, and look at this. I think he has already noticed it and he's praying. Now it's praying time, yeah, because you know that you can't influence anything anymore. And Magnus goes for bishop a6. Ooh, what a relief for Hans.
And Hans showing that relief on his face right now. Did you see that, Peter?
Yeah, well, I mean, he gets a game, he gets a match. Yeah, it could have been just match over after a6.
Wow, that was a bit of a giveaway by Hans. He realized that a6 was almost a winning move, losing that e5 pawn. Meanwhile, Peter, our chat is all praise for Hippo.
Of course, and guys, I don't know the course, but I know Simon Williams, the Hippo and the Spirit fits to him perfectly. Yeah, I mean, okay, look at this graphic. I mean, amazing. I'm loving it. Unbelievable.
Actually, you know, for chess terms, it's just perfect because if you look at Black's development and pawn structure, it actually looks a bit like this. You can just
exactly nothing
it.
Is on the 5th rank. No e4, e5, no e4, c5. I mean, everything is there lying under the water, ready to get out. I mean, amazing stuff. Oh my God, yeah, but Magnus followed my first, maybe I was shouting too loudly and Magnus heard bishop a6, but no, I mean, Magnus, just play yourself, don't listen to me, I'm blundering.
You just spotted a6, Peter, you spotted that move, Magnus missed it, rook c8 on the board, and Hans Niemann gets another life in this game. Let's move on to some of our other boards which are on. We've got only 3 games because Ali Reza has wrapped up his match. Peter, let's go on to the Levon Duda board. Wow, lots of action here as well. And I did hear that there was an interesting opening on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it was like d4, d5, knight f6, c3. Yeah, so-called innocent looking move. But in a rapid online format, you should never underestimate anything.
And now we see that wasn't a mouse slip, right?
No, it wasn't. It was very intentional. And Levon did get a slight advantage. Now, so we see that okay, Black has a horrible structure with b6, b7 pawns. The bishop on b5 is eternal. But how does White break through? That's the very big question. Duda goes rook f8, protects the only weakness. Maybe eventually he's planning to go f6, but I don't think it's just nice to sit like this, sit tight, don't do anything. Of course, Levon will, you know, give this psychological question. I'm going to go king h3, attack the bishop, and then if you move the bishop back, then at least I have a plan. King g3, maybe I'm going to go h4, rook e f1. It's all about pretending. We can't break Black's construction, but we should try to pretend, make him nervous.
So it's the kind of position where White is playing for 2 results and he just keeps slowly pushing and grinding. But Duda, just the kind of player he is, not sitting passive and saying that, you know what, let's go for it. Strikes in the center with f6, will double up on the f file. And now my questions to White. Do you take on f6 or do you ignore it? Because if you ignore it, it gives Black the option to even push f5.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if Black wants to play f5 because it does give White the chance to open up something. But this f6 followed by rook cf7. I mean, I missed the move rook cf7. So immediately when f6 appeared, I thought, okay, of course, that's the justification. It changes everything because my worry was that after f6, White will play rook ef1 and we will be pinned here and we don't know how to release this tension. But yeah, rook cf7 just solves everything. Now we are starting to take fe5 and after he takes f6, rook f6, then we just trade everything and it's going to be a draw. It seems like we have all the chances to witness a playoff and it might be the very first match that ends in a playoff today.
Wow, this is going to be a fun blitz between these 2 players. All right, it looks like Duda going for the most direct approach, trying to solve all his problems. What is up with our Anish Prague board? Because that one so far, an even Steven match and a 4th draw would mean another playoff for us.
Yeah, but I do have the feeling that, look at the time advantage, and I had this feeling from Anish that he is more experienced. I mentioned already that he had a play game with the black pieces against Wesley saw in Bucharest, I think last year or something like this. And Wesley put him under quite a lot of pressure in this structure. And now he's also started this route. Yeah, it's the typical route, knight h2, knight f1, eventually maybe the knight landing on g3, some pawn sacrifices with d5, creating pressure against the g7 pawn might be possible. I mean, all kinds of ideas. Of course, Prague at the same time will try to harass White's queen with queen c4, trying to advance his a pawn quickly. It's an unbalanced position, but I feel like White has some potential thanks to this lovely bishop on b2.
That's a really nice breakdown, Peter. And I have to say that this is the first time in this match that we see Anish ahead on the clock. Like he's got the kind of position, the kind of opening that he wanted against Prague, and he will try to push this. But I also feel this a pawn, the idea of just storming down the board will provide Prague with enough counterplay. It will be about time. And of course, this game, even though our eval bar says is pretty even, I think it's from a human perspective, again, it's the kind of game where all three results are possible.
Exactly, and it will be a very, very hard-fought battle because actually white has to be energetic. Yeah, white has to be energetic. You just can't sit and wait. And one has the feeling that, yeah, the big idea for white is to activate this knight. The only problem is that now the bishop on b2 is hanging. I mean, not yet, but black has this idea of eventually taking knight takes e4. And after queen e4, suddenly the bishop is vulnerable. So that's the reason why Anish is not taking the time to understand that, should I just remove the bishop to a1 into the corner? It's slightly, you know, it's a committal move. You don't want to do it, but maybe it's a very good prophylactic. Just get that bishop away from all the tactics. And then you might be thinking of knight g4, d5, or knight f1, knight g3, and then d5. But Anish goes rook d3. But hang on, what happened? Ah, he wants bishop a3. I was thinking like, there is no way he blundered knight takes e4.
Knight e4, bishop e3, and you can't go knight c3 because bishop b4, knight e2, there's rook e2.
Yeah, just to show that this is the trick, that suddenly the rook and then also the knight will be hanging.
But can he just start pushing the pawn already now? Go a5?
No, I mean bishop a3 anyway.
Also, Peter, there's rook c2.
But
here,
rook c2, oh my god,
c2
rook
is
c2
very
and he loses the match. I mean, Anish will just lose the match. Just put the bishop on a1.
Match?
Oh my god. I mean, rook c2 and okay, he will lose the e4 pawn and he will have to fight for survival.
Oh, wow. Rook c2, queen c2, queen e1, knight f1. You pick up the e4 pawn.
Yes. I mean, I'm pawn up and I'm better. Okay, maybe you save by miracle, but I mean,
he plays it and Anish looks away in disappointment.
Look at this.
This
yeah,
is
he's
heartbreaking.
holding his head. How could I blunder in a nice position this rook c2 tactic?
Unbelievable. And I think he spotted this rook c2 idea before, but Anish wasn't giving it away. The players are there facing each other. He kept his cool, kept his calm. And the moment Prague dropped down with that rook on c2, you could see the disappointment in Anish.
Yeah, it's a horror moment. I mean, it's absolutely horrendous because, I mean, he felt like perfectly safe. Yeah, he's 1.5. He survived this very difficult. At some point, we heard that it was maybe a lost endgame. He survives and then he's looking forward to the white pieces that, okay, I have a chance. I will put my opponent under pressure. He also gets a playable position. We talked about it. It feels like it's a little bit shameful, but not shameful. Just put this bishop on a1. Make sure that you will never ever blunder any tactic and you have all the potential in the position. The eventual kingside attack against king on g8. I believe that Anish has seen this and he was hesitant. Do I go bishop a1? But no, come on. Let's play first the tempo move, rook d3, because bishop a3 is a threat. And then I will move the bishop back to a1. And then he gets countered by rook c2.
He completely missed rook c2. But Peter, this is just this is not it's a miss that gives black a real winning chance. And we can see Prague on the screen looking confident there. And if he actually wins this match, that would be just phenomenal. He beat Alireza in the first round, and it looks like he might just take the lead, at least in the position in this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also see that he's not missing those chances. Yeah, every single mistake by his okay, in the rook end game, but it was probably very tricky and then complicated, and both players were very low on the clock. But any kind of unforced arrows, he's jumping on. Yeah, he's not giving his opponent easy chance. And when he gets a chance, then he's just merciless.
This is a very big moment for Prague to get this rook c2, and it's such a huge miss by Anish. Peter, we'll come back to this and keep our eye out on this. Magnus on the Magnus board. Let's just quickly jump to that. Hans has to win on demand to force a playoff. Take a look at this. He's given up he sacrificed a piece on b5. Can we just back up and see what just happened?
Yeah, well, I'm not liking it. Yeah, it feels like it's a very emotional decision. Yeah, like Hans knows that he needs to win and then he's willing to take some incredible risks, but Magnus has a lot of time on the clock. I believe that Magnus will be able to outcalculate I mean, he does not need to outcalculate Hans. He just needs to navigate the complications. And AB5, clearly, Hans's idea was this rook A7. It's quite a stunning move, yeah, because you are hitting the bishop on B7, and after rook takes A7, B takes A7, you are actually winning back the piece. Because
the knight on D7 is hanging.
Exactly, the knight is hanging on D7 by the rook on D1. So this is the reason why actually Hans got attracted to this piece sacrifice. So it's not definitely not a speculative sacrifice. He believes that it's doable, it's good. But we see the evaluation bar that apparently computer says no, there is some defense for black.
And if black moves the bishop away, you can even just take on C7. You could also go B7.
Exactly. I mean, imagine the pleasure of going bishop C6, B7, right? I mean,
this is amazing. But also maybe rook into C7 is really strong because rook C7, B takes C7, and it has that same idea of hitting the knight.
Yes, of course. I mean, but we even don't have to speak about it because Magnus will never make a move like this. But now already we understand that why Hans got attracted to it. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's beautiful. Yeah, you also feel like the whole world is watching. You want to also show some sign of being a genius. Yeah, it's understandable. But maybe Magnus, yeah, he goes knight b6, very practical. I mean, knight b6, rook b7, and knight jumps out, and the rook on b7 is stuck. Wow.
Knight a5 is coming after bishop b5. You just trap that rook.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, the rook will be trapped. I mean, beautiful playing for the gallery, but don't do this against Magnus. I mean, Magnus is so alert, and he will find the refutation, just like a computer.
But one could feel that Hans was a little shaky from the start, no? Going for this knight b5, missing this a6 stuff. And then, yes, he might be play. I don't know if the whole idea is to play to the galleries here, Peter, but definitely a beautiful idea. I think maybe Hans just missed this whole concept that his rook gets trapped on b7.
Yeah, but it's very easy, you know, when you are actually dreaming about something, you can very easily forget about the reality. Yeah, it's just you want to make it work. Yeah, so you always look at the lines which work in your favor, and then you feel like, of course, yeah, it's justified that I'm gonna play like this. Yeah, and then you can suddenly miss some very simple moves like this: knight takes b6, rook b7, knight c6. I believe, yeah, for example, from black side, like Magnus, who was only thinking that how do I neutralize this dangerous initiative or this speculative sacrifice, then it's very tempting, you know, to look at lines like how can I stabilize the position. And knight takes b6 was exactly the move that stabilized. Now knight a5 collects the exchange, and white will have to fight for survival, but actually he needs to win the game to tie the match.
Yeah, that is hard to imagine from this position. I mean, even a draw works for Magnus, and he's just up an exchange. Very tough to imagine any big compensation that might give Hans winning chances here. Peter, let's go back to the Anish Prag board. Anish has won, Prag has won the pawn. Knight c5 played, rook is attacked, and d5. But is this pawn going to be enough to win the game?
Well, I think that Anish actually reacted very nicely, that he opted for bishop a3. He understood he is losing a pawn anyway, but in an endgame, being a pawn down, the drawish tendency in the positions are so much richer than with the queen's on. Yeah, so knight takes e4 is met immediately by d4, d5. He wants to trade the weakness and hope that actually, thanks to the bishop, he might have chances to survive. It might come down to some technical position, a very unpleasant position, because knight dc5, rook a3. No matter how, yeah, black takes on d5, and black has a passed pawn. Black has a passed pawn and very powerful knights. I mean, yeah, f3 had to be played. The knight had to be kicked.
Maybe go bishop b4 at some point, try to pin that knight.
Yeah, activate that bishop as quickly as possible before even taking the pawn. Yeah, very nice play by Anish, and very nice play by Prag. Yeah, that he wants to make sure that he maintains the knight on c5.
Yeah, so just consolidating the knight position. Peter, by the way, meanwhile, we are guaranteed with one playoff chat. 11, our own Jan-Krzysztof Duda has ended in a draw, which means it's 2-2, which means we get 2 Blitz games. And if that ends in a tie, then we will have an Armageddon. I see Prag looking a little disturbed with something that just happened around him. Not sure what happened, but maybe we'll get an update on that. But he needs to be fully focused right now because this is quite the moment. If he wins this endgame, it's match over. He is a pawn up, but this is not easy technique.
Well, it's usually not, but I feel like Black has a lovely version because his knights are so active. And imagine some knight e6, knight d3, rook c8, and eventually a knight landing on f4. I mean, Black has so much dynamics. Yeah, it's not exactly the usual kind of standard 4 versus 3 position. Black has not only the pawn, but also the initiative. The white knight on h2 is still very far away from action. You still need to activate the bishop. The king on g1 is vulnerable. The second rank is weakened. I feel like Anish might not be able to reach a technical position. That's his main problem.
All right, let's jump over to the Hans Magnus board. Hans needs to win on demand, but he found himself in trouble out of the opening. Down in exchange, has he managed to create some counterplay? Wow, okay, so bishop c4, there's rook takes c6.
Yeah, he managed to jump at least with the knight to c6, so his knight is active, but the big question is, can he hold on? So knight a3, he will play the move c4, giving up the b5 bishop, but trying to get c takes b5 and cement this knight on c6. I mean, as long as you have a knight on c6, you feel like you have practical chances.
Knight and c4 has to be played because bishop a4 runs into, well, rook a4 or b5, c4 had to be played. But it just feels like Black has neutralized this light squared bishop, the double bishop, and can actually now at least try and attack the b3 pawn. A move like rook a3 comes to mind.
Yeah, rook a3, yeah, immediately targeting, because if the rook gets behind, then of course b5 pawn will be vulnerable. Hans blitzes out the move rook d3, so he's not even hesitating for a second. Maybe for the first time in the match, Hans is actually ahead on the clock. I think it's kind of the first moment, but it doesn't really help because the position, I mean, Magnus only needs a draw and he's an exchange up. Very hard to imagine some miracle. But okay, I mean, give white one more move, bishop e3 targeting the b6 pawn, and we will have a whole different conversation.
So bishop e3, bishop b6 is actually quite a threat in the position. And if you go bishop c5, maybe white can still go bishop e3 because there are all these ideas with knight e7.
Yes, there is all this kind of, but here comes the problem, yeah, that actually Magnus does not need to win the game. He can just take on e3 and after knight e7 say that, you know what, I mean, I will have rook a1 check and I can never lose this position. I can only win. Yeah, he goes rook a1, king h2, and then
b6 and bishop f2 you have to take.
Yeah, he collects on f2 and okay, white has a terrible king, pawn on e5 is vulnerable. So
h5,
yeah.
h4, bishop g3, everything will come in. So no bishop e3 after bishop c5. Hans goes for the move bishop to g5. So maybe wanting to plant that bishop on f6 as well.
Exactly, yeah. He actually needs to win. He has nothing to lose. He's trying to target this black king on g8. The only problem is that he's also faced now with the potential set of rook a1 check and bishop takes f2. Now that black sidestepped from the knight e7 fork. And also, how do you protect this f2 pawn? Yeah, not only rook a1 check, but yeah, this pawn is falling.
I mean, you might have to play a move like rook f3, which isn't pleasant, but I don't see an alternative.
Yeah, because rook f3, then some check, and then the other rook might enter as well. It might be a problem.
The moment you leave that other rook, then at least white can go rook d3 and try and come in with
exactly. But then I will just go back to 8 and say, what? You know what? You want to repeat? Okay, let's repeat.
Peter, that's brutal.
Yeah, it's kind of brutal. Yeah, now Hans needs to find the way that can he, but the problem, yeah, he goes g4, trying to create luft for his king on g2, keeping an eye on f2 pawn, and the reason why he goes g4, that eventually with bishop h4, he will be able to protect the f2 pawn. That's kind of the key moment, that whenever black attacks this pawn on f2, like Magnus does with rook a2, he will have bishop h4 defense.
All right, Peter, here's my proposal, because Magnus needs a draw, and it does look like this position, it should be good enough for him to be able to do at least that. He's up in exchange. Let's go back to the Anish Pragg board for now, because Pragg has an extra pawn. If he wins the match. But of course, it requires some great technique by the Indian Grandmaster. So let's stick to this one for a while.
Yeah, I think Anish also understood the dangers, and he made sure that black will not be able to get knight to d3. I believe that his defensive direction with coming back with the rook to a1 immediately and then getting the rook to d1 was essential for him just to stop knight d3. This knight d3 had to be stopped. Now the pawn is provoked to d4. The knight on e6 is tied to the defense of the d4 pawn. And now he might have some time to activate his knight. He goes knight g4, rook b8. Clearly, Prague is intending to enter with his rook to b2 and then follow it up with knight f4, going after white's king.
Wow, so an extra pawn, you keep that defended, but also create your own attacking chances. This looks like it's going to be pretty tough. How does white try to keep the defenses? Does he? Because bishop d2 is not where you want your bishop.
Yeah, then you lose the attention of the d4 pawn. You are not putting pressure on it. On the other hand, bishop f2 is very tempting, but you also feel like if you are not able to take on d4, then what is this bishop doing on f2? Black might just play rook b4, yeah. For example, reinforce the position, and then this knight on g4. Okay, knight e5.
Maybe knight e5. Knight e5 is a move, and knight c6.
But bishop g3. This was also my kind of feeling that maybe white can activate the bishop to g3, cover the f4 square,
and go bishop e5.
Eventually somehow activate bishop e5. The knight might also come to f2. Prague immediately playing rook b3, like he has anticipated bishop g3.
He might want to put that pawn on d3, and that would explain the move rook b3 to try and defend that.
Yeah, Anish is trying to hang on.
So does Prague actually push that pawn to d3? Because bishop e5 is also a threat.
Well, I mean, okay, one can argue that if you attack my pawn, then I will push it. That's also an option. I don't know if you are in any hurry.
This is not that easy, Peter, for black.
Of course, no, it's basically finally it became a technical position like we have been talking about, that it's already an achievement for Anish if he manages to get a technical position, that he has chances to survive. Prague actually goes for the very straightforward knight e4. He wants to go knight c3, hit the rook, and also aim for a fork with knight e2 check, targeting both the king and the bishop. A very unpleasant move. Keeping the momentum also. How to defend? Yeah, king f1, and we see the evolution bar does not like it. Does not like it at all. The king is also running into some kind of mating net. Yeah, so after knight c3, the rook can never leave the back rank because of rook b1 checkmate.
I didn't play so great, but I'm very happy with the fact that I came back. The first game was really poor. I was completely outplayed. So I mean, obviously after that it couldn't have gone better.
And in the last game, there seems like you have a way of pushing your a-file pawn and make things a little bit easier for yourself.
He actually explained that to me after the game. It's really embarrassing that I didn't even think about it. So that's. I could have made my job a lot easier there. As it was, he was probably better, but then he chose the wrong plan, and after that, I was cruising.
2 wins, 2 games. Is that a good feeling going into the rest of this tournament? Does it actually affect how you play tomorrow, how you did today, do you think?
Well, I mean, I had some good games yesterday, and still I didn't play so well today. So I'll strive to be better tomorrow.
Good luck to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hans, it was a topsy-turvy game today, went up and down. How would you summarize it yourself?
The game or the match?
The match.
Well, the first game was obviously good, and the last 3, obviously in this last game I didn't need to lose. I could obviously have made a draw at any moment. I had to win, and the second game was just uncalled for. Like with the white pieces, I should not be taking on any risk, and it was just really poor game with white, because like when you win the first game with black and you have 2 whites, you really should be at least getting to a tiebreaker. Like so, okay. I had this nice game, but haven't been able to show consistency.
Do you feel as though Magnus is really improving his level after the first game?
No. I just think the level of the first game was, well, okay. He definitely improved his level, but even if you look at the third game, I completely outplayed him again, and I just got into time pressure and ruined it. So I don't think he was in great form, especially in these two black games. Like, he was just much. Okay, I won the first black game, and then the third game he's like much worse with white. So okay, the score doesn't really reflect how I played. It's just I was just choking at every critical moment and mismanaging my time as well. So obviously, after winning the first game, like this is certainly not ideal.
Magnus was saying how you explained that A-pawn to him afterwards. The most shocked person in the room at that point seemed to be you when Magnus played the bishop in front instead, because you actually looked like you got a second life right there.
Yeah, well, I was given many lives today, right? Like I'm given free life by winning the first game, and in the second game I get an opening advantage. I was given many chances today to avoid this outcome, but unfortunately I failed at every junction.
Do you think you're going to come back stronger tomorrow?
Well, it'll be a bit easier against someone else.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
The big entertainment.
And Peter, we do have Magnus with us. Magnus, the day ended well, but it started with a big shaky start for you.
Yeah, that was super. Well, that was surprising and unpleasant all at the same time. We played this line where I knew there was this game between Nils Condelius and I think Neil Saren. I hope I'm not mixing kids up. And that's all I knew, really. So I decided, whatever, I'll just go for this. And then he played something else. And, well, then I went for c4, which was just a really ugly move. Just wasn't sure what to do, like to put the rook on the fourth rank also looked weird. But that was a horrible decision. Like, he just got the chance to put his pieces on good squares. And, I mean, I just had a passive in poor position. Like I shouldn't have collapsed like I did, but I was in shock. But after that, I felt like I was pushing. I mean, losing the second game without a fight must have been a cold shower for him. And after that, I felt like I was doing well.
With the third game, it felt again that you were probably in a little bit of a trouble after the opening, no? Or did you feel that you were comfortable throughout?
No, I feel like, I mean, there were two critical moments. First of all, he could have taken on f4. Then he's probably better, but, I thought the position is pretty playable. And sometimes in these structures, like not having the dark square bishop is really bad for the queen side. So I could sort of go knight a4, bishop t2, and my king can be tucked away eventually. So I thought it wasn't like practically it wasn't so bad. But the really bad moment was when I played g4. That was just insane. Like I just thought e5, g5, ed4, I go knight a4 and I win a piece, and then of course the knight is trapped. Like, I mean, I spent 3 seconds on g4. That was just stupid, because at that point I had a perfectly playable position.
But then queen d4 was a big relief, no? Trading off the queens in that position.
Yeah, I thought then I'm not getting mated, but I was sure he'd play queen d4 because he was already kind of short of
time, no?
Short of time, yeah. And I mean, after that, I thought I wouldn't lose. And I was just trying to keep the game going by not exchanging pieces. And it worked out very well, probably better than it should have. Then the last game, I mean, I could have spared myself a lot of time by just by playing a6. I mean, that's such a well-known motif as well. It just wasn't on my radar. Also, he was playing confidently, so I thought, I mean, he's not going to play this confidently and just blunder something that, loses the game in one move, or at least make sure he doesn't win. But that was crazy. But anyway, the way that I played, he was probably better, but he couldn't make any of it. And this A5 plan was just didn't work.
Did you spot a6 right after you played bishop a6 or after the game was
No,
over?
not at all. He told me about it after the game.
Damn.
It wasn't even on my radar.
But maybe that's a good thing then, because you'd get really upset with yourself.
Well, I'm a little bit upset now, but no, it's fine. It's fine. This wasn't a great match anyway, but no, of course. I'm not upset. I'm more embarrassed, to be fair.
At least it ended well, Magnus. But if you have a little bit of time, do you want to just look at the Anish Prague endgame with Peter?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, first of all, hello Magnus, welcome and congratulations. It was a very shaky match, that's for sure, but it ended well. And what do you think? Will Prague win this? Yeah, I guess so.
What's the time? 2 minutes? Yeah, he'll win this. I think he'll go f6, then rook b2, and then white is just completely paralyzed. Oh, this is also fine, pushing d3.
Yeah, he went knight c4.
This probably just wins on the spot.
Yeah, there was this, I don't know if you have seen it, that what kind of tactical shot Anish has missed. Yeah, it was this position, and then he missed rook d3, rook c2.
Oh.
This is how we got to this position. Yeah, that was the key moment.
Yeah, that's a bad miss.
Yeah.
And now, yeah. Did he had to go like bishop a3 or something, yeah?
Yeah, he went for bishop a3, and then yeah, they ended up in this pawn down position. And Prague is also playing very energetically. That's what I told Tania, that if Anish would get into some technical position, he would have chances, but he never gets a setup.
Yeah, now I think simply d2 wins, rook d1, rook d3, and you're just not in time.
Yeah, d2 on the board.
So what happens if you bring your king?
Knight
d4, yeah?
You bring your king, yeah, knight d4, also f5, if king f2. It's all over.
And if you start with knight f2, there's rook c3, rook c1.
Yeah, there's also knight b2. I mean, the white bishop is just horrible.
It's kind of hard, no, when you make a move like rook d3 to come back from it, just miss this one move tactic.
Yeah, but I mean, can I have a look at the position? It didn't look so fair to me. So he went
at what point?
Like after he lost the pawn, just
you
like
know, if you just back up,
analyzing it in my mind.
Takes. I mean,
yeah,
he was hoping for this d5, yeah, but it backfired somehow.
Oh, yeah, okay, this I get. Maybe instead of d5, he should have just gone rook a3, like bring his knight to from g4 to e3, and then it's not so easy to win, I think.
Yeah, and eventually then maybe d5, yeah. Yeah, knight's completely hopeless, yeah.
Oh, it's ugly, of course. Now, yeah, you can do pretty much anything here as black, I believe. f5 is probably easiest, just knight f2, rook c3, king e2, there's knight e4. I mean, rook c3 or b3 or whatever.
Yeah, looks brutal enough, yeah. And we are expecting this from Prague, yeah, because yeah, f5 on the board, knight f2.
He's smelling some Dutch blood in the water.
You've got a tiebreak today coming up with Lev and Duda. What do you make of that?
Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, that's exciting though.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I feel like Duda has a slight edge there.
Rook d7, that's a bit surprising, no? Rook c3 looked very direct.
Yeah, but he's threatening knight e3 and king e2.
Knight d4.
Knight d4, king d3, rook b2. Sorry, knight b2 is a fork. But at least he does allow knight. Yeah, he does allow rook a1 and then knight d1. So I think that was a minor inaccuracy, but I don't.
But you
think...
can go knight e3 now, no? And after king e2, just pick up the g2 pawn.
No,
No,
then,
you don't do that.
No, you don't do that. Then there's knight d3.
Knight d3 and picking up
And
d3, yeah.
also you could go rook g1 and pick up the knight. So
Oh,
you
yeah,
wouldn't,
sorry.
yeah, you wouldn't want to displace your knight like that. So there's a little bit of work now.
Yeah, after all, Prague is down to 47 seconds. If he won't be able to, he won't be able to shut the game down, and White gets knight e3 check, king e2.
Okay, don't take knight g2. Do not take knight
d4 is nice.
And king knight c2.
Yeah, knight d4 is nice. But the game goes on a little bit.
What do you play after?
King d2, knight c2.
No, king d. Yeah, king d2, knight c2.
Yeah, king e2 or knight d3 maybe, and then you should of course win. But it's
But it's interesting. He's not blitzing out knight d4. Yeah.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't want to give up the pawn.
And down to 10. Okay, finally knight d4 check. Yeah.
No, but this is still a fight. This is not over. So he goes for this immediately. I expect knight d3 now.
Knight c2, knight e5 is coming as well.
Yeah. Black pieces are pretty badly coordinated at the moment.
But you probably give a check anyway on knight c2. And king e2, we go knight d4, knight e6. Then knight e5 always. Oh.
Yeah. Also, I'm wondering if the position could potentially be drawn if knights are exchanged.
With this g2
What do you
pawn.
think, Peter? Like you just put if you can put the bishop on the g1 a7 diagonal, and then just wait with the king on f1.
Yeah, it's a very tricky endgame. Yeah.
It's probably losing somehow. But it's. I would say Anish has at least like 10 to 15% chance of holding this.
But yeah, this king h5 followed by g5. I believe that this is clever, practically, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good plan.
Making sure we will not blunder anything, and then we take it from there. Yeah.
Yeah. So knight f4. I think Anish will just go back. So also what he's doing is he's trying to make Prague calculate something like knight d3, g5. If there's f4, and then knight d5 or something. So probably he'll just bring his knight back for now. Knight d4, knight e6.
But I guess Anish is also super relieved that he got rid of this d pawn. Yeah, that the game is not over yet.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is the best situation he's had in a while.
Unfortunately, it shows how bad it was. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is. I mean, f4. That's really committal. I don't like that
So
move.
rook a7, rook a2, you go bishop f2.
I don't like that move at all.
Yeah, because finally also black will have this rook a3 and then knight x7, rook d3, knight f whatever. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, but this is the trap that he wants to trap the knight on. Oh, it actually doesn't even work. King e2, rook a2, king f3. Where's the knockout?
Is g5 an option?
G5, bishop e3.
G4 doesn't work.
No, I don't think so. But you can go gf4, and then you force white to take with the bishop on f4 because knight f4 and knight g5 is mates.
Oh, that's nice. Peter, can we show that? G5 bishop. Oh,
Yeah, but I feel like he will never play g5. You don't want to play g5.
No. Okay, now bishop e3.
Yeah, and it's some kind of not fortress, but at least it's something.
Yeah, I would say in case of g5, I mean, you have to take twice probably, give up the bishop, then it's probably a pretty straightforward win.
If you don't play g5, there is no other way to break, right? You've got to go g5 at some point.
Yeah, probably. I guess you can probably maneuver the pieces and in some way, like bring the knight around to e4 maybe. It's not like white's gonna create any threats anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, there is this knight c7, knight d5 to start with, yeah.
Yeah, knight c7 is nice.
But okay, Prague is down to 10 seconds on the clock. This is slightly disturbing. Rook b4 played.
Yeah, expect to see king f3. Oh, knight d3. Okay. I think black should probably exchange the knight for the bishop at some
He's going
point.
for this plan.
Yeah, knight c7 looks good.
So would you go knight d5, knight f6, knight e4?
Potentially. I think we'll go knight d5 first and then see where white puts his pieces. So now rook a2. Well, I thought rook a2, but anyway, white is like, imagine rook king e2, rook a3. White is in semi-zugzwang, I think. Or maybe there's knight b4. I don't know. It's hard to find a move. Also, king e2, rook d4 is unpleasant. Bishop c1.
Yeah, king e2 on the board.
Yeah, rook d4, then king bishop c1 is the only move. This is also nice, forcing the king back. Yeah, knight f6. Should pretty much clinch it.
Yeah, now it feels it's over, yeah.
You probably just lose the g2 pawn now. Maybe you have to go knight f2. That's really ugly.
Yeah, that's no, but then you just go knight e4 anyway, and you should win quite easily.
Trade and king e2 should be easy.
Take rook a3, then bring the king around. Eventually, you can win. You can win a. Maybe rook. Maybe there's.
We might be seeing it.
No. Okay, this is nice. King e2 will just go king g6. King e3, you can just take.
Yeah, if takes, then already we have king g6, king f5 idea, yeah.
Nice.
So that's it. No chances.
Impressive
Yeah,
stuff
it's
by Prague,
basically designable now.
Yeah, Prague is very good technically, and he also keeps his cool with little time in an admirable way. It comes with being young.
Something really clicks for him in this format. He tends to perform really well here.
Yeah, he also played really well in the Olympiad. So I mean, he's just very good now. So I mean, I wouldn't expect him to beat Anish every day, but it's not a shocker.
But having this opportunity to play against all of you guys regularly has definitely helped him over the last year, no?
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah. Oh, rook b2. He's just taunting him. He doesn't even want the
He
pawn
could have just
ending.
taken rook d2.
Yeah, I could have just taken.
He's trolling Anish, yeah, just trolling, yeah.
Prague is not a troller. Is he gonna take it now?
No. Nope.
No.
This is...
Okay, so he wasn't trolling. He just wanted to prepare the 5th rank attack against the pawn.
But now there's bishop c3. Nah.
Takes in rook g5.
Takes. Yeah. I was wondering if you could then take e4 with the king, but you don't get the get back with the kings.
H3 falls and.
Well, he's
But
trying.
rook d2 just seems so much cleaner, no?
It was cleaner. When you have a winning pawn ending, then that's usually a good. You cannot blame him for the way he's found, because it's also very
So we are expecting rook f5, bishop g7, rook g5, yeah?
Yeah. And then
I mean, Prague already had another h pawn against Sindarov, yeah, when it was difficult, but it was winning, and he passed the test quite confidently.
Yeah.
So,
but if you could imagine that white could put the bishop on e5 now, then I mean it still would be very easy because of there's a trick with rook g3, but that's the kind of, I mean, let's imagine that, you know, that all the pawns except the h4 pawn falls, and then the white king is actually not cut off, then it would be a draw. Not an easy draw, but still a draw. But this way, yeah.
And that position is winning if the pawn is on h5, right?
On h5 or h6 or h7, as Prague actually showed
in the Olympiad.
In the Olympiad, like he found I think he was struggling a bit at the start, and then he actually found a way very nicely, because it isn't super intuitive how to win that.
yeah, exactly, because then finally h4 was the winning move for him, yeah, and it took him some time because he knew that exactly the pawn should be as backward as possible, so he did not want to push.
Yeah, I think at first he was a bit apprehensive to push it from h3 to h4, but he got there eventually.
Yes.
But
yeah,
now,
that's it. Basically, okay, Anish has to design. There is no way to put any resistance here.
Yeah. But this is a very unpleasant situation for him. Going into the last game, score tied, you have the white pieces. You know, shouldn't lose, but I think after the blunder that he made, Prague has just punished him. Now
just go rook g3, or just anywhere actually, because of the fourth round cut.
Yeah, the most sadistic plan is probably just to put the rook on g2 and the pawn on h3, and then you can move the king all the way around.
I mean, Prague already had this 9 classical game, so he's very much up to. That was the moment when his opponent actually resigned. Yeah, it was probably a better position than this one that Anish has.
Yeah. Okay, so he'll just push h3 and then rook b2 would be my guess.
And king g3.
No, like h3 and then bishop g3.
But why not bishop g1?
Then also rook b2.
Oh yeah,
g3.
rook g2.
Yeah. So this is it's very much over.
Wow.
Okay, I don't think I'll stay to watch the final agony.
Sure.
So.
No, I mean, I was hoping for Anish to design so that we can ask you some questions, you know, because otherwise it would have been unpolite towards Prague, yeah, that he's about to beat Anish and we are not focusing on his game. That's it. All right, okay. So Tania, now you have green light.
I already asked my question. I want to know actually what you did after that first game. You get these 10 minutes off, and there are all these rooms where you get to chill in. What do you do there? Do you actually see some chess or?
Yeah, I mean, I looked a little bit of my prep for the next game, but of course, I mean, I played the French, so you don't want to look too much at the positions because then they don't appear as good. I mean, I wasn't so pissed as much as just in shock, because don't usually lose that way. So it was just super weird.
You mentioned prep, and then you're talking about French, but you also happened to play 1-8-3, and then you had this hippo structure with black, which you were all discussing about. Where are all these new openings?
No, I played them before. You just haven't been paying attention. But I'm not A3 specifically, but the modern and the French I played a bit recently, so that's nothing new. But I probably won't be playing A3 anytime soon. I mean, it's a decent move, but it's not super exciting. And then, funnily, in the game, when he went for this London system, like having the pawn on A3 turned out to be disadvantage because I cannot go queen b3, queen b6, and then c5.
Because your queen's hanging.
My queen's hanging. Yeah, exactly. That was a bit unfortunate. In other lines, I think the pawn on a3 is very useful. But maybe what I should have done here. Oh, I shouldn't give away my prep though for the next.
Well, you
one.
declared you're not playing this anytime soon.
But maybe I should have gone like queen b3 here, and then if queen b6. Sorry, Peter.
Sorry,
queen
what
B-
it was, queen b3 or d3?
Queen b3.
Queen b3.
And then after queen b6, I can at least, you know, I can take and go e4. This doesn't look so bad actually. I'm not sure if I should take on d5 even, or just to go e4 immediately.
Well, I mean, since Tania was quite harsh with your play, then Tania, how would you react?
I was not
How
harsh.
would you react to Magnus's reaction now with takes cd5? How do you take?
Honestly, after the way he survived after playing a3 and getting his king all the way to g2 and playing g4, I don't know what to say anymore about any position he comes up with, Peter.
Okay, fair guess. But what would be your take now after cd5? Because I'm not sure. I need some help.
After cd5, what to recapture with?
Yes, how to recapture? Yeah.
I would not recapture with the c pawn.
Because the
because
b5
I
square,
don't
yeah?
like knight b5. So maybe ed5?
ed5, rock solid. Okay.
Yeah, ed looks good. So I should probably go e4 instead of taking on d5. That's what I wanted to do.
Do you not care about? No, you don't care.
Maybe bishop e7 is a trick. So okay, let's
bishop e7.
Okay, forget about e4. I'll go g4, bishop g6, and then e4.
I thought like you just say that no, hang on, it's getting interesting. You will not reveal any more of your deep ideas. Yeah?
No, but this looks actually e4. This looks pretty good for white.
And if I take
You
e4,
you
take
played
on g6.
e4 in one go. You have you have a3, which is actually super useful. Now you go knight e4 next. White is just better. Okay.
Yeah, a nice Scandinavian, yeah, for white.
Or nice anything. Oh, you mean Scandinavian like this?
Exactly, the structure, yeah, the pawn structure. Yeah.
But you know, Magnus, you need to be a little more responsible, because last time when you started playing all these bomb cloud stuff, then suddenly online everyone started copying you, going f3, going for this for all of this stuff. And
yeah, but this is very different though. A3 is basically A3 is pretty useful
in many openings.
Yeah. So you're just taking somebody out of. So the thing is, if you play such an opening, like you already have more knowledge than your opponent, which is also which is an advantage. So like for instance, when I played h4 against Yi, like that's obviously not a good move, but it's not horrible. And I knew which setups where this was actually useful, like in normal openings. So I mean, I think it's not that bad.
Yeah.
And Magnus, can I ask you a personal question? After a3, if black plays e5, then can you reveal your prep, or that's something for the next game?
Okay. So at this point, I would go c4.
Because I was telling Tania that if you play AC and the opponent makes the mistake of playing e5, then you blitz out c4 and you feel like the moral winner of the story, no?
Yeah. It would be the same after h4, e5, also then c4.
Because you were doing some h5 business on move 3, yeah, with black.
No, but but this I think was played by Bosboom. Like he played c4, e5, h4. This is okay. It's not like majorly worse for white at all.
Because wasn't it you that invented this e4, c5, knight f6, knight c6, bishop b5, h5?
Actually, it wasn't me. It was Peter Heine, but I played it. Yeah.
Wow, Peter Heine, really? Oh my God! Yeah.
I think it started by he wanted to see, for some reason. I think he was bored and he wanted to see how bad this move was. And then we started to see, there are some ideas of going e6 and then g5. So it's not horrible.
Yeah, that's I think the trick. Yeah, that people also you put a tremendous pressure on someone after h5. He feels like if he's not punishing, then it's a terrible. I mean, people will be laughing at him, and if it's not so bad, then in fact psychological game. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And also like making one strange move in the opening usually means that your position is at least semi-playable. So, and you have the advantage of more knowledge. Like people often make the mistake of thinking like if you make one strange move, then you're going to make a lot more, but that doesn't have to be the case. I mean, it was the case in my game with a3 today. I have to take some self-criticism on that one, but it doesn't have to be.
Wow, I mean, it's an eye-opener, no, Tanya, for us classical players.
I'm going to conclude this by saying that only he can get away with this kind of stuff. Do not try this at home. Magnus, you're going to hang out with us for the tiebreak, or do you have to go?
I don't have to go, but I will go.
Okay, fine.
All right.
You could have just said I have to go. All right, thanks
okay,
a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Magnus. Yeah. Wow, I mean, we have heard quite some insights here. Yeah, that's actually very true what Magnus was saying, because the reason why people are so harsh and critical about dubious first moves, that usually the players continue in the wrong spirit. Yeah, it's some weak player plays it by accident and then goes punished and he gets into the books like losing in 20 moves, and of course you are not supposed to play like this. And all of a sudden, if a really strong player plays it, actually the game is just about to start. So it's also a very good lesson for everyone not to underestimate any moves. You have to stick your focus. I mean, you really have to focus. You shouldn't take it lightly if your opponent plays something offbeat.
Yeah, 100%. But once again, Peter, these kind of openings are, you still have to have some idea of what you're doing, and you can't just because a lot of times chess players tend to follow the top level chess blindly. And these sort of openings, unless you have a strong strength or an idea of how to handle the different structures that might come from it, can backfire really quickly as well for most of us, for mere mortals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, then never ever try it. No, leave it to Magnus and then let him come to the studio.
Magnus.
Yeah, and then he will explain all his things, and okay, we are looking at it, we are listening to it, we are admiring it, but just let's keep it for him for his next games.
All right, so Peter, what is the action? Because we're still not done with our day. Let's just quickly get our scores of the 4 matches that we had. And what a day it's been. Ali Reza wrapping up his match against Liam in just 3 games, dominating fashion. Hopefully Liam will strike back tomorrow. It's been a tough start for him. He's still yet to find his rhythm, but we all know what a champion, what a great player Liam is, and the way he's been playing throughout the tour. Hopefully better days ahead of him. Pragnananda Anish was such a massive turnaround at the very end. The 4th game, everything under control for Anish. And then finally just missing out on that tactic with Rook C2. And Prag showed some immense technique to take that last point home. And with that, wins his 2nd match in a row. Then we've got Magnus against Hans. And this was quite a shocker, because Hans started with a win in the first round. And it just looked like Magnus is going to have a tough start. But then, Peter, you've got an angry Magnus on your hands, and he wins 3 games in a row. And with that, it was match over. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Levon Aronian, the action continues, chat, as we are about to enter into our first playoff of the FTX Crypto Cup. Peter, what are our predictions here?
Well, I mean, basically, I'm sticking with my prediction. I told at the start of the day that I'm picking Duda because Levon's bishop on g6, which actually went on to win the game for Levon. So much for my kind of prediction. But after that, Duda bounced back. They reached the time. I mean, they reached the tiebreak, not the time control, but they reached the tiebreaks. And okay, it's all to play for. I think it's absolutely 50-50. I mean, Levon is also incredibly fast, but maybe Duda is somehow more used to controlling the clock better. Yeah, he spends time. Levon, I feel like he's rushing a bit. Yeah, he wants to be super fast. It will be a very interesting match.
I completely agree. And the time format is 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. We're going to have 2 games, and we see our stage, our arena is being set up in just In just a couple of minutes, we're going to have liftoff. Super excited about this one. Let's have a prediction poll up for our chat. Let's put that up and see what chat thinks. Who is a favorite to win in the Blitz segment between Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Levon Aronian? Also, who starts with the white pieces?
Well, actually, I think Duda chose the white pieces. I mean, I'm not sure, but Duda has the white pieces. Maybe Levon picked black. In any case, it's Duda Levon in the first game, and then it's going to be Levon versus Jan-Krzysztof in the second. Well, Duda chooses. Actually, we got the confirmation. Duda chose the white color.
Peter, it was quite amazing how Magnus gave away so many secrets about this opening, right? Because usually you would be like, oh, I'm not sure if I want to divulge too much into my preparation. But then he went on to show lines, and it's just this attitude of, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, well, it also shows that he's not really planning to defeat it. Yeah, it's kind of obvious. Yeah, but it was very nice that you finally decided on e takes d5 recapture, and Magnus changed his mind and said, you know what, I don't gonna do CD, I'm gonna go g4, e4.
Absolutely, Peter. We got him on that one. But always really nice to get his insights and just how open he is about the positions and opening and his thought process. It's always really nice to hear from him.
Yeah, for example, I'm a super classical guy. Yeah, so I'm not really happy if people are playing dubious openings, but when we are discussing it with Magnus and then he shares his kind of view and why he thinks that you can do things like this, I think this is very instructive also. Yeah, that the mindset, the right mindset, that you need to be prepared. You have to know what you are doing. You should be ahead of your opponent. I mean, only in this case you can play like this.
Yeah, which is why I kept saying, do not try this at home.
Exactly. Absolutely. And by the way, you did not give away your prediction for this Blitz. What do you think? Who is the favorite?
Between Lev and Jan-Krzysztof, it's just so hard to pick. I think both these players are so strong in these formats. You know what? I'm going to pick. This is very hard, Peter, but I think this will be decided in Blitz. We're not going to see an Armageddon is my prediction number 1.
Okay.
And that's my only prediction.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, you anyway picked Levon already before the match started, so you have to stick to Levon as well.
I will stick to my, that's true. I will stick to my prediction. I will be with Team Lev for this. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, also here we have seen this, that Levon won the first game with the black pieces too easily, yeah, too smoothly, and then he kind of relaxed. Jan-Krzysztof managed to bounce back immediately. It was very important. The same happened in the Magnus match against Hans. Yeah, that after this terrible, disappointing first game, then Magnus managed to win second game quite easily. And there was this interview with Hans. I mean, it was really heartbreaking to see him. You know, he was feeling like he had such a chance today. Yeah, it was not Magnus at his best form and like this. Yeah, Magnus was very shaky. There was a golden opportunity for Hans to eventually strike a big score against Magnus here.
Especially with the start he had. And it was just such a convincing game. But then I think Magnus just bouncing right back. And then that third game, Peter, it could have been just so different had that Queen D4 moment not happened. You know, exactly. The entire match would have been a different match.
Yeah, it could have been. Of course, we don't know exactly what was the situation because Hans was down to 3 minutes or a little bit less than 3 minutes. So it was like a very impulsive decision to take with the Queen. Yeah, and he definitely regretted it afterwards, especially because I noticed that Hans needs these fighting positions. Yeah, he does not need to simplify because it's not his chess. I mean, he has to keep the tension. He's an incredible fighter. Yeah, he keeps the tension well. He reacts to complications also very well, quite confidently and quickly. So there is just no reason why he should be trading queens in such positions.
Yeah, because it's just his kind of play to get that initiative against the king. Well, right now, it's all about this man on the screen and Levon Aronian. A big playoff coming up. I have a feeling Jan-Krzysztof Duda is listening to some music and he's just sort of getting into the zone of things. And there we have both our players. They're ready to go. 5 minutes with a 3-second increment starts with e4.
Yeah, e4, e5. That's no surprise. Knight f6 and the Italian game. Okay. No.
Wow. And Peter, I just had my chat open. James predicted. He said, I predict Levon with an Italian. Well done on that.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think anyone could have forced him this fourth move d4. It's some kind of a gambit opening. I mean, e5. I'm not a guy who plays third move knight f6, so I'm a little bit confused here. Yeah, d5, bishop b5. This is some kind of old theory. Knight d7. I remember it from my childhood, I believe, this whole stuff, which is like some 30 years ago.
So not going in with knight e4, because that's also a very mainline theory, and he goes with knight d7, short castle, and suddenly goes into a thing.
Yeah, because there are all kinds of strange moves. Somewhere knight db5, knight db8 is also coming in these lines, I believe, but I might be mistaken. I mean, I haven't looked at this for more than 30 years already. Yeah, bishop e7.
By the way, we asked our chat, Peter, to pick a favorite, and we have 47% for left.
And there you go. Sorry, the knight b8. I was somehow remembering knight b8. Yeah, go on, Tanya.
47% for left, 24% for Jan, and 28% of chat wants to see an Armageddon.
I think we all want to see an Armageddon. Yeah. That's the only thing we definitely agree on. Yeah, we want to see as much dramas as possible.
Queen f3. So that's an interesting way. So the knight from g8 actually traveled all the way and landed on the b8 square.
Yes, trying to control the light squares and making sure that black is able to go c5. Yeah, the knight controls the c6 square. It's a strategical move. Yeah, old school. I mean, Levon knows all these old school businesses. Yeah, knight f5. Now you take on f5 and you set up a blockade. Yeah, probably queen d7. And you are very happy. That's it.
Are you a happy camper here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, black got the maximum of all maximums. I mean, this is some kind of an anti-Berlin that comes to my mind, where black has really a wonderful version.
It feels as if white should probably keep the queens on. No, queen d7, knight will come back to d7.
No, queen d7, we take king d7.
King and knight goes to c6.
Yeah, knight goes to c6, king goes to e6, d4, maybe king d5. Who knows? I mean, okay, wow. we are just pushing. No, you can't take on d7.
So queen h5. Yeah, I like this move.
Queen h5. Well, it's a desperate move. It's not because it's good. Yeah, I mean, black also has all these knight c6, knight d4 ideas also jumping. Just castle also possible. Yeah, knight c6.
Knight c6. Can he go knight c3?
Maybe he has to, but knight c3 you have to reckon with knight d4. And then e6, maybe that's a nice trick.
Ooh, e6 I like, Peter.
Yeah, then suddenly e6, and with this balance, and we hit the d5 pawn, and then we have some fight. So no, after knight c3, black should not let this happen.
And Jan-Krzysztof Duda thinking a bit. He's down by about 30 seconds on the clock, so not that much.
Yeah, c3
stops your
very
move.
Sad, very sad move. I mean, basically, black is clearly better. Black is up on the clock, and yeah, castles. Knight g6 might. Okay, you can still come back to e2. It's the pawn is not falling, but I mean, strategically, and it's all in black's hand. Yeah, I mean, this is what happens. You try to trick your opponent, and then opponent reacts in the most classical way, like we were taught in the childhood, and it's maybe not the main line of the modern computer. Yes, so you don't really pay attention. But then in a Blitz game, how do you react? Not easy at all.
All right, but is it really that bad, Peter? My knight is landing on f3, and maybe then I can try to trade this bishop. I was going to say bishop g5, but immediately f6 on the board. And now maybe
it just feels like white is ef. Now we're gonna see rook takes f6, because black might be he takes bishop f6. Okay, this is a solid move.
Get that knight out of the way and develop the pieces. Knight f3 looks like the move you want to make, but there's always g6, which is annoying. The queen just doesn't have so many squares.
Yeah, he opted for knight b3,
putting pressure on c5.
Yeah, okay, pressure, but wow, there is a nice kind of c4, knight c5, queen d6, knight b7 idea, hitting the d5 pawn, but of course Levon will not repeat. I can't imagine.
Maybe he has to go queen f7 if he doesn't repeat the only way, and he goes for it because you have to keep the d5 pawn defended.
Exactly. I mean, it just feels like with black you can't be worse, you can be better, and after all, I mean, okay.
No queen trade, Peter. It's going to be queen h3.
You think so, yeah?
Yeah, because knight d7 is somewhere in the air.
Yeah, queen h3, knight d7, knight e6, depending on the situation.
I don't like queen f7, rook f7 for white, this endgame, with this rook b8 and b2 hanging and b2 weak, and it just feels like so much activity. Why? He goes for the endgame, and that's what he prefers.
Yeah, well, I don't really think that he preferred anything. He's just not happy. I mean, the opening experiment backfired, just horribly backfired. White is fighting for survival. I'm a little bit shocked, you know, to seeing the engine not giving a clear advantage to black. And because we are talking about a human play, yeah, this rook d1 was the touch, and knight e4. Okay, probably Duda escapes. Not the knight. This is the best position that white had since move 5 or something. I also believe that Levon blundered or missed this knight e4. He just rushed too quickly.
Wow, does that mean that Duda is out of trouble?
He's out of time. And look at Levon. He's very upset. Yeah, he's shaking his head like, how on earth did I let this knight get out?
Yeah, he looks very upset right now.
Yeah, I mean, he had this, I know Levon, yeah, we talked about him yesterday, that he clearly believed that he has a strategically winning position, and now it's obvious to him that white can't be worse. Before black couldn't be worse, and now white can't be worse as well. Okay, still some pressure on the b2 pawn, yeah, so rook b8, but black also needs this pressure, otherwise with the knight on e4, wow, f4, this is a panicky move. Yeah, so he wants cd4. Well, but now Levon will be optimistic again. Now the ambitions are back. Rook e8. Coming with a tempo, hitting the knight on e4. Where does this knight...
It's all about those moves that were lost in the opening, and white is still struggling without development of the pieces.
Exactly, and the point is that after knight cc, there is this tactical shot of knight takes d4. He has to pay attention, and then rook e1 check, and the bishop on c1 is falling. So that's why he is now spending his time. But clearly you would love to play the move knight c3.
And you look at Lev, and it almost feels like, you know, the way he's tapping his fingers, it looks like he can smell it. That, you know, once again, he's got the opportunity and the initiative in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was just very angry that he let this white knight stay on e4. Yeah, white could have just protected it with f3. I think he should have done it, because it would have really disturbed Levon. And now rook e1, getting into some pins. How is he? Okay, he has the knight f6 trick. But...
Knight f6, and also rook e7 is not possible because of bishop f4. And if you go bishop c1, then you go knight f6 check.
Yeah, but hang on, no, that does not work, because then rook f6 and king f7 wins the game.
But so, Peter, otherwise bishop c1, rook e7 wins the piece, no?
Yeah, wow, that means then that bishop takes c1 might win the game.
Let's have our analysis board up if we can really quickly.
Yeah, bishop c1, so if white takes, then rook fe7 is kind of good. Oh no, I still have rook takes c4, but no, Levon goes rook d8. It's what is happening here? I mean, the players are very nervous, they are very tense. This isn't looking, you know, that very convincing smooth right, but it's connected with the opening. Yeah, the logic has been lost right from the beginning, and with all the tension, the players are not playing a perfect game yet. Duda, down to a minute.
Down to a minute, 2.5 minutes for Lev. Knight g5, that's a nice move. So keeping it up, and he loses the d4 pawn.
Yeah, loses the d4 pawn, but probably has foreseen that he has enough. I mean, he might have acted. Finally, first of all, he developed, yeah?
Also,
only now he developed.
Let's just clarify that the eval bar is not working. So this position is not equal.
No, I think the evaluation bar is working.
Oh, it is working. Yes, we have confirmation that it is working.
It is working. No, it's some kind of a compensation, because, okay, black has all the weaknesses. White finally completed development. And apparently it's enough for a draw. But let's see. So a6, bishop e3 is the move that we are expecting.
I still think like it might be equal according to the bar, but it's so difficult as a human. You're playing a pawn down. There's still work to be done here to hold this.
Work definitely still needs to be done. Yeah. Bishop e3, rook e4. Bishop d2. Rook f7. This is what you also had in mind. But the point is that White will be able to activate his king quite quickly, and there will be a crucial tempo win with king f2, king f3 after the trade on e4. Might be very important to save the game.
You mean after rook e4,
but
rook
not
e4?
so easy, because if rook e4, king f2, then knight e5 comes.
Yeah, knight e5 is
Yes.
really nice.
Yeah,
And
so
that's
bishop
why he plays
c3.
bishop c3. Very important move. So now the knight on c6 is at least tied down there. And you want to go king f2, king f3. Can black actually do something like g5, g4 meanwhile?
Yeah, but it also weakens the structure. Yeah, then maybe White will be able to switch to the king side. Besides, for example, g5, king f2, g4, we might get king g3 counterplay, and then those pawns are becoming vulnerable. Eventually, with a threat of rook d1, yeah, rook d7, king h4, or h5, I mean, all kinds of dynamics. You don't want to do that. You definitely want to keep, yeah, and Levon goes for knight d4. I think he knows that let's play it safe. b3.
All right, so this one's now going to fizzle out, no?
Yeah, king f7, very nice. I mean, king f7, especially when your opponent is down to 30 seconds, making sure that he will have a passive rook. King f7, super clever by Lev.
So after b takes c4, he'll just continue bringing his king in, king e6.
Exactly. And look at this, Duda does not want to take the pawn.
King f7 was really nice.
Yeah, and now king d5.
All right, and you still have an extra pawn after that.
Yeah, I think you are very happy. Ah, wow, and no, not king d5, rook g4.
Well, he'll go king d5 next.
If we get a second chance. I mean, for example, rook takes c4. Okay, how do you evaluate this look in the pawn endgame? It's very tricky. It's definitely very dangerous for White. Better not to test it.
And is he going to go for rook h4 now, pushing the king further to the king side? He goes back, and now he's going to play a move king d5.
I guess so. At least I'm not. Yeah, king d5. I'm not really understanding what's wrong with king d5. So let's just play it. I mean, pawn is a pawn. Yeah, the evaluation bar is trolling us. Or what is going on? Rook f1.
We do have an update that do not believe the eval bar currently.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we were telling that it's alive. It was alive, but it's finally just went dead.
All right, so rook f1 trying to activate, and Duda there shaking his head, not happy. So does he take and go rook b4, trying to win that b3 pawn with a check?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like black is winning now. This rook end game looks wonderful.
Rook b4 on the board, and b3 falls.
Yeah, falls with a check. Okay, White will get some pawn on the king side, but I mean, black's pawns are just way too fast.
Check, and does he go rook c2 and start pushing the a pawn? Is that the idea, Peter?
Well, very tempting. Yeah, just rook c2. I mean, one feels like you want to keep the c pawn, because, or king c6 also. Yeah, the pawn is very important, and push, and a5 push.
I was just thinking this might allow rook g6, rook h6, but he just doesn't care. The a pawn is super fast.
Yeah, another question. Do you go king b7 or king b5? There is also an argument about king b7.
I like king b7 because it stops, and he goes for it. Rook h6, go a4. Now he's got to come back rook h4.
Yeah, rook h4. Yeah, only defense. Rook b3 check.
King has to go to f2.
E3, so rook a4 will be played.
And
then now the h pawn is going. I mean, how do you evaluate this? Actually, White might escape. If he's not losing by force, he escapes.
So you got to go king b6 here.
Yeah, then h4. I mean, you are losing
King
valuable
b5.
time. Actually, I think he's holding.
King b6, king b5, king b4, and White meanwhile will create. He goes for rook b2, a2.
Yeah, and just h4. I mean, okay, now if White is not blundering anything thanks to the h pawn, he's escaping.
c5 and h5.
Yeah. I mean, after all, the king is very close to the c pawn. Yeah, it's. We might be seeing repetition. We might be seeing repetition here.
Yeah, because you can't go to g1 because of rook b1, and you can't go to the 4th rank because of rook b4.
Wow, Levon will be very upset
Maybe
not
king
making...
g3, king h2. Is Duda? No, Duda's not going to try.
No. He's super happy that he survived.
What a game this was.
No, hang on.
He's
Duda
going
goes...
for it. Duda is going for it.
But anyway, after king h2, there is rook b4, so there is no drama. And then rook h4 check, yeah.
Very nice. Rook a2, rook h4.
Yeah, no, draw. That's it. King F2
What
draw.
a game. And definitely Duda is the one who's relieved, while Lev is the one who's filled with disappointment at this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But I feel like I need to restart then the system to get our evaluation bar back for the final game. Yeah, it's very important.
Sure, let's do that. Let's go into a quick break and fix that and be right back with it.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Ah, here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm going to start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. It's just to move.
This is John. John loves to...
Welcome back, chat. Are we ready for the final Blitz game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Levon Aronian? These two are fighting like gladiators in this match. The first Blitz game completely up and down. Lev seemed to be on top throughout pretty much, but in the end, Jan-Krzysztof Duda with resourceful play survived that first Blitz. This is the final Blitz. Peter, we might be heading for an Armageddon.
It could easily be. I mean, as you mentioned, yeah, there were so many ups and downs that also our evaluation bar collapsed. I mean, it couldn't keep up with this incredible tension. Yeah, that it's suddenly better, it's equal, it's fine. What is going on? And it simply refused. Yeah, it was some sabotage. Now we have it running again, so we are ready for the game.
Let's see what our chat is saying about our Blitz. Levon missed chances. Yes, he did. Some big chances that we saw. A disappointed Lev, definitely. But, you know, in this format, you just don't have time to think about any of that. Levon looks a little stressed, Daniel saying. I don't think, I mean, to me, he looks pretty calm, Peter. It's very hard. I feel like Lev looks calm regardless of anything.
Well, I think that the reason why maybe the viewers get this impression is that Levon feels that he uncharacteristically he made kind of mistakes, yeah, which he usually does not do, yeah. Like in the previous game, in the first Blitz game, he was very happy, very unhappy with some of his choices. He was shaking his head when he missed this 94 retreat, so on. But otherwise, I think he's enjoying himself, and we are in for a very interesting anti-Catalan. This is some new development. DC knight c6. Yeah, black does not push the pawn from c7 to c5. He goes knight c6.
Very often the knight goes from f6, d7 to c5, or the bishop comes to c5. So keeping that square open for a piece is a good idea. And you stop a3, b4 with a5.
Wow, isn't this something? I mean, isn't this what Magnus did against Jan in the match? This bishop c5 and then some knight bd2, e5, knight bc, bishop is and e5, a4 was happening. Somehow I recall something like this. Also, Vincent, by the way, was doing it against Vidit, something similar in the Grand Prix. But yeah, bishop g5, it's a classical way. Give away your bishop, you develop the knight. You don't have to worry about this bishop on c1. You want to go knight e4. You want to eventually make this plan of going knight f3 to e1, c2, and then prepare b2, b4. Yeah, if whites get b4 in, then everything will work perfectly. Queen d8 retreats. Hang on after knight b3. How will black react? I mean, Levon sticks to his traditional. He's very much old school. Knight c2 comes.
Knight c2, and black will go short castle. He starts with a5, making sure there's no b4.
Yeah, and then b3
eventually.
Yeah, he wants a3, queen c1, queen b2, and then b4. Yeah, he just wants to insist, or rook b1 and b4. We see that the evolution but doesn't really like it, but it's a blitz game. Yeah, and Duda jumps knight b4. Absolutely correct. He does not give white a chance to play the pawn to a3 when the knight on c6 would be quite a dubious piece. And Levon moves back knight e1. Will we see a repetition? I believe not, but I had to highlight because it's kind of very funny.
I mean, I'm up for a repetition if it lands us to an Armageddon.
No, I mean, knowing the players, there won't be any repetition. I mean, they are probably already shouting, what are these commentators talking about? Stop
it's a good
dreaming.
thing they can't hear us, Peter.
Yeah, but afterwards, I mean, you see the players are paying attention to a broadcast, and they might be very insulted that how could we even think about this, that they might repeat something. a3. Well, now the big question is, can black go back with the knight to a6, or the spin along the a file will be a problem? Yeah, for some b3, b4 pawn sacrifice. That's the big question.
A pawn sacrifice after knight c6 with b4, you mean?
No, if black goes knight a6, yeah, and that's why he goes to c6. And now white got this pawn to a6. Now it's very interesting. Now some queen c1.
This whole fight to get b4 and black doing everything to stop it. Queen e7 getting more control. Knight e4, given the chance, he will pick up that bishop. Jan-Krzysztof Duda not allowing it, but now b4 will become a reality for white.
Yeah, so black has to be energetic. Yeah, f5 kicking away the knight. So what do we see? Bishop c5.
Maybe bishop c5, you come back.
Is coming back.
It's all about not allowing white to get b4 and this activity.
But hang on, after bishop c5, there is this incredible transformation of structure of bishop takes c6, b takes c6, b4, and I will be able to lock your bishop out of the game after bishop a7 with c5. And I think that's the reason why Duda goes e4. He wants to get counterplay as quickly as possible. But is it correct, or is it a speculative pawn sacrifice, or maybe white should just, refrain from touching? Yeah, b4, that's the move.
But what happens after e3? You don't care. Where do you go with your knight to f3, yeah?
Yeah, to f3, or maybe we just take on e3 first and then move the knight to f3, but we got b4 in. That's what all it matters.
We've been talking about this, white's main plan of getting b4, but black has also made a lot of progress in the center.
Yeah, but let's not forget, this bishop on a7 is also kind of blocked by the pawn on d4, the knight on c6. Yes, it might start jumping towards g4, then there is some hope for counterplay. Yeah, Jan-Krzysztof decides to go king h8, but what is this? I mean, There are all kinds of interest, yeah, and Levon goes very systematic. He just shuts this bishop out of the game.
At some point, you're really dreaming of playing knight e5, but this e4 pawn is hanging at all moments. And I'm just wondering, does black have the time to take on d3 and then go knight e5?
No, I mean, this anyway results in a terrible position. Then the e-file opens up for white. Yeah,
Knight
you get
b3
e1.
will come, d4 is weak.
Yeah, no, it's actually black is in a lot of trouble. So the evaluation bar is absolutely not exaggerating. This really feels like a plus-minus position. Black is in a lot of trouble. The bishop on a7 is locked. Yeah, Duda needs to sacrifice the pawn. He needs to activate his pieces. It's a blitz game after all. He's also 2 minutes behind on the clock. So lot of problems.
That's the second time that Duda is in the back foot of these blitz games. Going for the initiative, trying to get some compensation after sacrificing the pawn. And the main problem in black's position is that bishop on a7, which has been, as you say, Peter, it is a paqueto for that bishop. c5, b4, just killing it for the time being. And the center is very shaky. He can just go on and pick up the pawn. Knight takes e4 comes to mind.
Yeah, the big question is, do you prefer with knight or with the bishop? Yeah, suddenly white has 2 interesting, tempting options. Yeah, Levon goes for bishop takes just to keep more control of the position. Maybe he's dreaming about getting the knight to f3 and bishop to d3. Yeah, it's also a wonderful blockading bishop because king on h8, some knight h4 might also happen. a b4 on the board. Rook a d8.
Now he might even play rook a1, threatening bishop c6. He starts with knight e1. These are some really interesting jumps with the knight that Lev is making.
Yeah, he's regrouping, wonderfully regrouping. Yeah, the knight on d3 is a brilliant blockading piece. The knight on d2
knight e5
is already
here,
perfect,
Peter?
yeah?
Can he try and go knight e5 here? Because bishop b7 might be c6.
Yeah, maybe you have to. I mean, it's not about good or bad, probably you have to. Or, okay, he goes bishop h3 as well, trying to create some confusion. Bishop g2.
I don't really see how he's going to manage, because maybe more pieces on the board were desirable. If you go bishop g2 after knight g2, the knight might even jump to h4, f4, targeting that g6 square.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's why even the idea that I mentioned there with some knight f3, bishop d3 and sacrifice the exchange and then go for knight h4, knight g6 was also tempting. But yeah, Levon makes sure that he activates his bad knight on c2. Yeah, so he knows that knight on d2 is already fine. Not taking his time, because also king takes g2 and then trying to put knight on d3 and knight f3 is a very systematic approach. Yeah, it's yeah, and Levon goes for it. He just wants, you know, it's a blitz game. He wants to have total control. Nice choice.
And some amazing time management here by Lev. I mean, he's got 3.5 minutes on the clock. He made all these maneuvering strategies and blocking that bishop on a7. A clear plan, goes for it. Rook e8, while queen e2 is a big threat.
Yeah, but he will just ignore. He will give the pawn.
Ignore.
Yeah.
Knight d3, and after queen takes, he doesn't even bother with knight d3. He starts with knight f3.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, basically.
After queen e2, does he trade and go knight d3, or does he immediately go knight d3?
That's the only question. I'm assuming that he will trade, yeah, just to avoid any kind of queen e4, queen d5 business. Yeah, he knows that the endgame is wonderful because the bishop on a7 is doomed. Queen e2 played. Yeah, Levon takes.
And knight is coming to f4, Peter, arriving on g6. This is looking like bad news for Duda, but we've seen him do the turnaround in game 1, and it's really not over till everything's done.
Yeah, but somehow the problem is that nothing moves. Yeah, the bishop on a7 is stuck, the knight on c6 is stuck. So how do you create anything? And by the way, actually, white is simply starting to play rook fe1, take control of the e-file, or just go rook a1, settling b4, b5.
Put this black bishop, put the dark squared bishop on e7 or f6, and black is doing completely fine.
I mean, okay, slightly worse, but not everything to play for. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, with this bishop, it's just dead.
Wow, knight d3 on the board. So knight f4, does he have to go for, he goes for rook c2. And I was wondering if he should make a move like g5, but deciding against it. Rook c2, also maybe eyeing rook e2, rook e8, rook e2 ideas.
Yeah, well, I think that rook c2 was really nice because he's trying to get rook c3, but hang on, knight e5 is a threat of winning material because knight g6 and the bishop. Yeah, that's why bishop had to move to b8. Yeah, it's completely desperate situation for Duda.
Rook a8, and after rook c3, you just jump with the knight to f4. Or even e5. Both are tempting.
Well, but I have to highlight this position. I have never seen this, that rook on a8 from the white side, black has a bishop on b8. Now some b5, c6 can lock the bishop forever out of the game. But maybe knight e5 wins on the spot.
This knight c6, bishop b8, you don't get to see very often.
Yeah,
knight
knight
e5
e5
on the board, and now after trading, knight d7 and knight g6, two big threats.
Yeah, and rook d8 runs into knight f7, yeah, king h7.
Knight d7.
But okay, at least knight d7, rook d8, knight b8, there will be an eternal pin there on this knight. Maybe it's not even, maybe practically it wasn't the best choice for Levon.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda shaking his head, but it looks like he might lose the piece, but because of the pin, the game would still go on.
Yeah, maybe white can go knight c6, but anyway, whenever the knight goes all the way to b8, there is a feeling that maybe there is some hope for black.
Not to mention, after knight c6, black can start picking up the c5 pawn, and these central pawns might start advancing as well.
Yes, yes. I mean, okay, yeah, Levon goes knight c6, yeah, because this case, he makes sure that he will have rook takes b8. Yeah, the knight won't be pinned.
And we are probably going to see that rook b8. Will he decide to keep both rooks or trade a pair? He decides to trade the pair. And now it's all about whether the central pawns can create a counterplay. Peter, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is down to 4 seconds.
Yeah, rook c3, and then he wants to go. I mean, important not to let white's king join the party with king f3, king e4. So very good spot. One thing is clear, that Duda is not intimidated by the clock situation. If suddenly he gets a chance, even if he has 2 seconds, but he feels that there is a hope, then he will be able to handle it. But at the moment, it feels like the knight should be able to come back. Yeah, knight e5, d3, and the king is coming. Yeah, now the king might be coming. Does he have time to come king f3, king e3?
Well, it's good that Levon is taking his time right now. He knows that he messed it up last time. He needs to be just a little precise to wrap up the match, and he has more than enough time to think.
Yeah, he has now king d4, winning the pawns. Yeah, that's it.
And after d2, you can take knight c4, because rook c1, there's knight d2.
Exactly. Super big relief. Yeah, so Duda is trying rook e2, d2, rook e1. Yeah, trying to box white's rook in, but it shouldn't be enough.
And after d2, rook e1 is a threat, but you can go king d3 once again.
No, then rook f2.
Rook f2. But
yeah,
rook
that
f2
was the last
now, rook d2.
But now it's finished. Yeah, that's it. And Duda knows it. Basically, I'm expecting resignation. I mean, with 8 seconds on the clock, now he plays out of frustration, but that's it.
That's a very nice blitz play by Lev. Both games, he didn't manage to convert the first game, but was dominating throughout. Definitely feels like he's the deserving winner of this blitz portion today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, somehow Duda, I feel he had the wrong strategy. Yeah, he was trying to disbalance Levon, but he didn't get positions where he felt comfortable. Yeah, for example, this position, also this opening phase, it really felt like I know that Levon had hundreds of games for this structure, but I don't really recall Jan-Krzysztof having experience with this type of structures. Okay, now it's just a matter of time, yeah, because it's check, and then white activates the king, then activates the knight, and it wins automatically. So you just go rook d5, so that you will play king g4, then against check you will always have rook d4 or not. Yeah, that's it, systematic approach. King g4. Rook d4, knight goes to g5, and that's it. Or okay, anything already. Wow, Levon is going for mate, yeah, with knight e5, rook h8.
He's going for mate, but after check, he goes king e5, so rook a5, start checking the king.
Okay, no, yeah, black has to get active with the king, but okay, rook d4. It's I mean, there is not much to comment, because we cannot sell it as a super drama. It's clear that white is just winning.
Also, probably doesn't require too much high level technique. King h4.
Yeah, basically making sure that Black's king is vulnerable. Yeah, you will always have the checks. Now Duda is trying Rook G4 check. If white plays Rook D5.
And now you go Rook anywhere, there's Rook D6, Knight F7. So you end up trading the rooks if it's on the 6th rank.
Exactly. Rook G2, Rook D6 check. Then white will follow with H3 or Knight F3 back. Yeah.
And after Rook F2, there's Knight G5 check. King G7, H3 should be just played. Plays it and King H5, next move.
Yeah.
Good stuff by Lev. And he does it. Congratulations to Lev going into the playoff, but really made it look from game one that he was the one with the upper hand. And there we see Duda congratulating Lev. Great sportsmanship there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, I was expecting that Duda will be very dangerous in the Blitz, but he never got his possessions. Yeah, he was fighting for survival in the first. He managed to survive, but he also in the second, it was more Levon's territory and it was easier for him to play fast.
Let's hear it from the players, Peter.
Now with what is both Duda and Aronian, it ended up being a brutal battle between you two, Levon.
Yeah, I think somehow it worked in the openings. I managed to get nice positions in both of the games. So
the eval was actually saying that Jan-Krzysztof got pretty well out of the gate, but you looked like you were playing with more confidence than anything there.
Yeah, I think I have more experience in this opening, and I think at some point once I got B4, then it's a difficult position for Jan-Krzysztof to play.
Still, Jan-Krzysztof, it's a lot of chess left here. You take a point with you today, and you're still in pretty good situation for the overall standings. Do you still believe in a repeat?
Yes, of course. I mean, it's just the beginning of the tournament. Yeah, today Levon just played better than me. I basically wasn't able to get like anything with white, which is kind of yeah. I mean, it's difficult to win the match if you can't really, score with white. So. Yeah, I did everything I could, but I mean, in the end, I mean, the last game I just got crushed. I mean, maybe not straight after opening, but I mean, opening like dictated the events. So yeah, I mean, not to improve, I definitely have to be better with white.
Good luck to you both tomorrow. Tomorrow you play Magnus. What do you expect from that match?
I expect difficulty, as always, when playing against Magnus. But so far, the tournament is working well for me, and I'll try to build up from here.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That's such a nice interview, and to see both players together to talk about this epic matchup and fight that they had, Peter. Big games coming up for both of them tomorrow. And definitely hoping for bigger fights. Let's take a look at our scorecards from day 2. We had Ali Reza wrapping up his match in 3 games against Liam. Magnus crashing through with 3-1 after taking a big blow in the first game. Pragnananda Anish, what a performance by Prag. Anish made one slip in that last game and Prag was all over it. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Levon, Aronian went down to the 2 Blitz games in which it looked like Lev was better in the first one. Duda survived it. In the second one, Lev managed to convert the advantage.
Yeah, and it was very interesting to hear the interview, and Duda, of course, like always, incredible sportsman, acknowledging that simply Levon was better. He was doing everything. I mean, he was really fighting like a maniac, but the match was somehow always in favor of Levon. He had the initiative and then finally went on to win.
All right, well, it's been a fantastic day of chess, Peter, and we're going to be back tomorrow with all the excitement and the matchup chat. Thank you so much for joining us. This is super fun with all of you. It's a goodbye from us.
Yeah, goodbye.